Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Relax and take a moment to go inwards, seek inspiration from what is going on inside your mind. Allow thoughts and feelings to marinate in your conscious awareness. What comes to the fore? Meditate on whatever signs and symbols appear in your mind's eye. Relax and meditate, and when you feel ready, when you feel compelled to say something, click on the link in the live chat to speak to us. Hello. Welcome again to another episode of Finding Gnosis. We have already with us Mr.
Vegan Equilibrium.
aka Noodles, here to start the show. He has popped on to say hello. Mr. Vegan Equilibrium, aka Noodles, what's going on, brother?
I just gave myself my first injection of TB 500.
Is this the fat burning drug you were talking about yesterday?
No, this is the soft tissue repair peptide.
Oh, you mentioned that as well. Okay, and where did you inject it? How did it feel?
Did it subcutaneously on my belly fat. I didn't feel it. I didn't. Yeah, you use alcohol. You wipe with alcohol. Pinch the skin 2+ inches from the belly button. Just go like almost straight in, maybe 45-degree angle. But it was. I'm not a doctor. That's not medical advice. Don't take my word for it. Do your own research. I didn't feel a thing. I thought it was gonna like pinch, and I was like really scared to do it because I've never given myself a shot before. But I use like insulin needles, so this is what diabetics have to do every day, right? And yeah, like literally painless. I didn't feel anything actually.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. And how often do you have to do this for? What's the duration of this treatment? And tell people why you're doing it as well, what it's for.
So I have some kind of shoulder injury that I'm trying to heal. Now, I don't know if it's muscular or the tendons or the ligaments. Now, TB 500 is good for soft tissue. That's my understanding. So it'd be better for muscle repair, I think. So once again, do your own research. I heard that this other peptide, BPC-157, is better for ligaments and tendons. Now, I could be mixing these up. It could be the other way around. So do your own research. But yeah, so I also ordered the BPC-157. I'm going to be using that as well. But it's like a 8-week cycle, inject every other day, and you start low. I'm starting with 500 micrograms every other day. And then after 2 doses, I'll move up to 750 every other day. And then after that, I'll move up to 1 milligram every other day.
Okay, brother. And price-wise, how much is this setting you back? We lost you. Unless that mental arithmetic is making you pause for thought.
Well,
we have lost you. You're back.
It's like $60 for a 10 milligram vial.
Okay. And are you confident it's going to work?
I mean, I've seen a lot of positive reviews from people. Some people say they've healed their injuries in just a week or two. Some people in a few weeks.
Well, best of luck. I hope that you'll come back and let us know.
It doesn't work that way for everyone, so we'll see.
So I hope you do come back and keep us updated with your ongoing development in that sense, your rehabilitation. Hopefully it will work for you. How long have you had the injury for? How did it happen?
I've always had a little something there, but it really became bad. I don't know, earlier this year I was doing some rigorous working out, bodybuilding, trying to get bigger and stronger, and I was moving the weights up, I think, too quickly, and yeah, so
Too much too soon.
Yeah.
Fair enough. You've had a little bit of time to think about yesterday. How do you think your conversation with that objective ethics guy went?
I don't like. I just think that that guy is dishonest. We went around in circles. He was not being reasonable about certain things. I mean, he's very attached to his view. He's religiously attached to his view, and he does something very similar to what Christians do, which is they just like ignore obvious points that you make and like pretend like they don't know what you're talking about, or they like just play dumb in a certain sense.
How do you? So, what do you think of talking to him again at some point? Are you bothered?
It's a waste of time. Yeah.
Do you think he is ethical? He calls himself objective ethics. He thinks there is an objective ethic.
No,
Do you think
no, I think he's deluded himself.
Why do you think he's comfortable staying in what you call delusion?
So that because addicts addicts run to denial to protect their pleasures. So like if being ethical means he has to change his habits and live a vegan lifestyle, you know, his ego is like just fighting against that and wants to put up some kind of, put up walls and defenses to protect, to protect what he's used to. He wants to be able to continue to eat animals and such. So he wants to create a scenario where he can tell himself he's a good person while not actually having to change anything. Most people like could be considered like ethical because most people aren't really, I don't know, I'm saying by his standard, because most people aren't like going out there and committing like rapes and murders and robberies and whatnot. They're just doing what most people do, and they all engage in the animal holocaust. So like,
what do you think might change his mind?
I don't think his mind is going to be changed. I could tell by talking to him that he is very indoctrinated, and he's like not he's not good faith either. So,
do you think you pointed out his hypocrisy in his nature?
I thought I did. I don't know if it was clear, like if it was clear to him, or if he's going to let himself like hear that, or.
What do you think was the most outstanding example of his hypocrisy?
I mean, I don't know if it's considered hypocrisy, but just him saying that, cutting a tomato is the same as kicking a dog. You could tell he was being dishonest because he said, "Oh no, we shouldn't be cruel. I don't think we should be cruel to animals." That was one of his responses, to the whole kicking the dog thing. But then he wanted to bite the bullet because he saw that he was going to contradict himself. And so when I brought up the tomato, he was just like, well, are you going to eat the tomato? No. Well, yeah, then it's the same as kicking a dog. We all know that he doesn't actually believe that. We all know we all know he's full of shit. Clearly, I mean, it should be pretty obvious that you know, I mean, I guess I'd have to be a mind reader, but why would he even mention being cruel, like the issue of animal cruelty, if it's the same as cutting a tomato? And then he says, that why is sentience, why do we care about sentience? Well, we care about the reason we care about if we didn't care about sentience, then it wouldn't matter if we farmed humans. And he was saying it's actually okay to farm humans in some regards. I don't know, but he was also being pretty dishonest about that.
Yeah, I thought that was probably the starkest example of his disingenuous debating nature, especially when he said he wouldn't mind if someone slit his throat if they had looked after his needs prior to that, in the farm. And when I pushed him about what would he feel or think if his children were in the farm, he didn't really have a good answer for that. He dismissed it. I felt in a kind of nonchalant way that didn't do justice to his true feelings on the matter.
A lot of these people, they feel, I think if they feel, well, what happens is if they speak with sort of utmost confidence about the bullshit they believe, it's like it gains them like following because there's other people that really want to latch on to someone who speaks confidently.
Yeah, what do you think of his little shtick? I mean, it is a shtick in my view. He's saying he wants to create an environment where people are polite and they can debate issues. But from his brief appearance on this channel, it looks like the politeness is a cover up for his well, let's just say it as it is, disingenuous debating nature.
Yeah, it's maybe just a way for him to, be like you said, if he's disingenuous, he can at least be like, oh well, I was the polite one. It's like maybe a way to try and gain sympathizers or whatever.
It's a kind of virtue signaling, moralizing. It's like painting himself as the good guy because he's Mr. Polite. But
right.
The problem
so this happens a lot in like with conflicts, and you can see like even a lot of the people on this channel, they don't like me or they don't like Vegan Gains because why? Oh, he's so rude. Oh, he's mean. Oh, he's nasty. Whatever. Instead of actually looking at the argument that is put forth, like
so
it's all an emotional.
Have you ever thought about toning down just a little bit? I know I understand what you're saying, but you are dealing with that. So have you ever thought about how could you? I mean, this is the problem. How could you tone it down just a little bit, dial it down a little bit, so that accusation isn't thrown at you? Now, I would say that's very hard to do. But can you?
I might not have the bandwidth to work on that right now.
Well, I think it's something to think about. Now, would you say adding a little humor to it, perhaps? Like, for example, pushing it back on them. Like, I think when I said to him about how would he feel if his kids were in the farm, because he said he'd be quite happy to be in the farm if his needs were being looked after, even if it meant him having his throat slit at the end and being put into a burger, he'd be quite happy with that. But as I said, putting it about their nearest and dearest and putting them into the frame, I think I think that makes them emotional. Do you think you need to make people emotional, and that's basically what the problem is? You have to make them emotional. When they're emotional, that's when they change.
People generally change based on emotion rather than logic. This has been shown a lot with.
Sorry, go ahead.
This has been shown a lot with. It's shown a lot with like I think research on racist people or neo-Nazis. Like that their mindset changes generally due to emotional stuff rather than like actually logically showing them facts about whatever it is they're talking about, you know?
I think that's the problem. I think that is the problem. You have to get people emotional. Now, Divine is saying, D&W, excuse me, but you were sleeping through the earlier debate he had, which was quite sincere and respectful. Okay, Divine, that may be true, but I'm only talking about what I witnessed. And that is what I witnessed, I'm afraid. I witnessed a disingenuous state of affairs where someone was saying something I don't feel they truly believed, just to try and gain the upper hand in an argument. I feel it was, as I said, disingenuous. They were holding on to their position with all their might, even though it was clear they did not believe what they were saying themselves. And I find that terribly sad. Terribly sad. Retro says, traumatic and rewarding experience to try and save them. Chickpea says that they took Lion's main tablets yesterday and went into a 14-hour coma. It was lovely. Yes, Chickpea does like her sleep indeed. So, guys, if you do want to come on here, please come on. The link is in the chat. Feel free to join us and talk about whatever it is you would like to talk about with the world. Perhaps a problem that you see, perhaps a solution that you feel is potentially, a possibility for any of the problems in the world, in our lives, in this strange existence that we all apparently share together. Farhat from Baghdad says, this is not vegan gains. There's no getting more polite than equilibrium is. So basically, he's on your side here, vegan equilibrium. He says you are polite. He's saying they are the problem. Divine is coming at me again. She says, DW, perhaps you should have listened to yesterday's live before taking that position. I did listen. I was actually there when he was talking to vegan equilibrium, Hazel. And I do have a particular issue with people saying they're polite, but at the same time being disingenuous. I find that the height of impoliteness. Again, that's another little problem I have with people who say they like to act ethically and be polite and have good faith conversations when they demonstrate the complete opposite. Even if they are being polite, they demonstrate disingenuous nature. They demonstrate metaphorical and conversational sleight of hands that show a rather snide tactic being used in what is meant to be a good faith conversation. People holding on with all their might to a position just because they have a bias. Chickpea, what did you think yesterday of the conversation between vegan equilibrium and that fella objective ethics? Now, put aside, please, any prior personal animosity you may have towards Noodles.
I didn't listen to it.
No problem.
I'm sorry, I didn't listen because I just didn't listen. I'm afraid it all gets a little bit too much for me. Yes, sorry, I didn't listen to it. If I'm not in the main thing, generally, I don't know, but I didn't listen. Sorry. Were you arguing about Palestine?
No, it was about veganism. But Chickpea.
No, I didn't listen to that. No.
Chickpea, what is going down? I mean, it is the 22nd of December. It is 17:17 on the 24-hour clock.
Yes.
What is Chickpea feeling this year of the Lord? 2025.
It's gone so fast, hasn't it?
It has gone so fast.
Hasn't it
we
gone
are
fast?
Fast approaching 2026, hurtling towards
it. I would just say that the debate was actually about moral realism versus moral anti-realism.
Yeah. I heard a bit of it. I didn't actually. By the way, I did join in that as well at the end, and I didn't actually agree with some of the stuff he was saying there either.
Actually, D&W, when it comes to the sorry, I do apologize.
I think it's a nice idea, but pragmatically, very problematic.
Well, I'll be quite honest, when it comes to veganism, I've decided that I'm turning my back on it all because at the end of the day, even in the UK, I'm no longer deemed to be a vegan. So
how would you identify then yourself in terms of your outlook towards the animal kingdom?
Well, I don't like what's happening. I am like I said, I feed my cats on fish and I let my cats go out to play. So if that deems me to not be a vegan, then I'm not a vegan anymore, because that seems to be the new standard. Even in the UK, it's starting.
Right.
So that's
I saw some. Have you seen anything interesting in the news today, guys? I saw a few stories. I saw one which looked a bit scary. Putin is apparently working on, or has been working on already, and maybe has developed it, a psychedelic drug, chemical weapon that makes people forget all their memories.
Wouldn't surprise me.
So basically,
he wants to see the UK. He wants to see the UK under the sea. You do know that, yes?
Yeah. Now, I was talking to Mr. Danny Shine about this, and we were imagining. We went kind of comical mode, and we just imagined, like, if people accidentally snorted this psychedelic substance that made them forget all their memories, and then woke up anew without those memories, what would they think of their current life? What would they think of anything? Because imagine it, guys. Imagine if you woke up without any of the biases that you had before. There was no Christian, Jewish, Muslim, Scientology. There was no indoctrination. There was no prior knowledge of familial bonds, friendship bonds. You literally started as a blank slate with no memories. What would you think about your life? That is a very interesting question. And if you were completely neutralized because you had no, as I said, memory attachment to what had happened in your life, and all the, as I said, dogmatic indoctrination that you had received, all the social engineering perhaps that you had been a victim of, what would you actually think about those around you? What would you think about the position you had in society, your friends, family, work colleagues? Would you have a different perspective? Would you have a different perspective perhaps on your long-term partner? If after, say, 15, 20 years of a relationship, you woke up one day and didn't know who they were? What would you actually think? What would you actually think? What would you actually think at that moment of that person? This is a very interesting conversation. Vegan equilibrium. If you woke up tomorrow and had no memory of anything that had happened to you prior to that day, what would you think of those around you?
Well, how am I supposed to know that?
There you go. But it's a conversation starter. It's an icebreaker. It's something one could speculate upon. Chickpea, what do you think you would think of the world if you didn't have your prior memories? Perhaps you would be a bit more joyous, a little bit more optimistic, perhaps.
I'm just a realist, D&W. That's what the shrink told me. I have been told by a professional I'm just a realist. I don't know. As you know, I sleep with my 7 cats, and I would think, oh, wow, all these lovely fluffy babies everywhere.
Divine says, be respectful. That's all that's needed. Yes, I agree, Divine. But being respectful means don't be disingenuous. Don't lie. When you're having a debate, don't say something just because it supports your bias. And that's all that you want to do. You want to shore up your bias. If you're being respectful, be good faith. Admit when the other person has a good point and hold your hands up. That's what respectful debating is about. That's what being a respectful human being is about. Sorry, Chickpea.
No, well, the sad truth is we should all just treat each other as we wanted to be treated ourselves. It's as simple as that. We make all this kerfuffle out of it all. It's very simple, actually. You don't want anybody to hit you or to kill you or to steal from you or anything else from you. So don't do it to that. Don't, if we all live by that, the world, we'd all be fine. But no, we don't. We're all at each other's throats.
How are you treating the mice that your cats kill? Just wondering.
Now, D&W, I have said I'm going to just stop these discussions about animal rights, okay? I no longer discuss the matter.
Well,
D&W.
This seems like a bit of hypocrisy.
I'm a hypocrite. I said I'm not going to discuss the matter. I'm not a hypocrite because I'm no longer a vegan. Okay, I don't.
Well, no, you said treat others the way you want to be treated. So
for
if
goodness
someone
sake.
was unleashing their a monster onto the public to let that monster just go tear people apart, and you were one of those people that just got ripped apart by this monster, like,
do you know? Right? Do mice eat meat? They are omnivores, and will consume animal protein like insects, carrion, leftover meat scraps, even
they're scavengers.
So
They're not hunters. They're not hunters. They're not predators.
Oh, give it a rest, okay. The whole bloody world's at it. We're all eating each other one way or another, even us vegans, because animals get killed.
You said it's so simple. Treat others the way you want to be treated. So is unleashing like a monster onto innocent like animals to be torn apart, is that like a good way to treat them?
I have said I am no longer participating in vegan talk. Right? It says just there. I've just read it. Mice are not are not herbivores, they are omnivores. So
not hunters either. They scavenge.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. Chickpea doesn't want to talk about it, and that is her right, I suppose. In some ways, it may be unfortunate to others who believe that she's being highly hypocritical and immoral.
Why am I being? I'm not calling myself a vegan anymore, DNW. I have dropped.
No. Chickpea. 1 second, Noodles. I'm saying some people will say, this golden rule that you're going on about. They would say you're not practicing what you preach, Chickpea. Right. But that is a conversation. You don't want to have that conversation. That's okay. Today, Retro says that he catches mice. He treats their wounds and then he frees them in the field. The circle of life is nature. Retro. We can't stop cats from being cats. That's what he says.
But you can keep cats from harming other animals by having them as indoor pets. Or if you want to take them outside, put them on a harness, put them in a pram. Create an outdoor enclosure for them. These are all things that I've seen plenty of vegans do. Their cats are happy.
Yeah, I'm sure they are.
Does anybody want to come on and join us? The link is in the live chat. We can talk about whatever it is you want to talk about today. Chickpea, have you seen anything in the news? Anything today, guys, in the news that we should be talking
it's all
about?
royals, isn't it? Royals.
Is it?
It's all about Kate.
I haven't been. Okay.
Oh, Dave's home, my little killer boy. Dave, you naughty boy. He's such a killer, DNW.
Oh, my goodness me. Here we go. New Trump envoy says he will serve to make Greenland part of the USA. Donald Trump has sparked a fresh row with Denmark after appointing a special envoy to Greenland, the vast Arctic island he said he would like to annex. Trump announced on Sunday that Jeff Landry, the Republican governor of Louisiana, would become the U.S.'s special envoy to Greenland, a semi-autonomous part of the Kingdom of Denmark. Governor Landry said in a post on X, it was an honor to serve in a volunteer position to make Greenland a part of the U.S. of A. The move has angered Copenhagen, which said it would call the U.S. ambassador for an explanation. Greenland's prime minister said the island must decide our own future, and its territorial integrity must be respected. 1 second, Chickpea, darling, I'm reading. Since returning to the White House in January, Trump has revived his long-standing interest in Greenland, citing its strategic location and mineral wealth. Okay, there you go. He has refused to rule out using force to secure control of the island, a stance that has shocked Denmark, a NATO ally that has traditionally enjoyed close relations with Washington. Greenland, home to about 57,000, has had extensive self-government since 1979, though defense and foreign policy remain in Danish hands. While most Greenlanders favor eventual independence from Denmark, opinion polls show overwhelming opposition to becoming part of the US of A. There you go, guys. That is some of the latest from Washington, D.C., and the American government's position on Greenland, wanting to take it over. What do you think of that, Mr. American Noodles?
Oh, I was next. I was next.
Oh, no, you were talking about your killer boy.
No, I'm talking about mice hunting. Mice do hunt. They'll eat anything, insects, worms, and even small animals.
This conversation.
It says
Didn't you
here,
say you didn't want to talk about it?
Mice. I'm just saying, mice hunt. So all this shit about mice don't hunt, you're actually incorrect. Mice do hunt. And specific hunters like the carnivorous grasshopper mouse likes to do a lot of hunting.
Okay. Let's hope that the cats are eating all the hunting mice.
So what do you think, guys, of the position of America possibly conniving, well, they are openly conniving to try and get Greenland to be a part of the United States?
I don't know. What's the big point about this?
Well, I mean, is that an ally, a friend of a nation? Is it like Denmark are meant to be allies with America? Is this not a little bit of a snide move by America? Is it not a little bit unbecoming of a friend or an ally to do such a thing?
Just weird. It's just weird. It's a weird thing.
Do you think they'll be successful? We've lost Chickpea. Chickpea, it's a pity you've left. I do hope you'll come back. It's a weird thing. So that's all you're willing to say on the matter?
I mean, obviously, I disagree with it.
Why do you disagree with it?
I don't know. It seems like it's overreach. It's like, it's just greedy. It's like wanting too much. Like, okay. Isn't it better to just trade with those people than to like, if you want something that's there, why not trade with them?
Maybe they don't have anything of substantial value to give to these Greenlanders in terms of what the Greenlanders.
Then it seems just it seems more kind of like a mafia move, you know.
You're right, though. They could definitely give them stuff in return for using their country as a base for their military, or for the natural resources they want. But it seems they want to get it for free.
Yeah, well, that's all good honest capitalism, D&W. That's what it's all about.
We got that one to talk about again.
What?
So, vegan equilibrium. Do you think this is a sign of the toxic side of capitalism? Do you think that's true? I don't think capitalists are just the only.
I think that like capitalism is just being able to gain capital on something, like just being able to make a profit. That doesn't mean that you basically become
put you on the camera.
This like
Whoa, look who's here, the killer boy. Look, killer.
She doesn't want to talk about this, but then she tries to rub that in our face. Like, she says she thinks it's terrible that animals are harmed or whatever, and then she's like mocking us and like flaunting the fact that she lets her cats kill animals. Like, it's kind of bullshit.
Yeah, you talk some bullshit too, because at the end of the day, the grain, right?
The killer boy. Oh yeah, I let him go out and tear innocent animals apart. I let him just destroy these animals and
listen here, you silly little man.
Yeah,
the grain that's
bragging about it. You're bragging about letting your pet cause so much harm and torture. You go on about how bad this world is, and then you and then you make a joke about like how you contribute to that harm.
Right, okay.
And you make light of it.
Well, you should stop eating altogether then, because farmers kill mice and other animal livestock that lives on the grain that you eat. It's sad.
I don't think they're like, they're not hunting down these mice. Like,
so it's like the farmer to kill them then. It's okay for the farmer to kill them.
I didn't say that.
But you're happy to
buy it. I don't really have much of a choice. Like, once there's more vegans in the world, we can have more veganic farming. The thing is, you do have a direct choice. You can actually very easily make the decision. I have to eat. You don't have to let your cat kill other animals. You choose to, and then you make light of it, and you laugh about it, and you mock me about it. Oh, killer boy, and you didn't even want to talk about it.
Stupid little man. Right. If you pay someone to carry out an act on your behalf, that is tantamount to carrying out that act yourself. So you are just as guilty as the farmer who's killing the mice to get the corn that you eat. You're just as guilty. And if you can't see
I think that it depends on whether you have. I think it depends on what is pragmatic. It's not pragmatic to be like, oh, I'm going to only source my food from veganic farming methods, which practically don't exist on any kind of mass scale.
Farmers, a lot of little animals get killed by farmers. Now why don't you use your side of things?
I'm not asking them to kill these animals. I'm not paying them to kill the animals. I'm paying for. So this is like saying that I'm culpable for directly killing people by buying gasoline when I don't have any other choice but to use gasoline for transportation.
I don't buy gasoline.
That's great. I'm glad you have that luxury. If you have to get you don't have alternative options for the most of the time. If you have an option, it's like. You're saying that someone who buys gasoline is as bad as someone who just shoots someone in the face directly? Because that's basically what you're saying. You're saying, oh, if I pay this guy, if I say, okay, I want you to take a hit out on someone.
DNW, I can't hear him properly, DNW.
Noodles, talk a little bit slower, and we might be able to understand you. Go ahead.
Stupid little man.
If I were to pay someone to say, go take a hit, I'm putting a hit out on this person, go kill them. She's saying that's the exact same thing as like buying gasoline or buying vegetables. We know that's fucking bullshit.
DNW, people die every year. Hundreds of thousands of people because of gasoline, because of the air expelled by cars. And they do every year. Hundreds of thousands. And you are culpable, you silly little man.
Is that the same as shooting someone in the face?
I'm vegan equilibrium. I am superb. I don't do any harm to the world at all. That's you maniac.
No, I never said that. You're just dishonest. I'm asking you, is it the same as shooting someone in the face or paying someone to shoot someone in the face? Is it the same as that?
We don't have this bloody subject, shooting people. We're talking about mice. And grain, and the mice that die.
Is someone just as bad? Is a person who buys gasoline just as evil as someone who shoots someone in the face?
What the Oh, give it a rest, you stupid
man. No. Okay? This is a very important.
Hello, Global. Help me, please.
Joy to the world, the Lord has come. Let peace regain. Oh, sorry. You guys are just awful. Awful.
Global, what do you take? You know, farmers every year.
She's trying to say, like, because we have to eat to survive. It's the same as, like, say, just killing animals for the fun of it. You know, like, you don't have to let your cat out. Your cat can be an indoor cat. You can bring your cat out on a harness. There's plenty of ways that you can prevent your cat from killing mice. You're actually flaunting it, and you're like mocking us and saying like, "Oh, here's Killer Boy," and you're making light of the situation. When I don't think that's all the same as like being like, I have to, buy vegetables, and unfortunately, some farmers do end up killing animals. And that's incidental.
Silly. You know, if you wanted to be a true vegan equilibrium, you would behave like a Jane.
You're actually letting your cat out and being like, oh, kill these animals.
Come on. This is not worth going at each other's throats. Come on.
He started it.
Yeah, I know, but Jesus. You guys get along so famously, always.
No, we don't.
And now we're having a big fight about this. It's silly.
Not at all. But if he wants to be a true vegan, then he should behave like the Jains in India do, which you don't do. They are the true vegans of
That's right. You should be wearing masks so you don't inhale bugs.
Wait,
You
James.
should carry a broom in front of you so you don't walk on insects. Insects have rights too.
James drink dairy.
But I ran over some bugs with my car. Does that make me a killer?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not a utilitarian. Those
he's only whatever
those James are utilitarians. I mean, threshold. I lean more towards threshold deontology. I'm more concerned with just rights violations in general.
So insects don't have the right to live, in your opinion?
In some cases they do. It's within
But
reason.
If you want
So
to kill them with your car, I see. You only have a right to something. If I drive over them, that's okay.
Human lifestyle, there's sentient life forms. So let's say, like, if it was the fact that we could not drive without running into little retarded humans themselves into fire. That's how dumb they are. Like, yeah, it's not an intentional thing, and I wouldn't call it a rights violation. Just like how if you were to accidentally hit a human with a car and it was an accident, like a human walked out into the street, that's not a rights violation. That's an accident.
No, you do not have to drive a car. I don't drive one. I've never driven one, and I've lived for 71 years, okay? You do not need to drive a car, and you don't.
That's true. It's true.
You're talking from a utilitarian standpoint. I'm not a utilitarian.
At some point that suits you. Now, like I said before, I have not driven over any insects at all. None. If I cannot drive over insects, why can't you?
Paid for food, but you paid for food that was delivered in trucks that hit these insects.
So you
That's true.
Take it to a vast, ridiculous, bloody level.
Logic.
Why don't you just stick to humans eating meat, okay, vegan equilibrium? Because you are going to start, the vegan movement is going to start.
I was going to start talking about this with you because you didn't want to, but then you actually started mocking me and was like, and we're like,
oh, you're the one to start. No. You're the one to start on the cat business.
Look, he kills mice, so I let him kill animals. You
started on the whole nonsense with cats. It never even occurred to me. As far as I'm concerned, a cat is a carnivore. It never entered my head.
That's why vegan equilibrium, I let him out to kill mice. He tortures them, he rips them apart, and I let it happen because I'm unethical.
No, I did not. I said he
that's
killed
basically
mice.
What you're saying. You don't have to say so many words, but that's what you're saying.
Little shit. You really are. Because you also said it's all right to buy fur when it's second hand. I denied it. Right, as I was saying, it's all right for my arguments for purely human eating stuff. What animals eat is none of my bloody business.
It is.
That's not. Hello, Jay.
Pastor, have you seen anything interesting in the news today?
Pastor.
If anybody is complaining in the comments, maybe they could come on and join the conversation, change the topic of conversation. If you feel that,
there was something that happened recently. I guess a Hindu person was set on fire in Bangladesh by a group of Muslims.
Are you serious? That's terrible.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem like the world is covering it at all or cares about it.
That's really sad, really terrible.
Yeah, he was talking shit about.
Have you got a link to the news article? Maybe share it on screen and tell us about this.
On my phone, but you could Google it.
I'll wait for you to. When are you going to be in a position to get to your desktop?
Oh, not till much later. I'm heading to the gym.
Joy to.
I've been reading what's his name's book. I've only got to page 200. It's very good. Although very, very, he's a lawyer, isn't he?
Well, I think he worked in.
Yes.
Something like that. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so. Either a paralegal or something. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see it. No, he's a lawyer. You could see it in his writing. He's definitely a lawyer. A very clever guy. I was quite, really. He's a very clever guy actually, and it's a good book. Very heavy. It's quite heavy reading.
Are you talking about like that abolitionist book?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got a copy. Have you read it? Have you started reading it yet?
No.
What about?
But I do follow his channel, so I know a lot of what he's going to say.
Yeah, very clever. Well, I think he is.
I totally agree. I mean, no, I totally agree.
Yeah, he's a very clever guy. Very clever indeed. It's like, he's a lawyer. You can see it when he writes.
Oh, yeah. No, he was a lawyer.
Yeah,
and his dad died and left him nothing. And he's pissed about that.
Yes, I know, yes. Well, I do know something about that, yeah. Have you read Danny's book yet?
Yes.
Oh,
I gave it as a wedding. I bought it. I gave it as a wedding present.
Oh, wow, well done.
And I was told.
Wedding present.
I was told to fuck off about 35 times.
Yes, I can well believe it. Yes, people don't like it, do they?
Well, it's the truth. And we just willy-nilly make life and we don't think about the repercussions.
Yes. I agree with you 1,000,000%. Yes. Yes. I think this planet would be better off without us humans. I've always thought it.
I tend to agree with you.
Yes. It's I don't think we're meant to be here, which is probably why we're so destructive.
Well, I mean, as a whole, we do pretty well as a species. When you consider there's 8.3 billion of us,
yes.
We do a pretty good job getting along. There's always something bad every day, but as far as what we do to the planet and other animals and what we need to survive, we're not like the hunters and gatherers that you see in Africa, if they still exist. We don't live in harmony with the planet, that's for sure.
No.
And you're talking about this Euphrates River, or what was the? Yeah, it's drying up. Oh my God! Do you know how many people live and depend on the water from that thing?
A lot of people, isn't it?
Oh my God! It's gonna be a disaster.
Yes, it's going to be a disaster. Absolute disaster. And the reason why it is drying up is because Syria and Turkey are damming all the water off.
Yes, and global warming. Yeah.
Warming, of course. And when when the water does run out, Iraq will attack Syria and Turkey. That's inevitable. So that will bring America into it.
Yep.
And NATO. Yes, it's going to happen. It's weird how a little old man saw that 2,000 years ago, though, isn't it? Isn't it strange?
Yeah.
Weird, isn't it? I think it's so strange.
Well, you compare it to how other world wars started, which were relatively mild things, but you can see how all these things were aligning, and it just took one domino to tip it over, and they all went. Yeah. And you're seeing Russia, Ukraine, you're seeing the Middle East, you're seeing the water wars.
Water wars is going to be. Same with Pakistan and India. There's problems starting there because of the water. And another thing is the land sinks are starting as well, because we've been draining that water from under the ground, and now sinkholes are beginning to start up everywhere.
Oh God!
Yes. Yeah, the water.
And in the next 50 years, we're projected to have between 9 and 10 billion people.
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
Yes, I'm hoping not.
Let's just make everybody suffer.
Yes, it's going to be it's going to be bad, very bad, horrible. And
people in America
are going extinct because of it, and all sorts of horrible things are happening.
And people in America are fed up. I mean, a lot of people are screaming they can't afford rent, they can't, let alone start a family. Ha ha, what a joke. So the Western world is not breeding enough.
So,
which is fine with me. It's going to be interesting. Yeah, it is. I'm glad I'm on the back nine. You know what I mean?
Yes. But what's always amazed me, that it was all written about 2,000 years ago. I think that's so strange. The way the old man saw it.
You talk about the Patmos, John, the Revelation?
Yeah. How he
Patmos
saw
guy.
it 2,000 years ago. I think it was
Yeah?
weird. Because when I was a teenager, I was a Bible freak.
Oh, I can tell. I can tell. But you know it better than I do, and I'm a pastor. I'm
a Bible freak.
a pastor.
On the one hand, I was sort of hiding everywhere.
J.E., will you tell Cougar to come here? Cougar Doomer, tell him to come here, J.E., if you can. And you, J.E., should join us as well. Everybody in the live chat, do come on. Get the conversation flowing.
Yeah. Yes. And you know what else scares me? Oh God, I can't see what doomsday thingy is. The whole thing with this, all our stuff going onto our phones. That scares me too.
Could you repeat that? I didn't quite understand what you said.
They're planning here in the UK. It's happening. They're going to put all our details onto our smartphones, bank accounts.
Oh yeah.
I'm not happy.
No, that's already happening.
Yeah, I'm very, very unhappy.
No, I do my banking on the phone. I do my stock market trades on the phone. I do everything on the phone.
Wow. Yeah, I don't. I do my banking on my laptop, but I don't. My phone, I don't take it out with me. I'm too scared.
Wow.
Well, here, I live in the East End, and if they catch you with a phone, they'll just take it off you, literally.
It's that bad?
London's getting to be a bit like that now. It's definitely breaking down. It's not so bad with D&W Liz, because he lives in a better part of town than me. But where I live in the East End, it's very it's that sort of thing will start to happen now. Not so much in the area I live in, but once I sort of a mile out, it's getting it's you hear about it all the time. People having their phones snatched by pavement cyclists.
There was a dude.
What?
People. The phone.
I can't hear you.
Who is taking the phone?
Who's taking them? Well, I don't know. It's mostly guys covered in balaclavas. Guys in balaclavas.
It's teenagers and young people, yeah.
And they're on the pavement cycling like maniacs. It's terrifying.
There's a guy who lived in London. He looks Middle Eastern. He got stabbed. He was going to the.
Yeah. Yes, it's a lot of it, and none of it gets reported.
Yeah, I mean, he got stabbed in the arm.
Yeah, I can well believe it. The other day, a guy got stabbed. A husband, some woman's, he was a husband, and he died in his wife's arms, and his killer got 3 years.
Oh, that's disgusting.
3 years. It's like that now in London. It's terrifying. They're allowing it to happen because I think it's going to get so bad. They're going to have to bring in some kind of martial law to control it all.
What do you think is causing it there, Miss Chickpea?
I don't know. I think the whole society is going down the pot.
I mean, I've heard some people say because of all the Middle Easterners that are going to.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying a word. No.
Okay, I don't want to make any generalizations, and I'm not there.
Yeah, but I'll tell you something. Back in the 70s and 80s, London was such a lovely, safe place, and it was.
I was there in the late 70s. I loved it.
Guys, where'd you go?
We were on a tour. We did all the landmark things, Buckingham Palace.
Oh, yeah.
But I rented a motorcycle and went from London to, it was either Cambridge or Oxford. I can't remember. It's about an hour and a half ride.
You told me,
yeah. And then we took the ferry and went, did the European thing. It was kind of like a tour.
Yes. Yeah.
It was called Kontiki Tours.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember them. They were big in Europe.
Yeah.
Kontiki, like a little boat in the story. Did you ever read that?
Is it me that's the maniac on a thing? Probably.
I like English people.
Yeah. Yeah, I prefer, yes, that's why I stay here. I like Londoners, should I say more.
Yeah, yeah. Now the French, all they could talk about is how much they hated Germany.
I
Oh my
know.
God.
Well, you would do that's the same when I go to Holland. The Dutch still, after all these years,
Yes. Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
so they still talk about it to this day. I know because I come from there, so I used to. Yeah, they still
I
talk
don't
about
blame them, but I
it.
mean, that was nobody's alive anymore that went through that, probably.
No, some still are. Some still are. I've got an aunt and uncle who were in their very late 90s, and they're still alive as far as I know. Yeah, and they lived in Rotterdam during the Second World War. Blah blah blah, and they saw what's going on. Yeah.
DNW. DNW.
All right, I'll come back in.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye bye.
I saw a story, a headline the other day about a new species of a mouse opossum that was found, I think, in the Amazon somewhere or somewhere in
I think
South
I saw that as
America.
well. It could have been there, or it could have been in Papua New Guinea or something. I remember.
Oh, maybe it was that. Yeah, maybe it was there.
Better
yeah,
tell American
so,
Zombie.
What?
We better tell American Zombie.
Oh yeah, God put created a new creature, right? Just popped up out of nowhere. Clearly creation.
Yeah, there's lots of as yet undiscovered species out there.
Yeah, and it's a cute. They're cute. The animal it's a very cute animal.
Cool.
Would you like? Oopsie day. Would you like to see Primrose? Whoops! It can be you. I'm going to show you Prim, DW. You wait till you see this little doll.
All right.
Oh, I've gone. Oh, no, there I am. Whee! Look, there's Primrose. Did you
Nice.
Grumpy? You get a grumpy face, Prim. Off you go then. She's such a grumpy little girl. I look like shit.
Chickpea, would you like to read us a chapter or something from either Live Abolitionist book or David Icke?
Happy day. Let's find. I got my David Icke book here. Ooh, let's see. Spellbound.
The Sabbatean Franks is behind all of the world's atrocities.
Hold on. Right, is that okay? Well, let's see what can get.
Tell us about the Sabbatean Franks Jews and how they're behind all the world atrocities.
Yeah, no, I've got it. Hold on. He writes about it. Sabbatean origins. Sorry, this book is. I'm not the brightest. Right. Oh, worldwide out of Israel. Do you mind me talking about Israel?
Uh-huh. Anyway, I'm gonna hop off right now. It
looks like
one second, Chippy. One second. Vegan Equilibrium is saying something. He said he's going. What's up, Noodles?
Yeah, I'm gonna leave now. But this is like kind of just like bullshit. Like David Icke is I don't know.
He's bullshit.
It's more of that anti-Semitic propaganda crap.
It isn't. I'm just.
Well, maybe it'd be good to stick around and point her to the erroneous ways of his thinking.
She's all in on him. It's just like everyone, there's not convincing these people. But anyway,
I don't know about that. She's already admitted she doesn't find him that intelligent.
Well, anyway, I'm gonna go. I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay, buddy. Thank you for joining us.
Right, DW, he said Sabbateans, and I just happen to be on the page. And the key element of the global cult is a cult within a cult that operates worldwide out of Israel. Now, I didn't print this, he did, okay? So I'm just saying, do you mind me saying that? There's a hissy fit.
This is David Icke. This isn't my view.
Yes, exactly. But I'm just saying that's why I said, can I talk about it? Because you said Sabbateans. I don't even know what Sabbateans are. It's a new one. I've got the book here, but I haven't got that.
What book is this?
This is the roadmap.
Oh.
This is chapter 11. And he writes
This is
about
the latest book, right? This is the latest book?
Yes, he writes about the Sabbateans.
Go on then.
Right. Well, a key element of the global cult is a cult. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, the key element of the global cult is a cult within a cult that operates worldwide out of Israel. These are the Sabbateans, or Sabbatean Frankists. They control the United States, Canada, Europe, and countries all over the world, despite their tiny numbers. Sabbateans are fake Jews who use the Jewish population as a shield to hide behind and within by branding people like me, David Icke, exposing the Sabbatean cult as an anti-Semite who's blaming everyone Jewish for manipulating the world. It's not true, but since when did the truth play any part in the Sabbatean strategy? Sabbateans have contempt for Jewish people while posing as them. They have long taken over the reins of power while plotting the establishment of Israel, which they have ruled from the start. They have sold generations of Jewish children and young people a false history and the belief that the world hates them for being Jewish. They must now look at their Sabbatean leaders, this is the Jewish, I suppose, to protect them from their hostile enemies and protect them from harm. Yeah? D&W.
I'm listening. Keep going.
This is one of the oldest mass perceptual tricks. Frighten the population to compliance by seeing you as their protectors. Meanwhile, it is the atrocities and manipulation of the leaders that have Jews in general cast in a negative light. No one needs to know this more than Jewish people who are being shafted by fake or crypto Jews and have been for centuries. Jewish people fall into three basic perceptual categories. There are the crypto-based Sabbateans, those that buy their lies downloaded from birth, and those who see through various levels of the bullshit and at very least don't support the psychopathy of the Israeli government. I don't know what the truth is, which is why I'm so confused. The foundation of the deceit is that the modern Jews originated biblical Israel and that the Bible tells a true story about Jewish history, including the myth that they are God's chosen people. Research is now advanced by Jewish scholars and others that link modern Jews to a people called the Khazars in the region of the Caucasus Mountains in what is now Georgia and southern Russia, and not to ancient Israel. Oh God, it gets more confusing. I don't know. It's all, like I said, I don't give a hoot, I like Jewish people. I've got no problems with them. Why would I have any problems? And if he's thinking that about me, he's wrong. And he is. Even Muslims, because I've lived in Muslim countries and I've talked to Muslim people when I lived in those Muslim countries. But anyway, it's a very good book. I've said to you, I'll buy it for you if you want, but you don't want me to buy it for you. So it's a good book. You should get it. It's quite complex. David, D&W?
Want to read some more of the book?
Not particularly. I don't like reading in public.
Like
what?
Read a different chapter, different subject.
Dividing the world. There was something I wanted to tell you about this book, actually. What was it? I did mark it out somewhere. It's a good book, but it's quite heavy duty. Oh, no, I've told you that one. Plasma Universe. The Plan. World domination. The cult, whoopsie day. The cult. The origin of human control is in the astral dimension, but there is an essential network in the human realm to impose and play out the astral archonic agenda. That network is the global cult. The opening quote of the chapter asks, no, it's not so good. Hang on, let's see what it is. Oh, the plan. There's a world government, unelected, run by technocrats. Beneath them, there's the world army, the central bank, currency, humans connected to AI, super states like the EU, and centrally traded trading blocks. And then at the bottom of it all, there's the masses living in poverty. Whoops. It's a very good book, this, actually, but I don't think he's written it himself because it seems a bit too clever. You know, it's good. It's certainly, I've got a cough. Certainly worth the £20. I've said, if you want, I'll send it to a locker for you as a Christmas present. Because after all, you spend money doing this, dividing the world. The Old Testament tyrant Yahweh must be seen in the context of each subordinate god in the Anunnaki Elohim hierarchy, designated a region or state city, and the Lush generating battles between them, dividing the world. In every country, in every age, the priest has been hostile to liberty. He's always in alliance with the despot, abetting his abuses in return for protection of his own. Huh. So have you started reading what's his name's book yet? W.
Keep going, Chickpea. I'm listening. I'm wanting more David Icke. I want to know what he's about.
Are you sure? Dave, what's he about? Ugh. Ew. The roadmap presents a massive extension and expansion with the benefit of a further 3 decades of full-time research. The depth and breadth of this book is astonishing, as it reveals both the interdimensional panorama of the conspiracy for human control and how we can break those chains to walk the road to freedom. Yeah, I wish. Even more people are looking at the maze of madness called human life and asking the big question, what is it all about? Who are we? Where are we? And why is the world as it is? It's also it's not a book that you can sort of just dip in and out of. I think I'm going to have to buy myself a little notebook and start writing things down like you do when you're at school. You know, but it's very good. It talks about Elon Musk a lot and Donald Trump and stuff like that. It's very good. Would you like to send it to a locker for you?
No, it's okay, darling. Don't worry about that.
So now I offered to do nice things.
I can get it.
I've offered.
Read us another chapter. Does he say anything about the archons or the astral plane?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Loads. Hold on. Archons. You just want me to read to you, don't you? Why anyone want me to read to is a mystery to me because Archon 29, definition 29. As I was saying, it's about 5. It's a good book for the money. It's how many pages long? 550 pages long. For 20 quid. Archon.
J.E. likes hearing you read as well, so there you go.
Oh, God, no. You know what, when I was at school, you know you have to do reading at school. And I used to hate it, reading out in front of everybody. Archons. So I'm just looking through the whole thing. Body program 101 to 2. Oh. 101. Lush Farm. Why would this Yaldabaoth consciousness go to all the trouble to create a simulation to enslave humans in perpetual servitude? I mean, what's the point? But there is a point. Yaldabaoth consciousness and subordinate archons serving its interests, must be the Lush Farm's interests, are sealed off from the Gnostic upper eons and are not able to access the life force energy emanating from the infinite. You got that? Yeah, complicated. All is still one and can never not be so, but it is a matter of degree. How connected are we all to the source of all? In the case of Yaldabaoth and its minions, the answer is not very. Emanations from the source give us imagination. It's also, he doesn't, what's the next bit he talks about? Human batteries. I like this bit. Many humans have within them the divine spark that was originally trapped when the simulation door was closed. We may not often see its influence, but it's there, maintaining, however tenuously, a connection to the source. This is where human creativity comes from, and Yaldabaoth has set up a simulated system in which it trolls and vampires that energy for sustenance and imagination. Except that it is not its imagination, it's the source imagination via human imagination. Put it another way, it manipulates humans to create their own prison. And this will become obvious when we observe human society and interaction. I've used the Yaldabaoth global cult banking system as an example. Banks lend fake money that does not exist, called it credit, and charge interest to those who seek a loan to finance an expansion of their creativity. Banks are vampires feeding off the creativity of the population. I've thought that for a long time. While lending fake money at interest. Should the creative not be able to repay, brackets, often because of financial downturns initiated by the banks, brackets, then the product of the creativity, business, homes, land, possessions, resources, all go to the banks. Yeah. Tell me about it. This is called the boom and bust cycle, when it's pure manipulation to vampire the creativity of the people. The hijacking of this way of divine spark creativity has long been allowed the demonic banking and other connected networks to seize control of human society and exploit the creativity of the population. That is very true, isn't it?
Yep.
About banks. Do you know that the banks create money out of nothing?
The fiat economy. Yes, darling, don't be looking for constant validation and feedback. You're doing a fine job.
I can't help it. This is the way I am. Yeah, I'm not a public speaker. Human batteries. Our thoughts and emotional reactions generate energy vibrations that match the frequency of that thought or emotion. This has been long established by mainstream science. Fear, anxiety, hatred, resentment, regret, depression, ignorance produce low, slow frequencies, while love, wisdom, joy, and expanded awareness are fast, high frequencies. The more you expand your awareness, the higher and greater and quicker your frequency becomes. Keeping people in ignorance is vital for the archonic control on many levels, and among them is the effect on frequency. Who was talking about his friend of his, spoken word. The written word and its intent generates the same frequency as the spoken word. Yeah. Apparently words and everything. There's all stuff here about the water crystals, the way that nice words cause the water to crystal in a nice way. Hate causes the water to all do horrible things and form horrible little shapes. Did you know that?
Yeah, I've heard something said like that. I don't know if it's true.
The Apocryphon of John describes how archons induce humanity into loose production through perpetuation of ignorance. Yaldabaoth and his entities generate and absorb these frequencies by manipulating humanity into low vibrational mental and emotional states. This is hardly difficult when you control the very reality that humans experience while believing they are living in a natural world created by either God or the Big Bang fantasy. You manipulate via your entities and the global cult of secret societies within human reality to ensure a constant flow of war, conflict, deprivation, suffering, despair, and challenge, which generate a constant and enormous flow of collective low vibrational energy, or loosh. I've been saying that for a while now. You know what I reckon? They're going to whoosh up a big world war and they're going to feast on our loosh. And I've said that to you before, yes?
Yes, you have. We've got Conquer, a.k.a. Gary here. Gary, feel free to interject. If you don't hear me talking, Gary, please take my place.
Hello.
Hello, Gary.
Hello. That naughty DW.
Hello, Gary.
Reading.
Okay. Gary, Chickpea is reading, so feel free to interject as and when she asks for validation.
Just keep reading because I'm like trying to tidy my bedroom at the minute. So yeah.
Oh right, so you tidy while I have to read.
Yeah.
Oh right. Oh lovely. Lovely. I've lost the page now. Oh right, fake heaven. Fake heaven. You are out of the body, greeted by the projections, up the tunnel to the false light, into the fake heaven. Judging by NDE accounts, you may find yourself in a garden, meadow, or looking across the river to the departed on the other side. This is what's my worry, because I'm scared in case Chickpea's there. This will be designed for you too as somewhere you associate with heaven or feel comfortable with. Remember I was telling you about this, DW? I'm scared in case I see Chickpea and Fifi and all the others. People say they felt liberated when they leave the body. But why wouldn't that be when they had been released from the dense physical body with all its encoded limitation? Sorry. People say they felt liberated when they leave the body, but why wouldn't that be when they have been released from the dense physical body with all its encoded limitations and entered a far more etheric realm with an entirely different physics? NDE accounts describe the astral heaven as more real than the human world. And again, this can be understood. The astral is part of the simulation, but far less dense and unreal. Sometimes you will see only one guide, other times great hordes of people in a stadium-like setting, cheering your return after doing a good job in the human shit show. One near-death recalled seeing dancing souls, children playing, dogs jumping, merriment and joy. Oblique, just a wonderful festival. In the sky were pure spiritual beings of pure gold light, emanating beautiful music. They tell of seeing beings of light with no features. But I knew who they were, which was very impressive intuition. Why would children be playing when children are feature only of the material world in a dense physical body? Why would a discarnate soul be a child or a jumping dog? These are designer scenes and projections which you then recall when you return to the material to further program people to go into, oh goodness, what's its life, their body, it's called the NDEs. Weird. Sorry, it's gone a bit caca. That's all about those things. You know, I was telling you about they have people who you knew in your real life who you would have loved, and they have little holograms of them to catch you. It's all love.
So then, Chickpea.
What?
I'm just going to. I'm just spitballing. What do they call it?
I don't know.
Can we keep it on the topic of what she's reading?
I'm just kind of thinking on the spot things to talk about.
Well, we're talking about what she's reading, Gary. If you'd listen, that would be good.
No,
She is reading.
I don't really give a stuff about that, to be honest.
I'm a bit weird like that. I'm one of those weirdos that believes that when we die, we get caught up by the archons in a little corridor of light.
Oh no, like
and then we get recycled back for next.
So you're reading David Icke's book, yeah?
No, I'm reading. Yes, sorry. Yes, David Icke's book.
Oh no, yeah. Sorry, the Sabatine Frankist thing, yeah.
Yes.
That's all very true. That is.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. It's something I've only just learned.
Yeah, but no, I mean, you see, my leeway into esoteric, the esoteric facts, I guess you'd say. David Icke was a leeway for me, a good 10 years or so.
What do you mean by leeway? What do you mean by leeway?
Well, he was like a gateway. He was my entry into learning more deeper about things.
Right. Yeah, I'm still there.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I'd certainly say, go into whatever, even if it's David Icke, and then just try and use your own discernment to think, hey, what's true and what's not, and what's he leaving out,
Yeah, I've got all his books, but unfortunately, I find all this stuff quite heavy duty. Plus, like most people, I read stuff, forget about it. The way you do.
Yeah.
I mean, that's that's what happens to us.
Yeah, no, it is rather deep.
Oh, don't forget the stuff about the archons and the corridor. That sticks in my little head. It's always been there. Because what I'm scared of? This sounds mad. I'm scared when I die that I see the corridor because I love cats. And I'm terrified of seeing Chickpea, that little cat sitting there, and all my other cats. Terrified, because if I see them, I will go to them. And I will.
Oh, my.
Yeah, of course I will. I love them. I know I have to really, concentrate on it because I believe it. I don't know why, but I do. I don't believe in this nice thing we go to heaven, because in my mind, heaven, if we all go to heaven because our sins are forgiven.
You know what I find about a lot of Christians? They're obsessed with heaven.
The what?
They're obsessed with going to heaven.
Yes.
And it's like you're looking at things the wrong way.
Yes.
If you help a stranger, you shouldn't be looking to God for, for him to reward you.
No.
You should just help a stranger just because it's the good thing to do.
It's what you do, yes.
And it's like, I don't really care about heaven myself. I just want to leave this place, and then when my soul and consciousness, maybe consciousness lasts forever, but once I'm out of this place, that's it then. I don't want to come back in any form.
But you might. It's the trouble. That's what I'm scared of. Because I've been I've got a horrible feeling I've been there before. Because I had pre-life experience under hypnosis. I was in another dimension, watching my own fetus forming, blah, blah, blah. And then I went into it and, hey, presto, I'm now here. And I don't want to go, I don't want to come here again. I don't like it. And I'm terrified. But the thing is that makes me die about Christians. I've heard so many Christians saying to me, like, I talk about the mark of the beast a lot, like it or not is what I talk about. And then I have Christians saying to me, oh, yeah, I will be getting done because God will take care of it. But God says quite clearly, if you get yourself chipped, I won't be there for you. So I don't know how they contradict themselves like this. You hear that?
It's very difficult to know what. I just go by discernment, really. I think God gave us a discernment, and He gave us a brain, and we must use it.
Asshole. I wonder what for, though. I wonder what it's all for. Don't you wonder?
Yeah.
And after all, if I didn't exist, it wouldn't make the blindest bit of difference anyway. None of us would. It wouldn't make any difference. Well, it wouldn't. If we weren't here, it wouldn't make any difference. Or I'm talking about all of us, not just me and a few other people. I'm talking about, say, the humorous didn't exist. In fact, At least the planet wouldn't be getting trashed.
Well, they say God made us in his image, don't they?
Yeah, lovely. He's a right sod. I know, I hate him. I hate him. I do.
Oh, no, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, I do.
I mean, that's where I would differ. I mean, it is very, very easy to say, oh, I hate God, you know. Oh, and I tell you one thing, people say about the terrible things that happen in the world, why doesn't God intervene?
Yes.
And they're kind of missing the point. So if God intervened every time someone was about to do something terrible, then everyone would just go around like just being absolute douchebags because they'd know that God would intervene.
Because you know what I think? God says we're his children. Well, then, if I had children and I saw them doing bad things, I would punish them. Well, I would certainly stop them. But he seems to be quite happy to let his children do whatever the hell they please. So I wonder about that one. You know what else cracks me up about Christians is they all believe that if they just say, sorry, Jesus, I sinned, they will be forgiven and go to heaven. In other words, so heaven's going to be as bad as this place is, just as bad.
It's like, I mean, it's very binary, isn't it? Heaven or hell.
Yeah.
Most of us haven't been saintly, and most of us haven't been completely terrible.
Of us. I think none of us have.
You know,
we all have our little sins.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sad
But the Mormons believe, what is it, in the terrestrial, the telestial, and the celestial.
Yeah.
The three realms. And I think it's the celestial, which is the highest realm. And then below that is the telestial, and then we're in the terrestrial here on Earth.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. But the whole, and the whole health thing, even though I think murderers are wrong, I think sending them to a hellhole for eternity is a bit OTT. Why don't you just? Yeah, it's a bit much, isn't it, for anyone?
It is a bit.
It's also, insane. It's mad.
Yeah. I mean, this place, this Earth is hell enough, really.
Yes. Yeah, you don't like it neither.
Oh no, no.
I don't fit in. I must admit. There's something about it I just don't like. I never have liked it. Because no matter where you go in the world, and I've worked in several different countries, no matter where you go, after a few months, you're back to where you started. It's the same wherever you go. It's the same wherever you go. There's no difference. And I think this world's got a horrible atmosphere to it.
Certainly within the last 5 or 10
horrible,
years.
Isn't it? Horrible vibe.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I go walking around my area, and sometimes I'll say hi to people, and most people just don't want to know.
Don't want to know, do they? No, I know.
Especially young people.
Yeah, I've given up talking, literally.
Yeah.
I've given up. Yeah. People are becoming so rude.
Yeah. It's like it's an alien concept for people. If you'd say hi and just have a quick conversation,
Yeah. Yeah, I've noticed that.
But what can you do, huh?
Yeah. I don't know. I just stayed home with a load of cats. Have you got any cats?
I used to have a cat called Panda.
Ah.
Yeah, long-haired black and white. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I've got black and white cat, yeah.
Yeah. But this is why we have these panels, to actually connect with like-minded people.
Yeah, I come here all the time. It's I've learnt a lot here, actually. I wish this existed when I was young, when I was in my 20s and 30s. I'll tell you something, I wouldn't have made all the mistakes I made. Because I've learnt a lot hearing these guys talk, listen to guys talking, because people don't talk like this in the pub or.
No, they don't. They don't. No.
Yeah, it's rubbish.
Do
you want to see my black and white girl? I've got a little. I must show you her. Look. This is a little black and white girl. Whoopsie day! Look, there she is.
Aww.
Yes, Lala.
Lovely.
So, Who's this with us? J.E.
Hey, Gary. Yeah, so I came on because I wanted to ask you. Okay, so you said that God doesn't intervene, because then he'd have to, like, I guess, intervene with everyone, and then the world wouldn't be able to function because he's always intervening every second. But
Yeah.
why is it then that there have been cases where people prayed for God to intervene in certain situations and he did intervene? Wouldn't that be contradicting what you just said?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that I believe God intervenes, because you see, I believe in God, but I've never ever prayed in my life.
Really? Never?
No, it just
You know
doesn't.
what? I
Wow.
pray.
It doesn't come natural to me. I think it would be very performative,
Wait,
It's like,
so, sorry, okay, go ahead.
I'm just thinking, like, God knows everything, okay? He's an all knowing being. So what would be the point for you praying in him when he...
Oh,
Hello.
hello? Oh, I thought it was just me. Gary, you cut out, man. Gary?
Actually, Jay, stop talking stuff and praying. I should tell you something. Every now and again, I get down on my hands and knees by my bed, like a little girl, praying for Chickpea to be resurrected. And I actually do this. Yeah.
Do
she's
you
buried
pray
just
to...
outside my bed. Huh?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
She's buried just outside my bedroom window. She was the love of my life. I adored her.
Aww.
Yeah, I know. Miss her.
And do you pray to Jesus?
No, I pray to God, saying, God, please resurrect Chickpea. And he just ignores me, needless to say.
Oh, so it's just like a generic God that you pray to, not anyone in particular?
Yeah, just God, like you taught to at school, primary school, they teach you to pray to God. And every now and again, I find myself doing this like a little 6-year-old. So I miss her. So.
Hello.
Oh, hi, Gary. Yeah, you cut out for a few minutes. Yeah.
My laptop battery went there. No, I was just saying, like, what would be the point in praying when he already knows what's going through your mind?
Anyway.
And I just think if you're going to ask God, for more, I think if you don't ask, God or whatever he is, I think he'd help you out even if you aren't praying to him, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Wait, so and again, I'm really surprised by you saying that you've never prayed before. So, did he grow up Christian?
No. No, I don't really call myself anything. I don't like putting myself into brackets or whatever.
Okay.
I just believe in God. I don't like following anyone just because they say something is true. I like to go what my own discernment tells me. And yeah.
Okay. And you've always been a believer in God, right?
I wouldn't say always. I think years ago I was more of the mindset of well, I don't know for sure God exists, which is still the case, but my gut feeling says yes, God does exist. So I mean, it would make logical sense. Also, if I listen to...
Oh, you're kind of cutting out, Gary. Is he cutting out for anyone else too, or is it just me? Chickpea, DNW. Anybody?
Yeah. He has cut out.
Okay.
We'll just wait for him to come back. But Jay, keep the show going. Chickpea, are you there?
Yeah, Chickpea. Yeah, there's actually something I wanted to talk to you about, actually, if you're there. I guess maybe she maybe went to the bathroom or something.
Does anybody else want to come on? Link is in the live chat. Please do come on if you want to speak or help the conversation flow. That would be wonderful. The more minds, the better.
Conversation flow, please.
So yeah, Gary. Yeah, you were saying. I think I asked you if you've always been a believer.
Yeah, I mean, not. I suppose Yeah, I mean, I've never had parents tell me, "Oh, you should believe this or that." They've just left me to my own devices and just make my own mind up about things. But I just love learning, and I try and learn whatever I can. Try and be an autodidact, because when we reach adulthood, most adults give up learning. Then I think, oh, learning's just for children in school, but
Yeah.
the best learning you can do is when you're an adult.
Yep. Yeah.
Don't tell me about it. I'm just starting.
Yeah.
71.
Wait, so Gary, have you? So you said he's never prayed. So he's never. Do you talk to God in any way? If you don't pray?
I'll tell you. So I like walking. So what I will do if I'm out in a walk, especially in the countryside, I'll feel very spiritual, and I will think probably about God's existence, and that is probably my way of communicating with God. Like, I don't vocally pray, I don't get down on my knees or put my hands together. I just let my conscience connect with God, and then hopefully he's looking down and helping me and others a bit.
Where do you live?
Yeah.
Me.
He's in Oxfordshire, right? Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
Gary.
Yeah.
Where are you?
Yeah.
Gary is talking.
Yeah. Where are you?
He said Oxfordshire.
Oh, right. Lucky
Oxfordshire.
Lucky you.
Is Oxfordshire like a really nice area in England?
Yes, it's very nice indeed. Very nice. Very old.
Well, maybe that's a place you can move to, Chickpea.
Well, I'm toying the idea of moving to the south coast to be near the sea.
Oh yeah, I remember you said that. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's very, very hard to find a property where I can have 7 cats, even though mine. Yeah, they're almost impossible.
Damn.
So as soon as I see a place where it's cat friendly, we're off. Me and the cats. So I'm not leaving my cats.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
My
Speaking of the cats, yeah, I was saying yesterday that I don't know if you saw the comment into the stream yesterday, but I was saying that I think that since you love animals so much, maybe your purpose is to maybe be some sort of animal caretaker or vet or something, or like work in a zoo. No, not a zoo, but
yes. You're very, very right.
Yeah, maybe that's something you can look into doing in your spare time.
Yeah, that's very, very right. I used to be an animal rights activist when I was young. I used to go demonstrating and stuff. And I would have liked to have worked with animals. And when I was very, very young, I did try.
Sorry, guys. My signal is terrible.
Oh.
I don't know what's going on. So I'm just going to shut up now and let you guys speak.
Have you not got Wi-Fi in your home?
Yeah, but it keeps cutting.
Oh, it's your Wi-Fi signal that's bad. Okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I was saying, Jay, I did want to, but when I left school very young because my stepfather wanted me out of the house, and I couldn't take my O-level biology because I couldn't cut up a cow's eye because we had to cut up. That's how O-level biology was in those days.
Yikes.
So yeah, I couldn't do it, and so I tried to get work with animals, but because I'd never had pets, because I was brought up in an army camp, I couldn't get in. You can't. Nobody will take you if you've got no experience of animals because there's so many young people who want to work with animals. So life became a sort of, I joined the Navy, left the Navy, went to the city, blah, blah, blah. And my life was one of sort of survival mode. You know the way survival mode, you haven't got that stability behind it to hold on to. But I've always had lots of cats, and I belong to the animal rights movement, used to get demonstrating and stuff. And I would have loved to work with animals. Would have loved it. But unfortunately, I never had. Work with animals isn't very well paid. I've got rent to pay, mortgage to pay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to, yes. I've always
Sorry.
had lots of pets. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate.
No, yeah, I was just excuse me. I was just saying that I guess in your spare time now, because I think you're on welfare, right?
Yes, I'm rheumatoid arthritis. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. I forgot about that. My mistake.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess you're not gonna be able to be as mobile to take care of
No,
animals.
that's all gone in me. Yeah, because you need a lot of money to be an animal, a lot of oof to be an animal rights activist. It can get quite heavy duty, and yeah, I stopped it about 15 years ago, I suppose. Yeah, I still get money and stuff, but now I just look after my 7 cats, and I look after a flock of pigeons, and look after a couple of foxes and stuff. So it's still there. I'm still at it.
Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate, because I really do think that you could have been a really good vet or something, you know,
Yes,
a veterinarian.
yes. You're one.
No, I'm not one, but I think you would have made a good one.
Yes, I would have done, but unfortunately, yeah, I couldn't cut the eye up in my O level. I just couldn't do it, so I failed.
No, but I think you would have been able to get a. Wait a sec. I just wanted to say, but I think you would have been able to get into being a veterinarian without that, right? I don't think you need to necessarily.
Not in those days. In those days,
okay.
you get to be a vet. It's very, very competitive. Very competitive. Without O level, A level biology, you're not going to get in.
Oh, okay. All right, go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, because Chickpea, what was you saying? You had some health condition.
Yeah, I've got RA and secondary Sjogren's syndrome. I'm not arthritic. My immune system throws hissy fits.
Oh, okay.
Horrible. Yeah, it's horrible.
I'll tell you something about me. So, I've got Marfan syndrome.
Oh, what's that?
It's a growth condition.
Oh no!
So, at the age of 12, I was already 6'2".
Oh no! Yeah.
And so I had an operation on my knees at age 12. So they fused like the bones together, so I wouldn't grow over 7 foot.
Oh my goodness!
My projected height was 7'6".
Oh my God!
So I certainly didn't want to be that tall. So
no, I bet you didn't.
I'm only 6'7" now.
Only 6'7".
It's tall enough, you know.
Yes, it's tall enough.
So,
yeah, very tall. Yeah.
It must be quite challenging.
Oh, it's a pain in the ass.
Yes, I bet it is actually. I can well believe it. Because when I was young, I was 5'7", 5'8" as a girl.
Wow, that's pretty tall for a girl. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was bullied at school because of it.
Wow, you're bullied because of your height?
Yeah. Girls at school when you're at pool could be really bullyish. As we know, when Princess Diana became famous, all of a sudden height became a beautiful thing to have. So, you know, I was very 5'8". Yeah. But truth, that must have been really hard to deal with.
Oh yeah, I mean, obviously, I was called BFG and everything. You know, it's But I mean, I've had 2 heart surgeries. You see, for my condition. So I've got a mechanical valve in there now.
Oh my goodness!
So yeah, that's helping the blood flow around my body. But yeah, you know, at least I can walk and talk. You know.
So your benefits.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I'm not quite well enough to.
No, I bet you're not.
No, it does take its toll on my heart.
Yes.
I'm sorry to hear about Gary.
No, that's all right, mate. That's all right. At least I can, you know, have to be grateful for the things we do have, you know.
Yeah.
But Gary, should I tell you something really terrible? In a way, my RA has been a blessing in disguise because it threw me off the treadmill.
Oh, you fell off a treadmill?
No, it threw me off the treadmill. Treadmill. It sort of threw me off because you know what? If I had carried on working, I would have carried on smoking, drinking, all the rest of my nonsense. Because I was thrown off the treadmill, I couldn't afford to drink and smoke anymore and all the other nonsense. So I stopped doing it all. So I'm probably it's probably been a blessing in disguise, if truth be known. And I'm not that much worse off than the single women that I used to know when I worked. I'm not that much worse off, actually, because I spend less. I can't go on holiday, obviously, I can't afford it, but I've got 7 cats anyway, so holiday, right.
But you can always leave them for a cat sitter, right?
Exactly. Don't know if it could, don't know if cost. Oof. Especially when you've got 7 of them. So, anyway, I had it all when I was young.
Chickpea, didn't you say you were born in Holland?
Yes. Yeah, I come from Vliesinge. Why do you know Holland?
Do I know? I mean, obviously I know, the country Holland or Netherlands. Yeah. That's supposed to be, like, on average, the tallest nation.
Yeah. Yes, when I was young, I was the tallest female I knew.
Oh.
I'm not, when I go to Holland, I'm not old enough. Or when I used to go to Holland, I haven't been back for quite a while, but I didn't used to. When I was in Holland, I wasn't the tallest, but when I was in the UK, I was the tallest person within my class, within my group, everything. Yeah.
Apparently before what, the 60s or 50s, something like that, Holland was a very straight-laced kind of place.
Yes.
And then they adopted the colour orange to make it more colourful.
Yes.
And then they just became a very, very liberal country.
Yes, very liberal, yes.
Yeah.
Very liberal. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't like the Dutch language, so I've stayed. I came over here when I was 6, 7 years old. My mother married an English bloke who's in the army.
It's very bizarre. That's why we say the phrase double Dutch. Because it's a very bizarre language.
It's horrible. I hate it. I actually don't like my own language. And I did go back for a while with the thought of staying. But I thought, I just can't bear the language. The music, I don't like the music, and I didn't like the TV, and I just came back to London, basically, because I like English music, English grammar, English this, English that.
But you say that the Dutch speak English better than we do.
Yeah, that's very true, but not in those days so much. Plus, if you're in the workplace, that's only when there's tourists around, I would add, not in their own private world. And I just, I'm very Londonized.
Yeah. Because what age did you come over here then?
Well, come over to England. I came over to England to live back in 1979. It would have been prior to that. I was all over the place. My father was in the armed forces, and we moved here.
You don't sound Dutch at all.
No, my accent's gone. No, because I've been living amongst the British since I was 7.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I stopped speaking Dutch when I was 6, 7 years old. But my mother, I still knew a bit of Dutch. Plus, I did get a book on colloquial Dutch and taught myself a little bit of Dutch so I could speak my own language, just to do, because I am Dutch after all. But I find maybe I made a mistake. I don't know. God only knows. Maybe I did make a mistake. I don't even know. You never know what you do if you're doing the right thing. But so, sorry.
What about you, Jay? What's interesting about you, mate?
Me, nothing much, to be honest. I'm just your irregular average Gnostic seeker, I guess.
So didn't you say you're from California?
No, I'm not. I'm from the Caribbean.
Oh,
West Indies.
Oh, okay, lovely.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Lucky you.
But you live in America now?
No. I don't live in America.
Oh, so you live in the Caribbean. Nice.
Wow.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's very nice.
So what island or what nation?
I've said it before on here, but I don't really like bringing it up too much. But
okay.
But
I mean, I'm sure no one's gonna like search you up and hey, where's this guy?
I mean, you just never know, So
okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
It's
But yeah, I'm
a big fan of geography or
Mhm.
like learning where places are, you know.
All right.
So,
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
You never guess where else I've lived, truth or conquer. I've
Right.
lived in the Middle East, in Aden,
okay.
in Bahrain, and Germany, and we're out Holland, of course. Yeah. Yes, I lived in Yemen.
So in the Middle East, where was in the Middle East did you live?
Yemen, Aden.
Oh, Yemen.
At the bottom of the Red Sea. Yeah. And the Red Sea, when the sun shines on the Red Sea, at certain times of the day, whenever, it does have a red thing on it, a red glow to it. It's really weird, beautiful. In those days, I mean, this was back in the 60s. So things wouldn't have been so polluted. But
Yemen and Oman, oh my God, they look beautiful places.
Bahrain I've been to. I live in Bahrain.
Yeah.
And I've been to Kenya. And I've been to Somalia, because Somalia is just a stone's throw from Aden. Where else have I been? All over Germany, because we lived in Germany for a while. And I was dragged up in the army, so we travelled a lot. And I don't know what sort of job my dad was doing, but we moved a lot more than most army folk did. So I don't know what he was up to exactly, but I've moved a lot. Yeah, I went to about 12 different schools in something like 5 different countries. Absolutely insane. But yeah, so it was. But Bahrain was fabulous. I loved Bahrain. I did love it.
Bahrain.
Bahrain. Yeah, that's where the oil is.
Yeah.
Hey, Divine. I love who said, "Don't say it. You never know when DNW might come on a nightly visit."
Hello, Jay.
I love who said, "Don't say it. You never know when DNW might come on a nightly visit." Wait, it's fair. I'm hearing a bit of an echo.
Yeah,
darling.
Hello? 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 I'm hearing a bit of an echo. Hello? Hello?
Oh, dear.
I can hear you, Jay, but something's gone wrong.
Yeah. Okay, I'll leave and come back.
No, I think it's Divine. Divine, you've got to close the YouTube tab because we can hear an echo. Just keep the StreamYard open.
You know what? I use a cheap little Chromebook, and it never plays up, ever. It is. Oh, well. Me and my Chromebook.
Is Divine still with us?
Hello? Is it better now?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I think Divine had 2 windows open.
Oh, okay.
I've hit the button, I think.
Wow, so yeah, Chippy, you're a well-traveled person.
Yeah, I've travelled a lot when I was young. That's why I don't bother about not going out anymore, because I did it all when I was young.
Nice.
All when I was young, yeah. Yes, I did love it. I did certainly love it.
Chippy, were you ever married?
Yeah, for 2 years.
Oh, okay.
It lasted for 2 years. Yeah, 2 years. I did love him, but we had a difference on opinion about something. It broke us apart. Yeah.
Oh.
I'm not cut out to be married. I'm very
independent.
I never wanted children, and most men want children. Plus, I'm not one of these cooking people. I like to graze all day long, and I need a lot of space. You know, I like to sleep 12 hours a day if I can. So I'm not really cut. I'm more the mistress type, sadly. But I wish I'd known. I wish I'd known that about myself when I was young, because I could have worked on that as opposed to trying to find a man I could marry. And I feel very sad about it. But it's only since coming here and talking about it that I realise I'm not cut out to be a wife.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but I didn't know at the time, if you get what I mean.
Yeah.
If I'd known at the time I was better off just as a mistress, I would have probably had a much happier love life. Because I do regret it. And I do regret it. You know, that I couldn't. Because I'm not anti a man having 5 wives or anti a man having a couple of mistresses. I'm fine with that.
Oh, really?
Huh?
That's very interesting.
It doesn't bother me. I'm quite open like that. It doesn't bother me. It's the way I am. It's the way I was. Don't say anything wrong if a man wants to have 10 wives. Fine, if you can afford it. I don't mind. Does it bother you, Divine?
If I'm intimate with them, I want it to be just him and I.
All right. Yeah.
But if I'm not being intimate with him, then he can have as many as he wants.
All right. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't worry me. Yeah.
Interesting.
Bit of a top, maybe. But I don't do it, Divine. I only want one man, but I don't care if the man does every class. Yeah, I'm a bit weird like that.
Well, my partner's been gone for 14 years, and I have not engaged in any dates or anything since then. So
I've been celibate for 30 years, Divine. There.
Can I just say, first of all, hello, Divine.
hello.
And it was a pleasure listening to you last week, I think it was, because you were saying, oh, everything, don't you get it in this world? Everything is just so much of a lie, and people need to understand that.
Yeah, it's a constant thing we're being lied to on a consistent
it's constant,
basis.
isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, and I was just glad that you realised, you know, how deep the lies go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's sad because I dream about the day when my life and all the people that I know can be the life that they wanted here and not what they got here. Because I don't think any one of us thought for a moment that we would be consistently lied to since we were children.
Oh, yeah.
That includes history, any number of, details, even the conduct of our, elected officials. And it just, it kind of sets you up for not being able to trust anyone saying anything because, you've never been told the truth from day one. So what makes you think that's going to happen now,
You'd like Thingy's book, Divine, Danny's book. And you would. And also the other guy, I've got his book on, it's on YouTube thing. You'd like it. It talks all about the lies of society.
Yeah, life abolition, yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, see, I've got his book. I've been reading it. It's quite heavy going though. It's like reading legal script.
I look forward to reading it at some point.
Yeah,
but in the winter, I choose not to read because otherwise now I'll get mired down and not be doing things. And I want to be able to make sure I'm still moving.
Yeah, it's quite heavy duty. But Danny's book's very easy. Just a whiz through.
I've been cooking a lot.
Have you? What have you been cooking?
Nice.
Yeah, I just made lasagna, shepherd's pie, turkey pie, and quiche.
Oh, good job. What's name is you, isn't it?
Oh.
I'm not a Cinderella. I only cook when I'm in the mood. So
today I cooked a sesame seed bagel and I put some peanut butter on it and I cut up an apple and I put the
toaster did that. You didn't cook it.
I cooked today.
It's like someone said, "Oh, I did my laundry today." No, you didn't. The wash machine did your laundry.
Because I don't have a cooker, guys.
I don't see you at the washboards, or in the local
river. I
won't
see you there either, no. But guys, I must tell you, I do not own a cooker. And when anyone comes to my flat, workmen and things, the first thing they notice about me is, "Oi, mate, have you seen this? She hasn't got a cooker." Never mind the bloody flat's fallen to bits or whatever. It's true, because I don't cook at all. Another reason.
I cook when I desire to and no other time. If I desire to cook, it gets done. Otherwise not, it doesn't.
So, do you order takeout, Divine, or do you just fast?
I'm an intermittent faster. Every day I only have one meal a day. I've been doing that for like 6 or 8 years now.
Nice. Yeah, I've been doing a bit of intermittent fasting as well, so I usually just skip lunch or even breakfast and lunch sometimes.
Yeah, my major meal is in the evening.
Yeah.
Because I'm up all night, because there's no point. I mean, I don't know. I have a really interesting life. I sleep when I'm supposed to, and I don't sleep when I'm not supposed to. And sometimes that gets jumbled up because I have chronic insomnia. So I
Yeah,
eat
me too.
anywhere
Oh,
between 5 and 7 in the evening. And so I've even been accused of eating ice cream for dinner.
Divine.
well,
Can I just tell Divine something? Do you mind, guys? Divine, have you ever tried lion's mane?
No, but I'm going to. I'm going to the health food store tomorrow.
Yeah, you get yourself some, because I was in about 14-hour coma because I sleep a lot anyway, but I can never sleep enough. It's very, very good. It's made from mushrooms.
Yeah, I don't know about that part.
Yeah,
I'll have to read the label a little bit more.
But well, I'm fine on it. I took 2 last night, absolutely fine on it, and I take serotonin tablets, so it's absolutely fine, because I was worried in case I have a negative reaction, but I didn't, and I had a really nice coma, a long coma, because I like to sleep, because if I'm sleeping I can't be spending money on Amazon.
I gotta go get an ice pack. My phone's up to it again.
oh,
Dang.
Yeah, guys, if you can't sleep, this thing called, it's made from mushrooms, horse mane, it's called lion's mane. Really works. Lion's mane.
Okay, I'll have a look for that, definitely.
Yeah, do you guys interest in herbs? Do you get sore joints and aches and pains?
Yeah, I do.
Well, I tell you what's another good one is comfrey cream. You rub it on your sore joints, and also stinging nettle tincture. But you need to find out if your thing is caused by inflammation. Stinging nettle tincture is a strong anti-inflammatory. I tell you something. Up until 5 years ago, I'd be so ill with my RA that if it was active in my feet and my hands, I couldn't write my name or couldn't step out my front door. That's how bad I could be.
damn.
After taking the tincture, 6 weeks later, that stopped. And I'll tell you something else about stinging nettle. If I'm sore in my hands, you get that redness. If I rub that redness with the stinging nettle leaf, the two cancel each other out, and it doesn't sting. There's something weird about stinging nettle. I tell you.
Yeah, it stings.
Yeah, not if I'm active. If my RA is very active, it doesn't sting me, and I can actually walk inside the. I can actually walk near the leaf and start pulling at the plant. It doesn't sting. It's really weird. And I rub it on my sore hands; they get all red from the RA, and it just gets rid of it. I know it's hard to believe, and I'll tell you something, Divine. I've told the doctors this, and the doctors have seen how much I've improved in the past 5 years. They know I've improved immensely, because I no longer have to see rheumatologists. Don't need to anymore. But they don't take it on board. Same with the comfrey. I bought some comfrey when I broke my arm this summer, and I put it on the thing on the break, my elbow. And I'll tell you something. The doctor could not believe how quickly I was healing up at the hospital. And they just trash it all. Because I tell you, there's a lot to be said for herbalism, Divine. There's so much truth in it. And there is. And it's all being withheld from us. But I tell you, the stinging nettle tincture, if you've got inflammation, really helps. It takes about 6 weeks. And I'll tell you something else, Divine. I've never told anybody this before, ever. For the first 6 weeks, I used to have the most terrible, smelly night sweats, really horrible. And then they stopped, and it was as if toxins had been sweated out of my body almost. Yeah?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, as if the toxins were leaving my body, the toxins from inside me somehow. Now, I tell you, Divine, that stinging nettle tincture, I used to be in so much pain, and it literally has wiped it out. It's unbelievable, and it just gets trashed by the whole system. RA is very painful.
Well, maybe it can cure your entire arthritis.
Yeah, yes. I still got a bit, but I think most of it now, what I have now is leftover damage, from the damage that it caused over those 25 years when I had it. Yeah, but I'm becoming very into herbs. becoming very herby. Lavender oil is good for sleeping, and so is geranium oil. Yeah.
Nice.
Yes.
So you're a herbivore?
Sorry?
I said you're a herbivore.
Well, I wish I'd known all this when I was young. I tell you, I wish I'd known when I was young all this. But it's all kept away from us. We never learned it at school. Never learned a thing about herbs. Nothing. All shit.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, everything is just take a pill or take a painkiller or whatever.
Trust
Yeah.
Big Pharma. Trust the doctor. Trust the NHS, and they aren't half pushing some really, really very horrible stuff nowadays. I've noticed, especially the painkillers. They nearly rip your insides out. They do.
Yeah.
Oh, my doctor loves it when I visit.
Does he?
Oh, she loves it. She goes, I love it when you come in. She says, I know I'm not going to have to do anything except do your blood pressure or do your, your vitals. She says, then I get to listen to you talk about all the fun things you talk about.
Oh,
like,
wow.
Okay. She goes, I look forward to it. I know it's only once a year, but I look forward to it.
Yeah.
So I thought that was nice of her to say that.
I hardly see mine anymore since the stinging nettle. Since I started to take stinging nettle, hardly see them anymore. And I was always running to and from.
It's a mandatory thing that we go in once a year. So I humor her and I go in once a year. So
yeah, I get that. Once a year I go now. I'm seeing mine on the 9th of January.
I hadn't seen anyone my whole life except the last 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah, I can well believe it. Yeah.
Well, because, all of a sudden all the rules changed and insurance has changed and whatever. Everybody thinks that you need to be doing what they want you to do. And I keep saying no. And
careful. People know what life's like nowadays. It's
going to get excuse me, this is my life. And if I want to be at the doctor's office, I'll be there. If I don't want to be there, I'm not. So you can't make me do anything I don't want to do because last I knew, this is my life.
Yes.
She gets a big kick out of my attitude.
Yeah. Yeah, lucky you. Fortunately, I'm caught up in the city. Well and truly. But yes, like I said, I'm thinking about moving to the coast. But until I find a place so I can have my cats, even if I buy, you can't get a place. Even if you buy a property, you can't necessarily have a cat. I mean, it's just absolutely insane. It's real fascism.
Well, I hope that changes eventually because I can't believe that you would make that effort to move the cats and all that, only to find out that you don't actually own the place.
Well, you don't in England anyway. In England, most properties leasehold, so you don't actually own anything. You own nothing.
That blows my brain right
I
out.
know, it's crazy. Isn't it insane? Isn't it completely mental? But
it's hard to believe that just only a little less than 100 years ago, women got rights to vote and rights to own property.
Yes.
And actually,
when the world's gone downhill ever since.
When my sweetheart's parents purchased this house, the woman was the one who had the most money.
Yeah, well, lucky her.
And he had money too, but not enough to pay cash for the house.
Yes.
So she had to give him the money and put it in his account, so it made it look like he was purchasing it.
Yes.
Because they wanted to pay the house off in total. Yeah. And I don't even think the house was $5,000. And that's including, that's 14 rooms. 4 of them are attics.
You've been very lucky, Divine. Very, very lucky.
And the other
indeed.
one was, that's 110 acres. So it's 10 rooms, 4 attics, 110 acres for less than $5,000.
Yeah, you've been very, very, very lucky to have
But $5,000 back then was a lot of money.
Yes, but still, to have
what
that.
I gather.
To have all that.
Well, I'm going to go off for a nap. I'm going off for a nap, guys. So, yeah.
Oh, I didn't even have a chance to talk to you much.
Yeah, I'd love to talk to you another time. I'm just so tired at the minute.
Oh, God.
All right. Well, have a good rest.
Nice talking happy to you. Dreams.
Cheers,
good
guys.
Night.
Have happy dreams, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah.
Bye.
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 See you.
Yes, Divine, I was saying about the flats. Yeah, I've been sort of looking for flats on the south coast. And even sometimes if you buy a freehold where you own the little scrap of land that your property actually stands on, and there's not many freehold properties in this country, even then sometimes you're not allowed pets because there's some deal that the blah de blah has made with blah de blah. I tell you, you wouldn't believe it. It's unbelievable. I didn't realize things have got this bad in this country.
I can't believe they're anti-animals there.
It's terrible, dreadful, horrible. You know what? Like, I live in this flat I live in now, my central London flat, and it's such a unique position I'm in because I don't own this flat. It actually belongs to the council. I can have 7 cats. I can do this whatever I like. I think I'll probably end up just staying here and dying here because it's the only place I can find where I can have all my cats. Because I'm not going to live without cats. That's not going to happen. So, yeah. What would I do without cats? Nothing. There'd be nothing to do. Nothing to live for.
You wouldn't be as happy.
There'd be nothing, Jay. There'd be nothing to live for. I'd be completely alone.
That would be boring.
Yes, it would be. I wouldn't be very happy. No. No, cats are my life. I love them. My babies. They're all here. We're all in bed together. You see the state of my bed. You should, Divine, you should see the state my bed gets into. And I haven't done any housework for a few days. And it's an absolute mess. It's a good job. I've got a very, very strong immune system. That's all I can say. Because they've been running around outside, then they jump onto my bed with their dirty little feet. Just roll around. Dirty little feet. Yes.
Well, I used to have a cat, and I had her for almost 20 years. She was not allowed to sleep in my room. It's the only room she couldn't sleep in. The reason why is because I'm severely allergic to cats.
Oh yeah,
but
well,
I had to have one.
Yeah. If you're allergic, it's a different story. I'm not.
And so this last one I got one about 3 years ago. I got a replacement cat, and she was just all over the place. She was full of piss and vinegar, and I was dying and didn't know it.
Yes.
And I go to the doctors, and they said, "So what are you doing?" And I'm like, "Nothing." "Well, you can barely breathe. You must be doing something."
Yeah.
And I says, "I'm not doing anything. I'm living my life just the way I always have."
Yeah.
Nothing's changed. No, nothing's changed. Then I sat there for a minute and I went, well, I got a new kitten. Oh my goodness, she's killing you. And I went, well, what do you want me to do about it? Well, you have to give some thought to maybe re-owning her or having someone else own her because you can't. He says, you can't even breathe.
Yeah. Yeah, I get
so
that.
I found these 2 kids on a farm out in Freedom, Maine, and they have him now and they love it.
Yes, good.
So she's not, she's not being tortured or anything like that. She's being treated with respect and honor. Spoiled because I gave them everything that I had here for her. Yeah. The automatic feeder, the automatic litter, the automatic water. I mean, she was wicked spoiled. So
the cat should be spoiled. Mine are spoiled.
Yeah, and even gave them the cat food, obviously, and
everything
that they needed.
Good to you, isn't it?
All the toys. Oh my goodness, she had I can't even tell. My cats are always spoiled when I get them.
Yeah, mine are. But blood to death.
But I guess I'm severely more allergic as the years have gone on than I realized.
I
would never. Worse. I would never have gotten one if I would have known I was allergic that bad.
Yeah. It gets worse. It gets because I've got a nickel allergy, and it's that green technology releases nickel. This is all been denied by this. Oh, you know about that? Yeah, it's all been denied by the system, and it's got so bad I have to take nickel sprays when I go outside. And it's all being denied by Big Pharma, by everyone.
Yeah, same with the frequencies that they set off. The extra towers are not for us to be able to have better reception. The extra towers are there to interrupt our frequency in our brains so that we're more controlled.
Yes. People don't want to be the lies. Government and Big Pharma and everyone else tell them. the older I get, the more horrified I become by it all. It's unbelievable. But this whole thing with the nickel, that's all been kept covered up because it's green technology. Well, what about those who are allergic to it? It was so bad I was collapsing on the streets outside. I had to be carried home by men about 4 times. Yes, I was collapsing on Homerton High Street and had to be picked up, carried all the way back to my flat. This happened about 4 times, and then I thought, did a bit of Googling, it's nickel.
Mm.
I had to diagnose myself.
Yeah. Wait, and I remember, Divine, you also said the other day, right, that you said something about how they take our blood or something, and they
take our urine. Yes.
Urine. Sorry, right.
Yep, and they put them in cosmetics and some medicines that they create.
Wow.
And they take them from the public built parts, like the public urinals and so forth.
You're kidding.
Wow.
Not kidding. Yeah. You can Google that. It's not based on anything that I'm creating out of my brain because I have nothing else to think about.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I was looking into, we were talking, a friend of mine and her and I were talking on the internet to an AI, and that's when it was brought up, and I went, I'm going to have to research that on my own. I'm not going to believe that robot thing. So I researched it, and that's true. That's what they've been doing.
Wow. So all the makeup and stuff that women use, they might even be in that too?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
And it's not all of it. It's just some batches of it have that in it. And actually, if you smelt it, you could tell. If they're not perfumed, especially. If they're for sensitive skin, most of the things aren't perfumed. And when they're not perfumed, it has this off-putting smell. That's it. Because I'm not even sure. I think that's what ages the urine or ages the cosmetic is when they put the urine in. It's sterile. Okay? You can drink urine. It's sterile. But when they put it in a cosmetic and as it gets old, it's called aged. And when your urine starts aging, it gets better for you, but it smells worse in a cosmetic.
Wow.
I tell you, this planet, every day I learn a bit more, and I tell you something, it's a real horror show, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is, and I'm disappointed. I'm very disappointed because...
You're disappointed, right? No, I'm not disappointed. I've always known it was a shit show.
This is not the life that I thought that I was coming down here for. I mean, I realize that I have my own, my own mission and the things that I need to do here in order to feel fulfilled. But I don't know. There's been so many things. This 2025, I guess, has been one of the worst years of my life.
Tell me, Divine, in America, right, you own that land you own.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have to pay tax on it?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, wow. They've got you then.
I think everything is taxed in the US.
I've got some very, very bad news, actually, Divine. You're not going to like this very much. With it, hopefully, I don't know what. But this whole AI thing, I was watching a documentary on it. UK is ahead of America with it all. But a time will come, you will have to go on the AI thing, the whole thing, the whole crap thing, in order to pay your taxes. And if you won't pay your taxes, you'll have to do it in order to pay your taxes. You have to get your phone on the AI identity on your phone to pay your taxes. It's that bad.
Yeah,
that's how bad it is.
Until a lot of things can change. And what a lot of people don't understand is that we're a lot more powerful than we have been claimed to be up to this point.
I'm afraid,
and if we all got together, stuck together, and decided to be on the same wavelength, which is the love vibration, there is no other thing that's better than that, then we can create what we want here rather than what we have here. But you're not going to be able to get everyone on board if they don't feel that they could pull that off. Divine. Well, I know you can pull that off because that's what we're supposed to do.
We could, But it never happened, Divine. It will never happen. A single virtue of the fact they're doing it in stages.
Well, you're a little negative pill anyways, dear one, so that's probably why.
Yes, that's very true. But I'm just saying what I saw in the documentary. I'm just saying what I saw in the documentary, okay? Yes, I'm on the negative pill, but I'm just saying what I saw in the documentary. That's all.
Which documentary?
It was a documentary on YouTube. Do you want me to find it for you?
Sure, but what is it about exactly?
It's about AI and what's coming with this new. They want us all to have 5G phones. It's already started here in the UK. And you're going to have your bank balance, your entire banking thing on a phone, would you believe? So, lovely idea. Tax, you won't be able to get a job unless you apply via your stupid little phone, and as also pay taxes, pay this, pay that, fly on a plane, or whatever it is you want to do. It will all be done on your phone, including paying your taxes. And that's what's coming to us. And I suspect that is just the beginning. God only knows. I'm terrified because when that starts, I'm not going out anymore because I'm not going outside carrying a phone with my bank details on it. That's out of the question, But yeah, and there was a thing about paying taxes, and I thought to myself, right, you can't even pay your taxes. So what happens if you don't pay your taxes? I don't know what happens if you don't pay your taxes. I was talking to somebody else on here, and they said to me, well, if you don't pay your taxes, they can throw you into prison. Cooey.
No, they don't. They fine you. They fine you, and then they take your property. That's all they do here.
But I was just saying, what you say is very true about if we all got together. But the human race is horribly, horribly divided. I live in a block of flats of 20 people. There was a time we were all quite friendly here. Now it's 20 separate people. We don't talk anymore. Don't interact anymore. All community is gone. The situation is actually
which is a form of protection for you, Chickpea, if you think about it. Okay, in your circumstances, in this moment, in your particular circumstances, you have to have that in order for you to grow past where you need to be. In order for you to be able to create what you need to do eventually when that time comes. You couldn't have been able to do that if you weren't by yourself doing the things you are.
Oh yeah,
the independence is a blessing. It's not a curse.
Yeah, I suppose so, but it's
and you don't want to unevenly yoke with the wrong people. You don't want to be around the wrong people because then they'll take you off whatever goals that you have for yourself and what you're trying to create for your fur baby family. So you've got to be really mindful of that. I mean,
yes, I know. Don't worry. Me and my baby, me and the cats are stuck together like poop to a blanket, and we are.
What?
And I will look after them until they don't need me anymore. And then I'm off to Switzerland, hopefully. But that's hopefully quite a few years in the future yet. Actually, I was reading what's his name's book. He talks about all this, going to places to call it a day, how it's illegal. Isn't it lovely? What a lovely world we live in.
When I was in high school, the Ravelli International School of Music in Switzerland wanted me to go there, tuition free.
To what?
The Ravelli International School of Music in Switzerland wanted me to go there free.
Lucky you! You should have gone.
Yeah, I know. My mother did not want me to. She was trying to hold me back, and she did a good job too.
Oh yes, she did. Yes.
So I lost out on that beautiful gift.
Yes, because Switzerland is something else. You should see the nuclear.
Oh, I would have been such a more accomplished singer too by now, and I probably would have taken up either the harp or
lucky you,
piano or violin or something.
Lucky you. Because I wanted to, when I was young, yes. Well, I wanted to work with animals when I was young, but because of situations, blah, 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 ended up joining the Navy. So, it's happened to me as well. I'm not the type to be in the armed forces, but I had nowhere else to go. Out you go. And you know what? This bloody parents of mine, my stepbrother, didn't leave home till he was nearly 30. And to add to injury, they bought him a flat to move in because life's so hard for a man. Not hard for a girl, of course. I had to find my own way in the world. And then he got the flat on the seafront in Clacton as well. He got 2 flats.
Oh.
To add insult to injury, my father had been paying my parents, blah, 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 money as well. That's all gone too. It's a horror story. Yeah, Raymond got a. Yeah, well, it was so hard for a man to find his way in the world. So, right for a girl, just shove into the Navy.
Oh, careful not to say his name.
Huh?
I said careful not to say his name. On the live stream.
Yeah, don't worry. I won't say. But all my hair fell out after 3 years in the Navy. I had to leave because I had no hair left.
It was so stressful.
Well, I found it. Yeah, I'm not the type to be in the armed forces. I'm very, very
You're not allowed to have cats.
No cats allowed. I'm very, very unauthoritarian. You know, I don't like.
Yeah, I hate being told what to do.
I don't like telling people what to do because I was reaching that point where
I don't seem to have an issue with telling them what to do, but no, I do it in a way that I would prefer it happen to me, which is very respectful, very honoring. Unless they have a specific reason why they can't fulfill what I'm asking them to do, then don't bother me with the details.
I just don't like it. I'm very, very. I don't like all that sort of thing, and all my hair began to fall out because that started creeping into my life, and I knew I just walked out. I knew I couldn't do it, and one day my hair was coming out, and I thought it's time to go. So I walked out the Navy, and got myself a job in a hotel as a chambermaid, and spent the next year cleaning toilets for a living. Till my hair came back. Oh, it came back. Don't worry. I spent a year as a chambermaid, just cleaning toilets and making beds for a year. But my hair.
There's nothing wrong with that. It's good. No. Good, clean job. You got a chance to have your independence and get your hair back. So that was a good thing.
I wanted my hair back, and I knew I was doing the right thing, and I knew because alopecia can last if you let it get a hold. It can.
Oh yeah, it can be a lifelong thing if you're not careful.
Yeah, if you're not careful, it all came back. Yeah. Yeah, I was 21 years old and I lost nearly all my hair. It was horrible. And you know what? You wouldn't believe how nasty people were, even my own parents. Nasty. When something so horrible has happened to me, because it's a horrible thing to happen to a young person, isn't it? I mean, if I
I had too much antimony and too much manganese in my water, and I lost all of my hair.
Oh my God!
The thickness of it, when it came back, it's okay, but it needs to be thicker.
Yeah.
And so what I'm doing now is I made my own concoction, and that seems to be getting it to come back thicker.
You put rosemary in it? Rosemary?
Oh, yes.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I've got baby fine blonde hair. It's baby fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I've had that happen with me too. Yeah, I've had that happen with me too, with my hair getting a bit thin, and I just didn't understand why it happened.
It's horrible, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a combination of rosemary, peppermint, rosehip oil, and 2 forms of castor oil.
Yeah.
And I put it in a roller bottle, and I just roll it on my hair.
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean, yes. I must start doing that with my hair, actually get some rosemary onto it. I mean, it's still not bad for an old dear. People will tell me, still got good head of hair for an old dear. But at least I still got hair, and I'm grateful for that.
Yeah.
I tell you, Divine, when that happened to me, my whole world fell apart, and it completely fell apart.
It's devastating.
Horrible.
It's absolutely devastating, because that's our crown.
Yeah, especially
that's our crown of glory.
Now, I'd probably think, oh, well, I'll just buy myself a wig. And I was in the Navy when this happened, so you know the armed forces like this bullying and everything. And I just walked out.
Oh, sorry to hear that, Chickpea.
That's all right. It was 50 years ago. It was 50 years ago in a couple of weeks' time. January.
Wow.
Yeah, it happened January 1976. It happened.
Wow, that's
holiday in Germany, and I had I kept a coloured headscarf on for the duration of that time. And
76. I was still in high school.
Yes, I was a little sailor girl, and I just thought I'm going to have to leave all this, and I just went clean some toilets for a living. But yeah, such is life. Yeah.
Divine, do you use shampoo, or do you?
I use my own organic shampoo that I make.
Oh, wow.
Oh, nice. Yeah, because the ones that I use, I don't really feel like they help me a lot.
Yeah, I'm an herbologist and aromatherapist. So yeah, that's just half of what I do. Not even half, a fraction.
Wow, you can start selling your own shampoo and stuff. And
no, I'll never do that. And the reason why is because if you make a product and someone purchases it from you, they can do whatever they want to on their end, and they can taint it and make it look like that's what you've put out for a product, and they can sue you. So I don't put out my products for people.
Isn't it? What a
damn, that's
world.
really fucked up. That's really fucked up.
So no, I will not share my recipes with anybody. I don't give my recipes to anybody. I don't share any of my recipes with anybody because I don't want to be sued.
Wow, it's bad. It's bad cat and dog in the U.S., huh?
Well, I think if you give people the opportunity, once they see where you live.
Are people vile, Divine? I've noticed that about people. Give them an inch and they'll take a entire bloody mile off you.
Exactly.
I've really noticed it, especially if
I don't give anybody the opportunity. No one's allowed to be here on my property. It's all posted. I pay extra money for insurance to make sure that nothing happens here, because automatically when they see a house of like this, they want to possess it, but they don't want to possess it in a normal way. They want to possess it by stealing it from you.
I really wish I was in your shoes, because I'd have the place full of cats. I'd have cats and baby ponies and baby donkeys everywhere. I love donkeys. I love donkeys. But Divine, I've noticed that people, especially getting older, people, they take, but they never get, because I'm quite one of these neighbourly people. I believe you should always help your neighbour and you should love your neighbour, because that's what I believe. But here they wouldn't piddle on me if I was on fire, and they wouldn't, and I know it. Yeah, even though I've helped them in the past with different things.
The world is not a fun place anymore.
No, it's not.
I'll say that again. But never mind, I've got my 7 fur babies, and I've got enough money to take care of them, so I will be happy little thing. Yeah. Hey, babies. They're all asleep. Yeah. Yeah, if I didn't have them, I don't know what I would do, actually. Because they are lovely. I love cats. But I would, if I had Divine's land, I would have loads of little tiny little donkeys and geese and all sorts of things. I'd have an animal sanctuary. Mind you, I don't know how to feed them all, of course.
Yeah, when I'm no longer here, the property ends up being an animal and bird sanctuary, not to be developed, not to be built on, and to stay originally in its original form, called Forever Wild.
Yes.
And that's a term here in Maine, created by my uncle, who gave Baxter State Park to the state of Maine.
Yeah. Yeah. I would have loved to have had, an animal, the chance to work with animals, but because I was born into a world where there were no pets, no animals, I couldn't even get into that little world because it's so competitive. Blah, blah, blah. Never mind. Never mind. I've got them now. And I lead. You know what, Jay? I haven't worked for 30 years. For the past 30 years, I've just been lounging around my flat, doing nothing, and just playing with cats and plants. So it's not all bad.
Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, the RA. Yeah. I can't help it. Got RA, Divine. It's not my fault.
Yeah. No one is judging you, Divine.
I mean, sorry. I know you're not. But I'm saying it's not my fault. I got RA. But it's like, it was meant to be almost, because if I hadn't got the RA, I would have spent the next 25 years of that time working in the city, slogging my guts out, some rich solicitor somewhere. And I would have been. That's what I used to do. Yeah, slogging my guts out, because I did work hard, I can tell you. City of London's a real suck your blood out place. It's known for it. Yeah.
So I ordered my oil yesterday. I asked him for a fill. Yeah. And I didn't realize that I have 2 tanks down there. So they listen for the first whistle and they stop pumping. I go down and it's only half full. So I have to call him back this morning. And I says, my tank is only half filled. I asked for a fill. She goes, well, if you have a different location, then you have to put it in separate. I says, no, it's the same location. I have 2 tanks down there. And she said, oh, so they're coming back later today and bring me the rest of my oil.
All right.
It's like, that would be nice. I like to know that I've got it and I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of that goes on nowadays, doesn't it? Because I order some stuff from Amazon, some one of these, protein packs, blah, 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 with all rubbish in. Never got it, never received it. Oh, it's been delivered. It wasn't delivered at all. It seems to be happening a lot now, I've noticed. It's
they're called porch pirates.
What?
Porch pirates, where they'll take your packages right off your porch.
Yeah, it's happening a lot now. Because I think from now on, I'm going to stop using Amazon because I'm tired of stuff. Because Tesco, I shop from Tesco, the big supermarket, you can monitor right to your doorstep, so you can stand on your doorstep and just take everything off them, blah, blah, blah. But with Amazon, and they use DPD as well, and I hate DPD, and I've been getting stuff stolen. And then, of course, if you report it as a customer, you're always in the wrong, I can guarantee it. And I'm out. Well, I'm not out. I'm the one that's out.
Well, you can have your packages signed for, so that they won't give them to anyone else but you, and you have to prove it's who you are.
Or take a photograph. No, so you can't prove anything. But it's happening a lot lately. I'm getting a bit fed up with it. I think it's because you've got so many foreigners working in London now, and they're all a load of con men anyway. You have to be silly. So I think I'll just shop from Tesco. Everything from Tesco. I like Tesco, you may have guessed. No, I do. There's they have this thing, and you can monitor that little man right to your front door. So,
It's a tracking thing?
Yeah, you can track him right outside my door. It's really good, So, exactly, blah, blah, everything. And they're really good. Never had, in all the years I've used them, I've had a problem with them. Nothing. Everything's just as it should be. Yeah. They bring all the cat litter. I get through tons of cat litter and tons of cat food. They bring it all to the door for me. Yeah.
I think that's the only time I miss a male person, is because of their strength.
Yes, don't tell me about it.
Yeah. I've hurt myself so many times lifting things I shouldn't be. But I mean, if you don't know anyone, you can't just, you can't stand at the side of the road with your pant leg up or something like that. I don't know. I don't know how you conjure up a guy to get over here to do something, but.
Yes, don't tell me about it. I tell you, Divine, I've had that problem now.
A lot of wear and tear on the physical body unnecessarily.
Yeah, I used to know 3 lovely guys in this block, 3 of them. They're all in their 40s. They're all 2 died and 1 cleared off back to Brighton. So there's nobody left now. And I really miss the 3 of them, because if I needed any help, they were there. If I needed a cuddle, they were there. And all they asked for in exchange was a cup of coffee for all they did for me. And I really miss them, these young guys. Yeah, one died of kidney cancer.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, and the other one died from some sort of gastric vomiting, pooping thing, and the whole lot just goes woof, and you choke on it. It's quite nasty.
Oh, my.
Yeah, and I miss them terribly, both of them. Yeah. They were lovely guys. They were nice. And every time I needed a grave digging for a cat or anything, they were just there for me.
Oh no, I like to dig my own graves for my cats.
Oh, Ryan, I haven't got the strength.
I actually dug my mother's grave.
Jesus, well, no, I need help digging the grave.
I have a private cemetery here.
What?
I have a private cemetery on the property.
Oh, right. Yeah, I have one outside my window. It's called.
No, this was legit. This is legit. There's actually tombstones there, and
right. No, I'm not allowed to have tombstones, but I'm allowed to bury
people that are buried there, and yeah.
Yeah, I've got a little grave right outside my bedroom window. There's 6 of them buried there.
Clinty's buried there, and I'll be buried right beside him, so nothing major.
Yeah. I want to be fed.
We only can do cremations, though. We don't have room for bodies.
Oh, right. Okay.
Because that was back in the early 15th, 16th century. Right. There's bodies then, but when we became owners, no more bodies. It's only just cremations.
You know what? I'll tell you something, Divine. I buried one of my cats, a cat called Fifi. I was growing a tree in a pot, a big, great, huge tree. I can't. It's called. I can't. Doesn't matter what it's called. But I buried a cat called Fifi in that pot with a load of soil because I didn't have the strength to bury the ground. But you won't believe the way the tree has shot up into the air. Because I've got two of them, one on each side of my living room window. And the one with the Fifi in, where I buried Fifi the cat, is about a foot taller than the other one. So obviously we are supposed to return to the ground to feed the trees and to feed everything else. And it's right outside my living room window. Really noticeable.
I'm a tree hugger. I love my trees.
Yes, I love trees too. I'm growing two of them. I've got two Leylandis growing. I've got one each side of my living room windows. And one, I buried a cat in there because I couldn't bury her in the ground because I was on my own. And one day I suppose I'll bury someone else in the other one. One day. But it really notices how we are supposed to return to the ground and nourish what's growing next. Something never thought of me before.
Well, this is what I've come to notice through not just research, but talking to people who work in funeral homes.
Yeah.
One man buried his daughter, but thought the whole ceremony was a little fishy.
Yes.
So he got a permit to dig his daughter's grave back up and found out she wasn't even in it.
Oh no!
Wow.
Yeah, they were organ harvesting.
Yes, I know. That's not all they do. It's even worse. It's worse things going
you've got to be mindful of that. Like when you're going off to be cremated, you've got to make sure that the remains come back, and all of the remains come back, not just a portion of them.
That's not all that's going on, Divine. There's far worse than that going on. Far worse. Do you know that human DNA has been showing up in processed meats? Do you know that?
Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah.
In processed what?
Meats.
Human meats.
Well, don't eat it. Then you don't have to worry about it.
Yes, I know, but it's not a very, And what else have I heard about
America?
Well,
I guess they are faking out the people who are eating the meats. That's just as wrong as, like we don't eat meat, but that's okay. But we still should be concerned about the products that other people are consuming, and that they're told the truth about what they're consuming.
Yeah, well, people don't believe it, Divine. When I say to people, sometimes I talk on this subject about the human DNA being found in processed meats, so don't be silly, Liz, that would never happen. And I'll tell you another little horror story. In the UK, every year, 300 young people go missing. Now, England is an island. There's no way off unless you go through the ports. Every year, 300 children go missing in this silly little country, disappear forever. And I've got a horrible feeling there's something very sinister going on with all that. Because I don't care what anyone says. I do believe that some people of certain groups and things do eat human meat. And I believe it.
That's disgusting.
Yes, I know it is. I know it is.
Yeah.
God, do you know about how our celebrities inject themselves with the blood of young people? Do you know that?
Yeah, they call it adrenochrome or something.
Adrenochrome, yeah. That's common knowledge. They inject themselves with blood from young people, which is probably why they all look so young, because it does, I suppose it would do. And also I've heard about in the UK and in America, there are very, very rich people, and it's believed on some of their land that they have live hunts where they hunt live young people.
Yeah, I've heard about that. I think there was a movie, I think, that showed something like that, and they were saying that the movie was trying to expose that the elites have, like, I guess, Hunger Games in a sense for like these young people. Yeah, for their own entertainment. Yeah.
Because this country, 300 young people go missing every year. And I tell you, Divine,
that's creepy.
You cannot get off the UK. It happens in America too, but America, I could see how it's possible for people to escape. But I don't know how you escape in the UK because you can't. It's an island. And young people disappear from, just never found again in this silly little country. And I'll tell you another thing about the UK. I've got a cousin of mine who's a pilot, and there's certain parts of the UK, You're not allowed to fly over.
Isn't that convenient?
Yes. It's true.
Makes you want to own your own plane.
Yes.
And just go, oops, I didn't know.
It's not allowed to autopilot.
Oh, I'm getting a bit of an echo. I'll come back.
Yeah. I can hear my lovely little high pitch. I must try and lower my pitch. Lower? It's
well, it's just a matter. If you're grounded, then if you're grounded, your voice will be deeper. If you're not grounded, your voice will be very high pitched.
I'm not grounded then.
No, you're not. I can't remember 1 minute that I've ever heard you talk that you were grounded.
All right. What does that mean?
Well, there's an easy way to tell if you're grounded or not. Just make like you're a tree.
Yeah, like I'm a tree. I remember once hearing that in acting class.
It's just a simple exercise that you can do to make sure that you're coming across as a grounded person. I tell this to youngsters all the time. You know those girls that have them whiny voices?
Yes.
And I go, if you speak one more word without grounding yourself, you're not even going to be alive to be grounding yourself.
All right. This is cat talk. You see, I spend all my day talking to cats. This reaches stage now. I spend all my time talking like I'm talking to a cat. That's what it is.
Yeah.
My cat pitch. Maybe I should need some elocution lessons.
No, just make like you're a tree and ground yourself, and then you won't have to worry about it.
I'm a tree. But it is.
Yeah, you do. You just bring the energy down and through your body, down into the earth, into the center of the earth. That is when the grounding happens, when your energy is down in the ground, and then you're bringing it back up, and that's the grounding motion. That's all it is. It's just that's what grounding is.
Oh, right. Okay.
You don't have to overthink it.
But I remember when I was a little girl at school, we had an acting class, and the teacher said, "Now pretend you're a tree." And I remember thinking to myself, "You silly woman, why do you want me to pretend I'm a tree?" I remember. Weird.
Trees are awesome.
Yes, I know. I love trees. I've got one outside my bedroom window, and I hug it sometimes.
Nothing wrong with that.
I live in central London. I've got a tree a couple of feet away. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah.
So I guess we're going to get snow.
Yes.
Tomorrow, I guess.
Lovely. I can't wait.
I was supposed to be helping, like a friend of mine just got done. It's my brother's best friend, actually. Yeah. He just got done getting a new job, and he's now a property owner because he just got his father's house because his father passed. So my brother is like a pill, anyways. So he's not even bringing his best friend any congratulations or anything like that, and not doing anything together to celebrate it. So I said, well, why don't we go out to lunch?
Yeah.
I says, I'm going down there to do some errands anyways. We'll have lunch together, and that's can be our little celebratory, process. Well, he said, okay, so we're planning it. So that's what we'll be doing tomorrow before the storm, I guess. And then we'll have to get back in time to make sure we maintain our own perspective houses, that make sure that the snow doesn't get too much accumulation on the greenhouse. So.
Oh, wow. Yeah, lucky you having a greenhouse. I really envy that, having a greenhouse. It's one thing I'd have liked to have had a greenhouse, because I do like pottering around with plants and growing things.
Yeah, well, if too much snow accumulates up there, it becomes a nightmare, because that just means that, you've got too much up there, and then you have the potential of the glass breaking.
Yes, exactly.
And then you have the extra expense of having to purchase new glass, and it's ridiculous. So
it's still a nice thing to have a greenhouse. It's something I wish that I'd had in my life, a greenhouse, must admit, because I do like pottering around with plants. I bought myself two of the most gorgeous poinsettias a couple of days ago. They are gorgeous, great big ones, beautiful. You know the red plants for Christmas?
Yes, I have one. It was gifted to me the other day.
Yeah, I bought 2 in Tesco.
And I went, oh, Yahoo. And they said, what do you mean? I'm like, well, it likes extra sun, but it likes to be in cold. I says, so it's not going to like my greenhouse at all. And it's certainly not going to like my house at all. So it's probably going to be sitting there just like wishing it was somewhere else.
Yes.
But I did not want to be rude and not accept the gift. So I took the gift, but now I'm wishing I hadn't because it's not happy here.
Because I've got I use those plant lights in my flat. So the 2 plants are in a cold place with a load of plant light onto them, and it's working. They are looking really good. So those lights do work.
A friend of mine channeled my partner that I used to have that used to live here with me. And he said for me to get houseplants. And I went, you tell that little shit that I'm not getting houseplants. And she said, why you want me to tell him that? I says, because the whole time he was alive, he wouldn't let me have houseplants. All of a sudden now he's dead. I can have all the houseplants I want. It's like, that doesn't even make any sense to me if you think about it.
No houseplants? You're kidding me here?
Well, because we had a greenhouse. He didn't see the point in bringing them. Right. You know, we already have a whole space for them. Why do you need to bring them in the house too?
Oh, you need plants in the living room.
I just thought it was funny.
I've got loads of plants in my living room.
Well, I says, I'm spoiled now. I'm not certainly going to get house plants after I've already got a greenhouse for them. So no, no worries about that.
All right. Yeah, I've got loads and loads of plants. Loads. People comment on my plants. I've got so many of them everywhere. Love plants, and I've got all these lights everywhere to keep plants alive. Yeah. But it's worked on the poinsettias. I've noticed it, really noticed it. Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure if they're even growing them the way they used to, because you used to be able to put
artificial light. That's why they're so happy with my artificial light that I'm giving them.
Exactly. If they have any real true sunlight, they're not happy for some reason.
Yes, I know.
So that's why I'm concerned. I'm like, oh, great. You watch me. Oh, it'll probably be dead within a week. Well,
yes. Nowadays, those plants are grown in hydroponics, because I've noticed that when you buy, I love thyme. You know the herb thyme. I love it.
Oh yes, I love it. The beautiful smell.
I love the smell of thyme. Yeah. And they sell it in Tesco, and I keep buying them, and I keep planting them up, and they keep on dying. And the sad truth of the matter is they keep dying because they're raised hydroponically. The next one I'm going to buy, I'm going to raise indoors. And, of course, the stress of being repotted and going out in the sun kills them. This actually happens. I learned it on YouTube.
I'm trying to think. If you can find someone who has extremely old seeds, that would help. Johnny Selected Seeds here from Maine has all heirloom seeds, most of them. Anyways, that's where we get our seeds from.
Yeah, I love thyme. I think it's such a beautiful smell. And I love sage, especially white sage, sage. I burn
sage,
it as well.
Sage and lavender and thyme are my 3 favorites. I like.
I love thyme. And mint. I love mint because it grows so quickly. It's so hard to kill. I grow catnip, but the cats always trash it. What else do I grow? I love bromelates. I've got 2 huge bromelates, absolutely enormous. Yeah, everything grows really well here.
Yeah, chamomile is one of my favorites. I like to grow here.
Yes, I like chamomile. Yeah, chamomile. Yeah, I love herbs. I love all plants. And I wish my life would have been different. Yeah, well, it's all turned out the way it has. Still, never mind. I've had 30 years of growing as many plants at once, so I mustn't know.
Yeah, you've had a blessed life, that's for sure.
Yeah, a lot of travel.
Most people don't even do that much.
Huh?
Most people don't even get a chance to travel that much.
Yeah, I've travelled a lot. When I was young, it was like I was a little jet setter girl. When I was 14, I was jetting off to Beirut on my own and jetting off to Bahrain on my own. It was crazy. Because whilst my parents were in the Middle East, I was going to school in the UK. And I used to fly to and from holiday times like this 14-year-old jet setter girl all by myself. I used to fly off what was the use of flying? I've forgotten the name of them now, these planes. It was weird. It was like a strange thing. I was 14. Yeah. It was fun. I did enjoy it. And I was so safe. I wouldn't send a 40-year-old on a plane alone nowadays. Oof.
I actually have flown a plane before.
Have you? Lucky thing.
Yeah. There was this woman came up from Portland. She was at the Lewiston airport, and she asked me, "Do you want to fly the plane?" And I said, "Yeah, yesterday."
Wow.
And she said, "Okay, well, come on up." So I went over and got on the plane, and I flew it. And she said, "Have you done this before?" And I says, "Yes, in many dreams." And she said, "What?"
Oh, wow.
I said, "I've always had a dream my whole life since I was a kid that I was on an airplane and something happened to the pilot, and they asked for a volunteer, and I volunteered because I knew I could do it." And she says, "How did you know you could do it?" I says, "Because I've done it in my dreams so many times that I knew that I could land the plane with no issues at all."
Wow. Weird.
And so now I won't travel on purpose because I'm afraid that dream will come true.
All right. That's weird.
You know, it's a big responsibility. I wouldn't
Yes,
want to
I
hurt
wouldn't. I wouldn't do it. No.
I wouldn't want to hurt anyone. I'd want to land I believe I could do it, but no sense in tempting fate, and so I don't fly because of that. But I love flying my own planes. I'd love to do that.
Would I? But yeah, that's not going to happen to me. I've been on a helicopter, and I've been many years ago. I went on the JFK, the American aircraft carrier. It was up in Scotland, I was in the Wrens, and I went on board one of their jets, whooshing around the north, about north of Scotland in some Harrier jump jet or something. Yeah.
Yeah, my dad was in the Air Force. He was in the Army first, and then he did his tour there, and then he decided to be in the Air Force, and that's what moved us to California.
Yeah.
And so
my cousin was in the Air Force, pilot. Yeah. He lives in the US.
We actually traveled from the United States to California in the plane that he actually maintained. So,
wow.
Yeah, it was fun. I was just a wee one then. Pictures of me on the hood of the airplane. So, cute.
Yeah.
I was spoiled.
Yeah, I was spoilt in one way and totally deprived in another because I was.
When my dad was alive, I was spoiled. When my dad was not alive, my mother took it upon herself to physically, mentally, and emotionally make a wreck of me. That was her mission.
Yeah, I was spoilt by the system, the army and everything. And then, of course, my home life is another bloody story. Police said, done. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. I've let it go. I have forgiven. I'm the one that suffered it, and I'm the one that's had to forgive it. So that's life.
Yeah, reliving it is not a good thing because it just
you
keeps
have
you
to let
stuck
it
in
all
the
go.
past.
You have to just let it go because you can't change it anyway.
Correct.
Yeah, just let it go. Yeah, for God, when I was a teenager, I was having a little ball when I was 14, 15, 16, all that time. Flying off to Middle East with my little Todd. I did love it. It was great fun.
Yeah, I guess most people could say I lived a very boring life because I didn't do all the regular things that most teenagers do. I just wasn't into it.
Yeah, I certainly wasn't bored as a teenager. No, I didn't get time to get bored. Constantly on the move. Moving.
So many things happening. Everyone taking advantage of alcohol and drugs and stuff like that. I didn't want any part of that. And so I would just sing. And when I wasn't singing, I was reading. When I wasn't reading, I was dancing. And that's all I did.
I was a bit of a wild child, I must admit. Yeah, smoking away. Had about dark corners, smoking things.
No, I didn't do any of those fun things. I was boring.
You know what? When I was 14, we were living in Bahrain, and every day at 10 o'clock or so, I'd go off to the army swimming pool. It was no women there at all apart from me and all these squaddies. I stayed there all day long. I'd sit there. They used to ply me up with bottles of Coke, cigarettes, and all the rest of it. And I was having an absolute ball. But you know what? I never, ever came to any harm with all these men. And I look back on it, I think to myself, wow, because I was really playing up some.
Well, that was because back then men were very respectful, and that was how they were brought up.
Because
they're not brought up that way now. They're a bunch of pigs.
No, I never came to a scrap of harmony. I really did not play up when I was at home, my school holidays in the Middle East. Oh, wow, I made the most of it. And they used to supply me with cigarettes. It was so funny. A little 14-year-old smoking about 25 cigarettes a day. They were fun days. It was lovely. It was like being in paradise. Those days on HMS Du Fair, it was called HMS Du Fair. It was like, yeah, it was like being in paradise. It was fun. Never mind. Yeah. Because there was also loads of Americans there, but I used to stay with the Brits. Yeah. Oh, dear.
Reminiscing is fun.
Yes, that was fun. Yes, reminiscing about Bahrain and pools. Yeah, I used to love it. Loved it. I did. It was good fun. Yeah. All my cats are all asleep. You know what? My cats sleep about 20 hours a day.
Yeah.
What
You don't have.
What?
Do you have
Sorry?
privilege? Do you have privilege to let JE back in?
Do I? JE?
Yeah, he's in the backstage.
Oh, good. I'm going to have to, aren't I? I can't let him in. I don't know how to.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't have the privilege either, so I'm not doing it either.
So what's
I'm sorry.
DNW? Where's that naughty DNW? DNW.
I don't even know why he has it. Why he does this? Because he's not here.
He has me reading to people now. I mean, reading to the public. Because I've got David Icke's new book, Road Maps. Very good book, actually. Yeah. Very good.
Yeah, I don't read as near as much as I used to anymore.
Yeah,
because
I don't anymore.
They're just different people's ideas, and I don't want to walk around with different people's ideas in my head.
Oh,
I want my own ideas in my own head.
Fair enough. But these aren't ideas. This is stuff that I suppose someone's taught.
I would look forward to reading Life Abolitionist book only because I know him, and I think that would be a good idea.
I tell you, Divine, he is one hell of a clever guy. Because I tell you something, it's like reading the work of a barrister. He's very, very clever. Because I've worked in lawyers to work for those sort of people, and you can see straight away he's definitely studied law. You can see by how he writes. It's very good, actually, and very good book. I'm about 1/4 way through. I've got the Kindle edition.
Okay, so I'll look it up and see. What's the title of it?
£7 Kindle edition. Huh?
What's the title of it?
Hold on, let me just go into my Kindle thing. Whoosh. Right, I hope I don't. If I thingy you out, it's not me. I don't mean to do it because it's just me.
Oh, that means you're not going to be able to get back in too. So be careful.
Whose life is it? The moral debt for life enslavement.
Oh, I'm going to order it today then.
Yes, good, favorite. I got the Kindle edition, very, very nice, and I'm so far 2 hours and 17 minutes in. Yeah, it's a long read, very long read, but he's a very clever guy. I was quite surprised. Very good book, and I've got Danny's book as well, Danny's channel. Though I've got the paper version of that one. It's good as well. Very good book. Hold on, where is it? There it is. I've nearly read it. It's called Life in Expose. Why Sentience Was a Terrible Idea. It's very good. I think you can get Danny's book for free. I actually bought it. But I think if you go somewhere on this site, you can get it for free. Or you can get this book for free as well. I remember things saying.
Right, but you'd want to pay for it so that you can support them, you know?
Well, it's up to you. I've paid for both of mine.
Exactly. That's what I would do too. Just like when I shop at local stores. I don't go to big box stores.
Good for you. Good for you. I used to be like that when I was younger, but since I've had the arthritis, I just do whatever is easiest. But I remember being like that when I was younger. Yeah.
I want to support small businesses.
Yes. Yes. You're very right. And if I didn't have this illness, I would do the same. But everything now
that stinks that DNW is not around, so we can't let Jay back in.
Yeah.
And anybody else who wants to join. I mean, we're just sitting here chatting, but it'd be nice to have other people. It'd be nice to have other people chatting too. I mean,
I wonder what he's probably gone to sleep.
Think about it. We could do this over the phone. I mean, we don't have to be doing it on lives.
Well, but if you do it on the phone, you've got to pay for it, haven't you?
No, I get free.
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to pay for it if I did this.
Really?
I think.
Holy macaroni and cheese! What a life!
I very rarely use my phone. Very rarely. I keep airplane mode most of the day and just answer when I feel like it.
Oh yeah,
I don't have any clocks.
I answer my phone when I'm feeling it. I'll answer it.
I answer when I feel like it. Just ignore it. It's all switched off. I don't have any clocks. I don't know what the time is. And if I don't feel
it's like Vegas here.
What?
It's like Vegas here. It's like Vegas here.
Oh, right.
You never know what time it is. You just
no, I don't know the time. No idea because I don't have any clocks. And if I don't want to answer the door, I let them. That can go as well. I just do what I want because I've had a whole lifetime of people saying to me, "Do this, do that, jump." When I tell you to jump, so I want doing W. Grumpy Gertz, Grump. Oh, he's being very naughty. Grump.
He probably wouldn't give the dog a walk, right? Would that be what he's doing?
An hour.
Oh. Well, I was just trying to give him the benefit of the doubt.
So you've written the book down, have you? Yeah. It's like £7 here in the UK, so Amazon.
I've written a book. I just haven't published it yet.
You have? Wow. Write a book. I've got brains to write a book.
Actually, it's kind of embarrassing how fast it came to me.
Oh, right. Lucky you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What's it about?
It's a children's book.
Oh, right. Okay. Oh, well, that's different. Well, it isn't different. I couldn't write a children's book either. I'm not very, I don't have, you know what? I haven't got what other people got. Like, I remember when I was at school, I could never write essays. I just haven't got that ability to make up stories. It's completely beyond me. Totally beyond. And I remember when I was at school, you had to write essays in English classes.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't do it. Not even page-long essay. Just completely beyond me. Weird.
My granddaughter is quite young.
Yeah.
She just called me yesterday and told me she was pregnant.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And I said, well, so much for me telling you your whole life that you're a leader, not a follower. I said, just because you have the parts doesn't mean you need to have a child.
Oh, no. I don't think it's a very good time to have children at the moment because I reckon...
I don't think so either.
I think there's going to be a big, big war. That's what I think. And I think our leaders, the Committee of 300, are going to give our archons and our leaders a nice big loosh party. That's what I believe.
Yeah.
And I do. I think there's going to be trouble.
I said to her, I says, remember when I would always tell you you're a leader, not a follower? What do you suppose I was referring to back then? I says, I remember telling you why I was saying that, but obviously it went in one ear and out the other.
Yeah, well.
I said, just because you have the parts doesn't mean that you should have to participate in that. You're not married. I says, I guess if you approached me and you told me you were going to get married or you were married, then I would be a little bit more open to it. I says, but I'm concerned. And she says, well, if it's any consolation, she says, we have plans to get married. I says, before the baby is born. And she said, well, that's an idea. And I says, well, now that you're tiny, because I don't even think she's a 0, now's the time to do it. Don't wait until you're like 9 months pregnant and trying to hide it. Even though I think she could have 9 months pregnant and not even be able to tell she was pregnant. That's how tiny she is.
All right.
So, but that doesn't mean, I don't know. I was very, I was trying not to be critical. Okay. Cause when someone's sharing good news with you, you don't want to be, popping their balloon or anything. But at the same time, I was like so disappointed that it was almost like, I don't know. I'm sure they were thinking about it at the time, but they weren't thinking about it at the time.
I don't know.
I just
it's
didn't
all
know.
hormonal, though. You see, it's a trouble.
I think she's like 20, 21, I think.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Thing
too
is,
young.
we are, yeah,
Too
we
young.
are designed to breed, and we are. You know, it's sad, the brutal reality of life.
Well, when her father, which was my son, and her mother got divorced, they moved to Florida. So I did not have the influence over her as I had when she was here, because I was the one who took care of her when she was younger. So had I had more influence, I don't think she would have made those decisions. She was there, not Grammy's nowhere around. So it's disappointing.
Yeah,
Very
I
disappointing.
don't have any children, so thankfully. I've never regretted not having children, not for 1 second. I did the right.
When I was 8 years old, I knew I was going to have 2 sons. I knew that their names, I had the whole picture was right there. I'm glad I did it because they desired to be here. They wanted to be here. And they still enjoy being here. But if I were to do the whole thing over, even knowing what and why, I probably would not have children. And I'll tell you why. Because I had children at a very young age myself, but that was because I knew that was the plan. I was no longer able to have children because I got cancer. So, and now it wouldn't matter if I was going to get cancer or not. I'd just say, hey, well, say la vie, let's just go for it. And, but, no, I don't think I would have had children.
No, I made my mind up I was 7 when I made my little mind up. Tiny. I was horrified
It's a little overrated.
What? A little?
Having children. Having children is a little
I think
overrated.
It's horror show define.
I ended up bringing them up by myself anyway, so that part didn't matter. So I was like the mom and the dad. He never participated in any way, even though he was probably not even half an hour to 40 minutes away from them at any given moment.
That sounds like my dad.
But the only reason why him and I had to get a divorce is because he almost tried to kill me, so I had no choice.
That sounds like my father, my natural father. Oh. He was violent.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you just do what you need to do. Life goes on.
No, I was 7 years old and I saw my stepfather with my stepfather pregnant, and I was horrified by what I saw. I thought, how can you do this to yourself? Where we were living in the beautiful Middle East near a beach, was free to go to the beach every day. No, sitting there, the great big fat stomach and a baby hanging off it. And I was horrified by what she'd done. I couldn't believe my eyes.
Almost like she was on a crash course to. That's when she had your brother, right?
Yeah, my brother. Yeah.
The little
I was
mean
horrified by the whole, every single second of, because my mother doesn't even like babies. Because in my mind, if you don't like other people's babies, you're not going to like your own very much either.
Exactly.
Yeah, precisely. My parents don't like babies, which is fair enough. I'm not too keen. And so why have them? She'd made the mistake once having me, then she made it again with another bloke. So it was a bloody disaster.
My mother had 4.
Ugh.
And I was the one that took care of them, so she could pop them out anytime she wanted to, because she knew she was going to insist that I take care of them. So.
Oh, lovely.
Oh yeah, I had a wonderful life. Not.
At least enough to do that.
It was exasperating. So.
No, I wouldn't even know how to look after a baby divine. I wouldn't know where to begin. I don't even know how to change a nappy. I have no idea how to hold the baby, how to pick one up. I don't know anything, and I don't care. Got no idea. And all my friends who've had babies, I just quietly exited from the relationship, and I did. Yeah.
I was a good mom, though, I have to admit.
Oh, that's good.
And I've been told that by my own sons that I was a good mother. So
I would have been terrible, dreadful. I would have been terrible.
I had enough experience, so.
I've got no experience at all. No, I don't really like babies even. I don't like children to get about the age of 6. Then I start to like them.
Oh, I like them when they're tiny up until about the 6. When they're 6, that's when they start getting a mind of their own and they start getting sassy.
See, that's when I like them.
And I don't prefer the sassiness. It can be over the top and rude unnecessarily.
Yeah, I know. I do know. Yes, I know. I do know because I've looked after neighbours' children's, for favour.
Nothing worse than when you got a sassy kid in public. Oof.
I know, they can be very cheeky. I know. Don't tell me about it. I do know.
So
yeah.
I had a son that was quiet and reserved, always did what he was told, kept his room clean, da-da-da. Then I had a son that was a wild and crazy guy, and he did the polar opposite.
Right.
I was going to bring them out in public to have dinner one time, so I sat them down before I brought them out, and I said, we're going to go into a public place, or it's called a restaurant, and when you're in a restaurant, you mind and you behave, and you don't run around the restaurant, and you act like gentlemen.
Yes.
And they both promised they would act like gentlemen. I says, this is what I'm going to tell you right now. If at any moment during our dinner, if either one of you acts up, you will be put in the car and you will stay there until our dinner is finished. And then we will get you home.
Yeah.
I says, and mark my words. I am not telling you a fib. That is exactly how you'll be handled.
Yeah.
Well, of course, the one who always does everything he's told was no problem with him. The other one thought he would test me. So I looked at him and I smiled and I said, time to come with me. He goes, where are we going? I says, we're going out to the car. I said, I would not be setting a very fine example to you if I told you one thing and did something different.
Yes.
And he went whining and crying all the way to the car. And I said, look, you tested me. I gave you what was going to happen, and you still chose to do what you wanted to do because you didn't believe me. When have I ever not been good for my word? I said, today you're going to learn once and for all that when I say something is what I mean. And you know what? After that day, never had an issue with him.
Yeah.
And you know what? Now he is immaculate. You can eat off his floors in his house.
Yeah.
He is spotless.
You could have mine when I was young.
Well, everyone thought he was going to turn into a local, he just very, very clean freak. Takes 3 or 4 showers a day. And I mean, he's really over the top.
Yes, I know. I was like that. Do you find you're getting, you're not so clean anymore? When I was young, I was pristine. I mean, yes, you could have eaten off the floor, my flat. I used to be really, really pristine on myself, bath in the morning, shower in the evening. Now, oh God, I'm shocking. I mean, it's not a tip or anything, and I don't hoard things or anything like that. It's still very tidy, but nothing like that. Don't you find you've changed in that respect?
I have a little bit of OCD.
Yeah. Oh, lucky you.
Yeah. So
which side is that?
It's gotten better. I've been working on a concerted effort to make myself different than what I used to be. But yeah, I'm pretty. I mean, used to be able to eat off my floors too. Of course, being white glove inspections on the barracks.
I've never been quite that bad, but it's all gone. That's all gone. I have to force myself to have a bath, force myself to brush my teeth. And I'm so sick of brushing my teeth because you know what? I've brushed all the enamel off the bottom and now I get this tingling sensation.
Oh, yeah.
Have you got that? Oh, it drives me mad. This tingling.
Cloves are good for that.
What? Cloves.
Chewing on cloves is good for that.
Yes, I know. I must do that. But they tingle. It drives me crazy, And I hate brushing. I'm so sick of brushing. You cannot believe how tired I am of brushing my teeth.
Well, I make my own toothpaste, so I always have what I want to have it taste like. So I'll put baking soda and food grade peroxide. Excuse me.
All right.
Get in the shower, both of you, and give yourselves a good scrub.
Yeah, I need to. I tell you. I used to be such a clean person. Oh, lately, oh God, I'm so tired of washing, brushing.
Sorry about the absence.
You're not sorry. Stop saying that.
I am sorry, Divine. I didn't say who I was sorry to, Divine. I was directing my apologies not to you because I know you were happy talking to Chickpea, But it looks like Brother Marcus, Vegan Equilibrium, and a few others were in the chat looking for me to let them on. And I'm sorry, I wasn't here.
I do love Marcus.
Yes, he's a very pleasant person to talk to.
I love Marcus. You know, he would have been ideal for me when I was young. Or yes.
I like talking to Jay too.
Yes.
Because he's a pleasant person to talk to. He's gentlemanly like.
Yes.
If you want to join the discussion panel, please use the link in our YouTube live chat.
I do love Marcus. You know what? Should I tell you something sad, Divine? I wish this existed when I was young because I would have learned so much from it. Whereas, you know.
I'm out of here.
No, Divine, just mute yourself if you don't want to talk. It's fine. Oh, she's gone.
I don't blame her. Yuck.
And Brother Marcus says, thank you, Divine. Sorry. Thank you, Divine and Chickpea, for your niceties that were directed towards him.
Marcus, did you get my message today, Marcus?
And he also says, I wonder if Chickpea uses an electric toothbrush. That would shorten the amount of time it takes. Apparently not. Apparently you're meant to brush your teeth for 2 minutes, even with an electric toothbrush. So
yes, but you wait till you're my age, D&W, see how you feel about your teeth. Because I tell you something, the constant brushing really starts to get on one's nerves. Brush, brush, brush. Brush till the cows come home. Brush, 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 brush.
Loho says that they have severe OCD.
All right.
And they can't brush their teeth manually. It would take half an hour. Okay, so I get it. You guys are going on about the revolutions of the brush head.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Electric toothbrushes are a godsend for that. Yeah, I have an electric toothbrush. I do like it, I have to say.
Yeah.
I remember the old days, Chickpea, using the
manuals.
manual.
I use a manual. My brush broke using a manual for years, but it just gets so boring.
And you can never quite. Do you remember like the kind of never quite getting the right bristle kind of feeling? Like some of them were too hard, some of them were too soft. Never quite right. Yes, and then it took a while to break them in just right. And then before you knew it, it was too soft. You had to get rid of it.
Yeah, I put mine under boiling water before I use it, which seems to soften it. Because as you get older, you become very sensitive to everything, including toothbrushes.
Nibble says, how is one supposed to keep clean? All the high street colonic clinics have gone out of business. I tell you, one person I think who has had his colon cleanse is Vegan Equilibrium. Have you ever had your colon cleanse, Vegan Equilibrium?
No.
I'm shocked.
I've given myself enemas, but I've never done a colonic.
I had a colonic irrigation. It was an ex-girlfriend bought me as a birthday present. What a nice birthday present. You know what I mean?
Did you get a video?
No, we both went to it. And
why do you want to clean your colon out?
It was a clinic over in North London somewhere. I think it was Wood Green. But anyway, point is, it was like one of the. Basically, you went there. It was just a kind of bare shop when you went in, like a health shop. But at the back, they had these colonic irrigation systems. Now there was 2 rooms, one opposite each other. We were both in a room each, so I was on one, she was in the other at the same time. And it was a very strange experience. They put a little pipe up your back jacksie, and basically, the machine itself is like something out of Star Wars. You're sitting back on this thing. It's ergonomically designed for you to lie back on, and a jet of water comes up there, and basically you do end up seeing what's coming out of you. This clear pipe runs along your left-hand side. At least it was on my left-hand side, and you do see the metabolized remains of yesterday's dinner or the day before, whatever it was, coming out of you.
But what's the point of that,
DW? Going along the pipe, yeah, you see it.
DW, what's the point of that? I don't understand.
I think it's been proven to be quackery, but people did believe that, it was good to clean your pipes because, the the intestines and the colon are all kind of bendy, and there's little corners and like nooks and crannies that it can get caught up in, and maybe you need to clean it out now and again. You know?
Right. Well, speaking as an old lady, mine still works just as well as it did when I was a 6-year-old.
But apparently they say it's bad for you to do that because it cleans out
it
the bacteria that you need in there and all that kind of stuff.
It doesn't
Good
sound
bacteria.
like can't you waste your money on better things?
Divine Hazel says 25 extra pounds of goo stuck in all colons. Colonics is the only way to clean your intestine, so she thinks it's a good thing. I suppose you could get your colon cleanse and then get a poop transfer. So get some poop put in there, some healthy poop that pushed up there to put back in the good bacteria if that's what you're into. Because apparently they do that now as well. They do poop transfers, just like you can get a blood transfer. You can get a poop transfer. I don't know if they call it that. Have you heard about that, Vegan Equilibrium?
The spice melange.
You can get some of Vegan Equilibrium's poop shoved up your jacksie. Some vegan poop to make you feel better. Maybe he should start a business.
Spice melange.
What the hell did Noodles just say?
Spice.
No idea.
Melange.
Oh, piss off.
No idea what he's saying, but it does sound exceedingly creepy. Whatever it is. Elvis still had pounds of meat in his intestines. Oh, goodness me. Ugh. I don't know how they knew that.
I can't believe that. I'm sorry, I just can't. Well,
I would have thought the meat was already digested, was it not? It was already broken down before it left the stomach.
I mean, one does know if one's intestines aren't working properly by simple virtue of the fact that you can usually tell. Common sense will tell you. I don't know. God knows. Just eat some liquor.
They do say as you get older, it gets more difficult to manage it, and it can fail.
No, well, mine works well. I do eat a lot of licorice, so.
Of course, some people have the opposite problem. They poop too easily. Indeed, they can't even control their bowels.
No, apparently old Trump's got that, they reckon. That Trump walks about with a nappy on, which wouldn't surprise me one little bit.
Brother Marcus comes in with the useful information. Maybe taking a probiotic afterwards could help.
Is it?
After, they do say take probiotics. If you ever take antibiotics, afterwards you should try and fill yourself up with the good bacteria.
I tell you, D&W, have you ever tried amoxicillin? D&W,
yes.
Have you ever taken amoxicillin?
I did. I said yes. Yes.
Oh,
yes,
sorry. You know what? That stuff burns your entire digestive tract. Have you ever tried it?
We have Vegan Gains here. He's on the show. Well, Vegan Gains, do you want to come on here, brother? He says probiotics are garbage. Do not take them.
Right, D&W.
Do not take probiotics.
Bye, D&W. I love you. Thank you for the show. I've really enjoyed it today. But I'm off. I'm going to I'll just sit and listen.
Well, you can sit there on mute.
Yeah. Bye, Brother Marcus. I love you too. Bye. Whee!
Chickpea. Okay. Well, there you go. We are quietly anticipating who will be on the show next. And if that is you, do come on. The link is in the live chat. We are waiting for you. And if it is Vegan Gains, that'll be good, because I heard that I've seen he has basically, he's an autodidact of nutrition. He's studied nutrition and seems to know his stuff. And he's a good man for showing people that vegans can be physically fit and healthy, and they don't have to miss out on anything in terms of micronutrients. Brother Marcus says he'll be on in 1 sec. Well, it's a pity that Chickpea left then, isn't it? Nibble says, why do the posh folk not douche out like the plebs? I'm not sure. I don't even know if that's a realistic question. I think posh people do as much, probably even more douching than the plebs. I don't know is the answer. I don't know where you got that question from, why you felt the need to ask it. Yes, vegan gains versus objective ethics would be really great. Yes, I do agree with that. If he's listening, it would be fantastic if you could come on. I did try to organize that yesterday, but Noodle says he wasn't interested. But I think that would have been a great match for a robust conversation. And I do think, as yesterday, the vegan would have won. But yeah, if anybody would like to come on, the link is in the live chat. We are patiently waiting, great anticipation. Newcomers and regulars. Brother Marcus is on the show. Brother Marcus, welcome to the Finding Gnosis show.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello. We're going to check your microphone settings. I'm going to turn you up a bit. So there we go. I've turned you up to 140. Because everybody seems to be a bit loud on the show, so I thought I'll try and get everybody up to the same level. Devon says, hit the like button.
Oh, okay.
You're up. I've turned you up, Brother Marcus. So, Brother Marcus, any interesting insights that you'd like to share with us? Anything you've seen in the news or read in your perusing of any of the academic papers that you've come across lately?
Well, I'm skeptical of the papers that I'm perusing because I don't know if they're generated by AI. No, I'm kidding. But I did like that conversation. Well, with what's his name? Objective Ethics. It's a debate that's very meta, but I mean it's meta ethics. But I'm rusty on it. So I knew about the Friedrich Nietzsche problem. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. And it is a problem for anti-realists, but I think it's a bit, I don't know, like when it comes to philosophy, when people say, this has been thoroughly debunked, like I don't know if that's the case. Like we've been arguing these things ad nauseum for years, and there are philosophers who are anti-realist. So, what can you do? Like you'll find divine command theorists, you'll find virtue ethicists, you'll find there's a variety of views. I do take the non-cognitivist view, but I'm not like wedded to it. I'm just like really open to it, but I did pause that type of study because in my opinion, doesn't have that much of a practical effect on me. So I haven't really found that to go down that rabbit hole yet. But hearing him talk did spark that motivation again. So that was nice.
Okay, brother. Well, we have objective ethics. No, sorry, Vegan Gains on the show. Vegan Gains, welcome, brother. How are you doing today?
Not too bad.
Good man, good man.
Just chilling.
It's a pity we couldn't get a hold of you yesterday because there was a guy on here. He's been on here a few times. He was crowing on about the fact there is objectivity in terms of ethics and morality.
Vegan, but he wouldn't have wanted to waste his time with that guy.
Moral realists are fucking stupid enough as it is, and the randoms who come on this channel are just absolute fucktards anyway.
Well, there you go. He has been on here 3 times, and he is also. But Vegan Equilibrium did a good job, I felt, in terms of batting him away, in terms of his opposition to veganism. But Vegan Gains, you did mention in the live chat that taking probiotics is a load of rubbish, that people shouldn't bother. Is that true?
Yeah, it's a bad idea. So first of all, for replenishing your gut microflora after a course of antibiotics, this is being researched. Probiotics that are pharmaceutical grade, so these aren't off the shelf probiotics, which are garbage. These are pharmaceutical grade probiotics. They have no benefit. In fact, they're detrimental. They make it take longer for you to replenish your gut microflora. And the over-the-counter probiotics that you'll get, like at the grocery store, even if they're refrigerated, they often don't have the bacterial load that they claim to have, and they often don't have the bacterial culture that they claim to have. So they might have a completely different bacterial culture. They might be contaminated. So they're just garbage. So not only are pharmaceutical grade probiotics not useful for that application, but the over-the-counter stuff is presumably even worse because you don't even know what the fuck you're getting. And you might end up making, the situation worse for yourself. So you just shouldn't use probiotics. Just eating a healthy diet high in fiber seems to be the most beneficial thing you can do.
So you shouldn't use the kind of synthetic ones. What about putting in some of the kind of fermented cabbage and stuff? You know stuff you can get that apparently has probiotics in it, naturally.
Yeah. So fermented foods, they have a very low bacterial load, and by the time they actually reach your gut where they're supposed to, repopulate your colon, like there's barely any bacteria anyway, if at all. Like it has to go through your stomach acid and all that. So there's not really any point.
What about putting it the other way?
What, up your ass?
Yeah, maybe not the cabbage, but maybe is there some way of putting probiotics up your backside?
What's his name? The guy who made cornflakes.
Kellogg.
Yeah. He
was apparently a psychopath. But anyway, go ahead.
He's a Seventh-day Adventist vegetarian, and he would shove yogurt up people's asses. I don't know if that really does anything. Like, if you're going to go through that trouble, you might as well just get a fecal transplant. And that actually does have proven efficacy.
That's the term I was trying to think of earlier. Fecal transplant. Yeah. And I'm sure vegan poop is in demand there. Who wants carnivore's poop? I doubt very many people want.
I don't know if they do preferentially use vegan or vegetarian poop.
I think what they look for is like they want to see that people have consistent number 4 on the Bristol scale. They want to make sure that no one's ever had C. diff. They want it to be like something.
Sorry, nobody's ever had what?
C. diff. It's a bacterial infection. I actually had it when I was like 15 years old, and it could have killed me. It was so bad, dude. It was like so bad. Anyway, like they want poop that basically is gonna that your average Joe could use it because it will allow him to eat. It'll allow that person to eat whatever and always generally have like a number 4 on the Bristol scale. So I would imagine they probably steer away from vegans and vegetarians because they think, oh, these people don't have like the right bacteria for digesting animal products, which is what most people want to eat.
Yeah, I was on a very heavy course of antibiotics. I had an E. coli infection in my knee after surgery, and I was on 3 different IV antibiotics for 2 months. Then I was on amoxicillin for 3 months. I never took any probiotics or anything after that, and I was fine.
So what do you think of the view that you shouldn't take too many antibiotics? There's people who say that it's bad for you as an individual. because I don't know, it wrecks the bioflora in you. I suppose the other view is it gives bacteria a chance to evolve and become resistant to antibiotics. That's another view, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the view that some people say you should not take antibiotics long term. What do you think of that?
Well, they're not medications that you're supposed to take long term. But if the infection's going to kill you, take whatever fucking antibiotics you need to get rid of it. Yeah, a lot of antibiotics have really horrible side effects. The ones I was on destroy your tendons. I've had tendon issues ever since.
Destroy your tendons. I never heard of that. So tell us about
that. I think it's fluoroquinolones. I think that's the class of antibiotics that do that. It's pretty common to see people have Achilles tendon ruptures after taking those.
That's crazy, and I wonder why exactly and how exactly it does that. That's really bizarre.
I'm not sure. There's a lot of antibiotics that have really fucked up side effects. There's ones that are very rarely ever used for treatment of bacterial or antibiotic resistant
MRSA or something.
No, not MRSA. What's the lung infection? Tuberculosis. There's some strains of tuberculosis that are highly resistant to practically all antibiotics, and there's some antibiotics they use for those really serious cases, and people who are on those, like, they wither away. They look like AIDS patients. So yeah, there's some antibiotics that have horrible side effects, but it's better than dying of tuberculosis.
Yeah, it's like a last attempt. And yeah, they do say there is tuberculosis out there in the world that is becoming increasingly antibiotic resistant. But they also say that they are discovering new antibiotics now, looking at bacteria in the soil. I've heard that as well. So there's new strains of antibiotics coming out, which hopefully will do the job. But yeah, there are some horrible, not many people talk about this, but there are some really horrible bacterial infections out there that are resistant to antibiotics, and you don't want to get them. I mean, I heard there is possibly a super gonorrhea out there going around the world.
Yeah.
And apparently that one is particularly nasty. If you get that, you're kind of screwed, and not in a good way. I don't know if you guys have ever heard about that, know anything about that, but
yeah, syphilis is also evolving. It might end up being resistant to the current antibiotics used for syphilis.
Oh no, that's a very nasty disease. If it goes into the secondary or tertiary stages of it. Wow, worrying stuff. Vegan Gains, anything else? Because you are somebody, as I said, who taught himself nutrition. You are very good at it. Have you ever thought of, well, you do give advice and talk, you don't necessarily give professional advice, but you give your opinion and people pay you for it. Have you ever thought of getting the papers and becoming a qualified nutritionist?
No, it wouldn't be worthwhile.
Or a registered dietitian.
Yeah, it wouldn't be worthwhile.
Okay. Anything else, guys, in terms of news or opinions that you'd like to share that you've saw in the world in the recent time?
I mean,
go ahead.
We've already explored the Israel-Palestine thing. I don't know if I really want to open up that can of worms again, but
yes.
I have a question.
Thing causes.
Sorry, someone says, "What is the super gonorrhea?"
I have a question.
Well, it's a sexually transmitted disease or infection. Sorry, go ahead, Vegan Equilibrium. Yeah, we can't hear you, Noodles. Noodles, we can't hear you. Anyway, we've got someone else new on the show, Alpha, the first one. What is it you'd like to add to the conversation?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, brother, we can hear you.
All right, I'm living in Southern California. We don't have the greatest internet. I live in the mountains, so if you can't hear me, let me know.
Okay, Alpha, mate. We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. We're just introducing.
Okay. I had a question about.
I wanted to add my 3 points right quick, and I wanted to say this because it needs to be said. shout out to the two vegans on the panel. I wanted to offer you a counter to what you went. I heard you just talking about how you had to become a vegan or some sort of vegan eater in order to sustain your life. And I'm glad you did that. I actually had the opposite effect. When I was age 10 years old, my doctor made my mother feed me meat because I have what's called a very bad iron deficiency. I have to eat complete proteins, and I get that from red meat. That's all I eat. So
yeah,
I think it comes down to the physiological makeup of the individual. So I'm glad you found that, because a lot of people have been told that they should eat meat when their body don't want them to eat meat. And we have a lot of people who've been told to be vegans when their body is telling them not to be vegan.
So you had iron deficiency anemia?
Yeah, when I was 10 years old, I was literally I'm 6'6", 240 pounds, size 18 shoe, 2XL hand. And when I was 10, I was about 5 feet. I think it was like about 5'10" or 5'11", and I was growing in a very bad way. I had like long shins, or short thighs, high butt, long arms. I was growing real messed up, and I had low energy. And my mother took me to the doctor, and he said, from this point on, you need to give him nothing but meat and only meat. And it's so funny that she started doing that, and I went from 5'11" to 6'6" in like 2 years.
The only nutritional factors that influence height are total protein intake and caloric intake. So,
well,
iron deficiency anemia doesn't affect growth velocities.
I did come up here to discredit what I'm glad the vegan guy said that, because I agree with him. I think being a vegan or being a carnivore meat eater, if you want to say that, it comes down to biology. I'm glad he was saying what he's saying.
You're part of the human race, so we all have the same biology.
Hold on, sir. Hold on. That's not. Now, wait a minute, sir. I was very respectful, and I agree with him. And what I'm saying and what he was just saying is scientifically facts. He cannot eat meat because his biology does not want him eating meat.
We can all eat meat.
Say what?
We can all eat meat. We just choose not to.
Wait a minute. He just said that he can't eat meat. Wait a minute. What are we doing here?
Who said that?
Vegan Gains. Are you still there?
Yeah. Who said that?
You're talking to him.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't know if that was vegan. The other vegan guy. Vegan Gains. You can't eat meat, correct?
I can, in fact, eat meat. I choose not to.
Because it makes your health poor, correct?
No, I stopped eating meat because of ethical reasons.
Outstanding. So I didn't hear that part. So maybe I'm confused. Was there anybody up here saying that they had to become a vegan to preserve their life and make their overall health better? Was someone talking like that? Maybe I came in on the wrong end of something.
Yeah, so there's no evidence that vegans have higher risk of iron deficiency anemia. There's a lot of factors that can influence iron absorption. Probably the two main issues that people might run into with iron deficiency anemia risk, if they are eating vegan, would be one, being a female. You're just going to be at higher risk of iron deficiency anemia if you're female because you bleed every month. And especially if you have very heavy periods, you may need more iron. You're not a woman, as far as I know, and I don't know if you have any had any issues when you were a kid with bleeding, like if you had any serious injuries or surgeries. I'm assuming not. So ruling that out, the only other thing would just be lack of iron in the diet and lack of vitamin C intake. So vitamin C is necessary for iron absorption. So if you have a low iron diet to begin with, you're not eating a lot of beans and pulses or protein powders. Vegan protein powders also tend to be pretty high in iron. and you have a low vitamin C intake, and you're basically just eating like fruit gushers as a 10-year-old, yeah, you might be at risk of iron deficiency.
Okay, so my question to you is this. I told you exactly what is happening in my life, what my doctor prescribed me, and it solved my overall health problems. Is that
yes,
something
if
that
you
you
eat a
can
lot of
accept?
red meat,
I did not finish my question. I did not finish my question. My question to you is this. If I and my doctor came together and made a health plan that said you need to eat more meat in order to be a healthy individual, why would that not be true?
So that's what we're arguing, the need aspect of that. I'm not arguing that if you do have iron deficiency anemia, eating a high amount of red meat, which contains a large amount of iron, would not solve that problem. What I'm arguing is that's only one way to solve that problem. Another way to solve that problem.
But we solved that problem.
Another, and I would argue better way to solve that problem would be to just increase your iron intake and vitamin C intake.
So you do accept that the one solution, and you're listing another, but the one solution that me and my doctor came up with is a very effective solution in order to solve people's problem. You agree with that?
Well, for iron deficiency anemia, sure.
Outstanding.
Well, guess what? If you have low energy, smoking crystal meth will also solve that low energy problem. Doesn't mean it's a good solution. It's highly effective. Doesn't mean it's a good solution.
My point is this. If you want to have your ethical, moral, personal, deliveries or positions on meat eaters, I got no problem with that. I really don't. If you have an ethical dilemma with it, a moral dilemma with it, that's for you and individually, and you're not wrong for that. But I'm simply saying that it needs to be presented from a scientific standpoint as what me and you just agreed to. That there are options.
He just did that. He just did that.
An alternative to finding like.
So again, we're not in disagreement that eating high amounts of red meat will cure iron deficiency anemia. I'm just saying that's one way to solve that problem, and it's not even an ideal way to solve that problem.
Well, ideal and solving for health is subjective. I consider it ideal because I feel like a pretty damn good person. I feel pretty good at 6'6", 240. So I think it's pretty ideal for me.
Sure. People might feel good eating a bad diet, but heart disease takes years to develop. So does diabetes. So does cancer. And if you're eating foods that increase the risk of heart disease, diabetes, and cancer, just so that you can resolve an iron deficiency, I don't know why that would be considered ideal when you could just eat more plant foods that literally decrease the risks of all those illnesses.
It sounds like you're taking an oxymoronic position.
What are you talking about, man?
What is oxymoronic about what I just said?
Oh my God.
It sounds like you're saying, I want to agree with you in the debate to say that it's an option. But then when I tell you that it's ideal for my body, now you're presenting another argument.
How is eating red meat ideal for your body when it increases risk of heart disease, diabetes, and cancer?
So you do not agree with that it's ideal for my body. You do not agree with that.
Yes. Why would it be ideal when red meat increases the risk of heart disease, diabetes, and cancer?
I just told you that me and my doctor came up with a plan, and I feel great. I'm 40-something years old.
That's great. Why would so again?
Stop! You're trying to blow over the significance of what I'm telling you. That's a fallacy. You cannot reduce the reality of what I'm telling you.
Significance to what you're saying.
First of all, not all doctors are educated in nutrition, okay?
I agree. So why not get a second opinion from a vegan doctor?
So I'm just wondering, do you disagree?
Of going to a doctor is to improve your health. You're supposed to work with them to find a solution.
Yeah, that's great. Doctors aren't nutritionists.
Don't do that, sir. Don't say that's great. See, that's called minimizing the reality of what I'm saying. We
That's
found
great.
a
Doctors
solution,
aren't
and that
nutritionists.
solution works, sir. It worked. That's pragmatic truth. You can't
That's
argue
great.
against that.
Doctors are not
All right?
nutritionists or dietitians. So
Outstanding.
why would
So
that
since
matter?
So he
you're
said
my doctor,
what we're saying is
found
that
a solution that works for me,
hey,
it is
that
an
was
option that's
what
viable
we're
for
saying
people
is
to
that
try.
okay, that's one solution for a symptom, but the overall thing is that it will overall harm your health. And
That
there's a
is
better
a
way to
risk.
treat the symptom. Let me
That's not
finish. There's a
true.
better way. Let me finish. There's a better way to treat that symptom that also will improve your health or not harm your health, and is also a more ethical decision.
Okay,
That's
so
not true.
well, wait. So if I were to go to my doctor and say I have low energy, chronically low energy, and they prescribe me an amphetamine, does that mean that is the best way to deal with low energy? Because a doctor prescribed me a medication for it?
If whatever you and your doctor come up with, that's between you and your doctor. I'm never
So
going to
are
question what you're
doctors
doing with your
all-knowing,
doctor.
infallible beings?
You and your doctor's held it
Are
between you and your
doctors
doctor.
all-knowing, infallible beings?
I think you're asking a straw man question. Ask a
Are
better question.
doctors all-knowing and infallible? And you can't ask a straw man question. That makes
That is
no
a straw
fucking
man
sense.
question. That's a straw man question.
There's no such thing as a straw man question.
That is an
I'm asking you
obvious
a question.
And I'm not
I'm
going to answer the straw man question.
Okay, so he's just dodging questions. So he
No
knows the
dodging,
answer.
sir. You're
Doctors are
dodging
not.
my reality.
Doctors
You,
are in
like you
fact
just
not
said,
all-knowing and
that
not
it's an
not
option
infallible.
and it's viable for men
So
and
you
women.
agree.
But
So
at the
so
same
you agree.
time, you want to speak against it. That's the problem I have with you. You cannot
So
say,
again, so this guy's just running his mouth and not
it
letting
works
anybody
for
talk.
you,
DNW, can you please mute him? Can you, DNW, can you please mute
One
him?
at a time now. One at a time. One at a time. Alpha. Sorry, brother. I gotta mute you, mate.
Yeah, so
One at
this
a
guy
time,
just
Alpha.
keeps running his mouth and refuses to answer questions. So he knows the answer to the question. Doctors are in fact not all-knowing. They're in fact not infallible. So any advice a doctor gives you may or may not be correct. Now, the thing that is in contention here is not that eating red meat or high amounts of red meat will help cure iron deficiency anemia. That is one way to deal with iron deficiency anemia. What is in contention here is whether or not that is an ideal strategy from an overall health standpoint. Now, if red meat also comes with several risk factors, like increasing risk of heart disease, diabetes, and cancer, then maybe that's not the most ideal food choice if all you need to do is cure iron deficiency anemia. So the only pushback he would have to give here is that he disagrees with the idea that red meat has other health risks, like heart disease, diabetes, or cancer. Does he disagree? Does he like? I'd just like to hear from him. Is that something he disagrees with?
Go ahead,
Number one, everything that you do in medicine has a risk. That's a universal fact. All of it.
So you're not answering the question. Do you disagree with the prop? Do you disagree with the proposition?
Let me finish, sir.
All right,
Host, you muted me. Host, you muted me, and I sat patiently and waited. Can you please mute him?
He is silent at the moment. He's allowing you to speak. Go ahead, Alpha.
Outstanding. Number one, all measures in medicine has risk. There's no such thing as a risk-free thing in medicine. That's a universal fact. Number two, there are a lot of medical risks with being a vegan as much as there is medical risk with being a meat eater. Those are two biological medical facts. And number three, we wouldn't be here as a species, as organisms, as beings, if we, quote unquote, were not meat eaters. It's a part of our biological evolutionary development.
Appeal to nature.
Period.
Appeal to nature
That's
fallacy. Appeal to nature fallacy, and it's certainly not the same risk with being vegan as it is being a meat eater. Where are you getting that from?
Yeah, so to respond back, he didn't answer my question. I asked him if he disagrees with the proposition that red meat increases risk of heart disease, diabetes, cancer, and thus if you're going to rely on red meat to cure iron deficiency anemia, there are obviously better options like relying on beans and pulses and increasing vitamin C intake, which do the exact opposite. They reduce your risk of heart disease, diabetes, cancer. So he still has not stated if he disagrees with the proposition. Secondly, he said there's as much risk as being vegan as eating meat. That's not true. If you look at the research, vegans on average live longer and have lower risk of chronic disease. That includes obesity, hypertension, diabetes, heart disease, and all cancers combined. And he said, we're biologically wired to eat meat. I don't know what the hell he even means by that. We evolved to eat meat, sure, but that doesn't mean it's an ideal food choice for us. So I'd like to have him answer, does he disagree with the proposition that red meat increases risk of heart disease, diabetes, cancer?
I will answer your question, but you will not object me because I did not interject with you. Number one, as I stated before, and this is how I'm answering your question. Number one, as I stated before, and I'm answering your question, all medical practices have risk. So if
he's
you're
still not answering yes or no
Still
question.
dodging. Still dodging.
He's still dodging.
Do you see it? Do you get it?
Guys, let him answer.
It's a yes or no question.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna answer the way I want to answer. You answer the question, I will answer the way I want to answer it. Outstanding. Now, number one, all medical risk has just that. All procedures, all recommendation in medicine has a risk. That's a universal fact. Number two, when you recommend a diet to someone, that is just like a medical procedure, a medical risk. So if someone recommends a vegan diet or a carnivore diet, they both carry risk. There's no such thing as any diet not having risk. That's number two. And number three, sir, you cannot minimize our development as species. You may not agree with it, and I'll give you that.
Great.
You may
You're
not
still
agree
not
with
answering
it.
the question.
I can't finish.
You've already stated this. You've already stated this. You've already said this. So answer the question.
I cannot finish. You see it, host? Do you get it? Do you get it?
Finished. You've already said this.
DNW, he's repeating himself and he's not answering the question.
I'm going to give him another 30 seconds. I'm going to give him another 30 seconds, guys. Then you answer.
It doesn't need 30 seconds to say yes or no.
I can't even finish. Can't even finish. See? Are you going to let me finish, sir? Outstanding.
Go ahead,
no,
Alpha.
it's yes or no. It's yes or no.
I can answer the question. I'm a free agent, sir. I can answer the question any way I want.
You're not answering the question. You're just repeating what you said before.
You're not my domain. You're not my leader. I'm not your slave. I can answer anything I want, how I want, when I want.
Well, obviously you can't because you're not.
Sir, if you want to try to dominate my tone, that's never going to happen, sir. I can answer how I want, when I want.
You're not answering. You're not answering anything.
Number three, sir. Number three. You cannot minimize the significant and biological reality.
That's great. That's not an answer to the question. He's not answering the question.
Period. We evolved.
Not answering the question.
And that's just what our body.
You've already said that. He's still not answering.
I'm gonna have to say, right? Please, allow each other to talk. And even if you don't agree that the person's answering the question, please let them try to finish their point, and then you can tear them apart afterwards. So, Alpha, go ahead.
So have them waste our time, and then I'll just ask the same thing again. Have them waste our time. So again, do you agree with the proposition that increasing red meat intake increases your risk of heart disease, diabetes, cancer? Yes or no?
I do not agree with
that. Yes or no?
He just said he doesn't agree.
I don't agree with anything you said. Do you agree that vegan carries health risk as well? Yes or no?
Yeah, there's potential risks of certain nutritional deficiencies.
So your question is null and void, sir. Your question is null and void. You agree with my position. Your question is null and void.
No. What
not the same risks.
It's the same outcome, sir. There's risk with everything.
No, it's not. It's just not because the risks are different. You're talking about different risks.
Is there a risk to riding a bicycle?
So medical risk is different for people dying due to be dying, right?
Right. So there's risks to riding a bicycle, right? Like you could fall over and skin your knee.
Let's switch it to no bicycle. Let's keep it on medical and health, sir. Let's stay on the topic.
And playing Russian roulette, you could blow your brains out, right?
We're talking about medical risk and health outcomes, sir.
Right. So
we're talking about a difference in risk,
playing Russian roulette.
No analogy. Let's stick to the topic, sir. Medical health risk, sir. Let's stick to that.
Riding a bicycle is no different than playing Russian roulette because they both have risks, correct?
We're talking about medical issues and health
So this guy, right? This guy knows what he just did is an idiot and he's just dodging.
Richard, he's not tracking.
Well, yeah, he's dumb as shit.
Yeah, I did not do any ad hominems to you, sir. I did not call you.
That's not an ad hominem. That's a statement of fact.
topic.
You're just a fucking idiot. That's a statement of
That's
fact.
a
Not an ad
statement of fact,
hominem.
right.
You know what
You
an
hear
ad
it?
hominem is?
Do you hear it?
In
Do you
no
hear
way
it?
is that an ad hominem. Do you
When
know
have
what
I
an
ever
ad
called
hominem
you
is?
dumb?
Give us the definition of ad hominem.
You just called me dumb as shit. That's a personal attack, sir. I didn't. That's not my argument.
Right,
So
right.
please,
So that's not an ad hominem. A personal attack isn't an ad
let's
hominem. So why
let's
don't you
stay
give us the
away from
definition of
that,
ad
sir.
hominem?
Let's stay away from personal attacks.
Right. So
Stick
he
to the
doesn't. So he
topic.
doesn't even understand what an ad hominem is. Okay.
Stick to
So-
the topic, sir. Medical health outcomes.
Oh,
Can
you're
you
telling
please
me
stick
to
to
stick
that?
to the topic. Okay. All right. Well, based on the Harvard Nurses Health Study, red meat intake is associated with increased risk of heart disease, diabetes, cancer. They also did recent follow-up on the Nurses Health Study data. They found a massive association with red meat intake and type 2 diabetes risk. Case is pretty much closed. Red meat is associated with increased risk of chronic disease.
Okay, and based on the National Health Institute of Health.gov, vegan diets, while proportionally healthy, carry risk for deficiencies in nutrients, vitamin B12, calcium, vitamin D, zinc,
Right.
iron, omega-3.
So, yeah,
sir, you got to study. I got to study. They're null and void. We're canceling each other out, sir.
Oh, okay. So Russian roulette is just as bad as riding a bicycle. All right.
Sir, can we please stick to the health topic?
Alpha. The point that we're making is that the risks are different. The risk of a nutritional deficiency from a plant-based diet is a lot lower and not as nearly dangerous as the risk of eating red meat.
The risk of death is due to whatever your health issue is, sir. It's an equal same amount of risk. I reject your premise.
No, there's not the same amount of
Russian
risk.
Russian roulette is just as dangerous as riding a bicycle.
Russian roulette is playing what's quote unquote suicidal game, sir. That's not the health topic. Let's stick to the topic.
Yeah,
he's using an analogy. It's an analogy to show what you're doing. You're basically saying that something that's far more dangerous than something else has the same level of risk when that's just not the case.
That's an analogy that's relevant to the topic. Let's stick to the topic, please. We're not talking about suicidal games, sir.
But he can't track. He can't track. He's not tracking.
Are you interested in pursuing this conversation? If not, we can change the topic. Are you interested in pursuing this conversation? If not, we can change the topic.
Well, here's the thing. After I pointed out that based on large prospective cohort data, there is certainly an association with red meat intake and risk of chronic disease. He didn't deny that. So he just said, "Oh, well, vegan diets also have health risks too." So you agree red meat has health risks?
And you agree that vegan has health risks. So we can both agree, right?
So you agree that red meat intake increases risk of. So you agree that red meat intake is associated with increased risk of heart disease, diabetes, cancer?
And so you agree that vegan has the.
I'm asking you, yes or no? Yes or no?
Does yes or no, sir? I'm asking. I'm saying we can both
you
agree,
first.
Right?
Stop dodging.
We both
yes
agree
or no?
Agree, right?
Yes or no?
DNW, he's disingenuous.
I'm sorry, I have to mute you for a sec. Just for a second, guys. Just for a second. This conversation is going nowhere. I agree with Vegan Gains here, by the way. And what I want to do, guys, if you'll be gentlemen, is for both of you to link under this show after it's over these studies you're referring to so that other people can read them. Because I do agree. I do believe that a diet rich in red meat is harmful to your health. And Alpha, I do also believe that if your mother, back when you were 10 years of age, had the knowledge that Vegan Gains does about nutrition, she would have been able to bolster your health, improve it, increase your iron with an adequate vegan diet, which would have given you other health benefits, such as reducing the likelihood of heart disease in you, reducing the possibility of cancer, and reducing obesity, etc., etc. If you had that propensity as well. So, Alpha, you can be another gentleman and post whatever claims you believe will support your argument under this chat. But for now, I feel we're going round in circles, which is why I think we should open up the conversation to something else. And as I said, Alpha, I do believe this time you were, unfortunately for you, the loser. That's because I have the prior knowledge. If you don't have the knowledge, please read the papers, etc., that Vegan Gains or Vegan Equilibrium will post under this video. And I do hope that if you find the information to be, stark and uncontestable, that you will change your mind. But anyway, we might move on. If Cougar Duma is here, I would be interested in talking about global heating. I don't know if you're familiar with this term, guys. Global heating, as Cougar Duma talks about it, is a pressing concern, and he believes it's going to cause the damnation of all of us. Human society, human civilization is doomed because of what he calls global heating. Cougar Duma, if you are there, and I hope you still are, do come on and tell us about it and tell us why you think we're doomed. And he has just entered the green room. Here he is. He's on stage. Cougar Duma, would you like to tell all the guys on the panel here and everybody watching what exactly global heating is? I know a lot of us have listened to you already. You can give a brief breakdown, and then I want to hear, because I haven't heard Vegan Gains talking about this before, but I want to hear his views on it, and Alpha as well. Alpha is new here, so I'd like to hear his views. So go ahead, Cougar.
Yeah, hi. How's my audio?
Good.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's great to have you back on the panel, Cougar.
Okay, good. Good to be here. So I'm outside. I'm going to try to find a better environment for this. I've been working in my basement, as usual. My bomb shelter, as you do. So I want to not to stir the pot too much, but science is in the house. So I'm going to go ahead and say this. There have been, I see both sides of this argument, and Alpha did a pretty good job, I thought, making his case. I think that Alpha and VG are just talking around each other, and that's fine. People do that all the time. The one thing I want to add in terms of studies, I don't have the study in front of me, but I'll go ahead and mention it. They've looked at, what do you want to call it? Well, we're talking about bones. So we're talking about archaeology and looking at health outcomes as these are recorded in people's bodies after death. And they've noticed that the Neolithic, even earlier than that, hunter-gatherers had better overall health, including dental health, bone density, arthritis, things like that could be seen in the bones or the teeth. They said to have better outcomes than Neolithic farmers who were eating, and of course no one knows why, because we're not standing around watching these people. But they think the difference is that the hunter-gatherers were eating mostly, they weren't eating a lot, number one. And there are many studies that suggest that fasting is really important for overall health. And this has been demonstrated in animal studies and human studies, leading to longer life and fewer morbidities. But also, not only were the hunter-gatherers probably fasting, which is not a good thing, but they were doing that. They were also not eating a lot of processed foods and not eating a lot of carbohydrates. And the carbohydrates lead to, as we know from modern life.
But they were eating majority of plants. They were eating mostly plants.
Who's they?
Hunter-gatherers were not eating.
This is correct. They were eating what they could find, and so that's plants. They were also eating what meat they could find. So, but the point is, their lifestyle, however, we know they were eating meat because we find the bones in the hearths and things like that. So, but they were eating whatever they could find: roots, leaves, fruits, of course, nuts, everything they could find. They didn't need processing. But the farmers were eating a lot.
Absolutely did need processing.
So the
Some of the
farmers
first
were
stone
eating
tools, yeah. So some of the first stone tools were made for processing plants. So people have been processing plants forever. In fact, they probably needed more processing because they're not grown agriculturally. They're not they're not purposefully bred. So in all likelihood, they would need more processing because the husks are thicker, firmer. If they're eating grain, any fruits or roots or whatever they're finding, they're going to be smaller, harder, filled with more latex. So if anything, the food they're eating would require more processing and more time chewing. So I don't know where you're getting that idea.
So, so what has been surmised from all this is that the reason that we were able to grow such a big brain is because we were cooking food and chewing less, and we have a smaller gut as a result. If you look at gorillas or even early Homo species, they tended to be have larger rib cages, larger bodies to carry around this huge gut. Well, when we discovered fire and began cooking food, all kinds of food, sure, throwing in vegetables, that's fine. Then we had it was pre-digested for us, so we got more energy out of it than we were putting into it, like for chewing or digesting, which also takes energy. So the idea was that when we discovered fire or inherited fire, we probably inherited it from other Homo, then we were able to energize our metabolism. And that's kind of where the energy came from that promoted a large brain. Because the brain takes a lot of energy. I can't remember the exact number. It's like 20% of your calories go into running your brain. Not that you could tell that from listening to a lot of people, but that's true. That's how it works. So there's some evidence that we got where we are by cooking foods, not eating a lot, having meat in the diet, eating whatever plants we could find, including fruits and nuts, and basically just having a well-rounded diet for a omnivore, which is basically what we are. We're not carnivores as such, but there are behaviors in the primate lineage, including chimpanzees, that are at least our cousins. And there's a lot of meat consumption still present in some of these modern animals. So how much role this? How
like
much?
2% of the diet?
Okay, but it's there. So how much of this needs to be represented in the modern diet is kind of up to cultural norms or what people want to do.
You can look at prospective cohort data. The less meat people eat, the healthier they are.
Okay, well, some of this is, you're probably right, but some of this is all tangled up with other factors like sedentary lifestyles, eating processed sugars, eating processed foods, not getting enough exercise.
That's why they don't look at raw data. They make adjustments.
Yeah, I know they do. I'm a scientist. I know how this is done. I'm just saying that modern life.
Guys, I read within the last year that even a sedentary lifestyle, as a vegan, they don't generally have.
Yeah, there's benefits for cholesterol and blood pressure. It has a very clear benefit for blood
having
pressure.
a sedentary lifestyle, they're healthier than an omnivore, carnivore, whatever.
At least when it comes to cholesterol and blood pressure.
Okay, so I like I said, I didn't really want to stir the pot. I was just going to mention something that it's science. That's my wheelhouse. These are studies that have been done, and they're looking at hunter-gatherer cultures as opposed to Neolithic farmers, and they're finding health outcomes that are different. So read into that.
Well, no shit. Like, there's nothing to read into this. There's a very easy explanation for why the first farmers in the Neolithic age were less healthy. That's probably primarily due to disease. So when people are living in larger communities and they're getting exposed to more parasitic and viral and bacterial infections, you're going to see worse health outcomes. On top of that, first farmers probably also only grew single crops, so they didn't have as varied of a diet. That doesn't mean a plant-based diet is worse or it makes you have worse bones or whatever. And again, this type of research requires a lot of fucking assumptions. This is why randomized trials are the gold standard. Second best option is prospective cohorts. Why would you look at two completely different communities of people that lived in the far ancient past and then make a bunch of assumptions about diet and lifestyle when you can't even directly study these people anymore? They're fucking dead. It's just stupid. So
I have a
we
question.
have modern
I have a
science.
question for the panel. I have a
Look at the
question.
modern day. I want to move on,
Because
Alpha. Please, brother.
I,
Wait till next time. I want to move on to global heating, okay? Because I want to
Yeah.
hear
Okay.
what you have to say about that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, DNW. I knew that was going to be a clusterfuck. I just wanted to say something from my perspective, in anthropology and science, and take it or leave it. I don't really care, obviously. So the question, what you wanted to mention was global heating, and I have my own channel. I do videos on this. I don't know, at this point, 2 or 3 times a week. It seems like things are developing that rapidly that I kind of have to be on top of it. I know this topic is not popular here. I know that I'm not popular representing it. I know that things I say are not popular. I know that people come here for light fare and light discourse and smart arguments. And when I get on here and do my doomer thing, because that's what I'm seeing in our environment, well, then I'm not popular. So I'm just going to say a couple of things, and then I'll probably get off because I'm supposed to be in the basement working, and I can't really be down there when I'm trying to be live on the stream. So yeah, so I've been looking at a couple of things recently, and like I said, I have my own channel. You don't have to sit here and listen to me. You can go to my channel and check things out there, and you get the whole 2-hour-long diatribe. But anyway, yeah, there's actually been some really strange shit going on. I did a video yesterday where I really am. I'm getting a little bit worried, folks. Just from the data, okay, not worried existentially, but just what's happening right here in the good old US of A. And I wish I had more data from elsewhere in the world, but right here in the good old US of A, we're having an absolute climate meltdown. That's the only way the only thing I can call it. I know there's a problem with the AMOC slowing down and shutting down. I know there's problems with torrential rains in Indonesia and the double hurricanes coming ashore in the Philippines, but right here in the good old United States. So what's happening here is that we have for about the last, I want to say 6 weeks, it may have been longer than that, we've been having back-to-back events. I'm not even going to call them weather because this is way beyond weather. We've been having back-to-back events. And the events are these two, and they back-to-back. Record cold that extends all the way to Florida. Record iguanas, which are now endemic in Florida, were falling out of the trees because they couldn't metabolize. Record cold. And then 5 days later, record heat. And then 5 days later, record cold. And then 5 days later, record heat. And right now we're set up. This is the setup. And this has got people absolutely jumping out of their socks. The setup right now is for record heat on Christmas here in the United States. Over about 12 states in the middle of the country, they're going to have record heat on Christmas Day. All the snow that has fallen will melt over much of the country. They will have whatever they have to deal with. I mean, most of them have air conditioners, so they'll just turn the air conditioning on. But it's going to be Christmas Day. And I don't really care that you have an air conditioner. And I don't really care that you're going to turn it on. You'll be fine. And you'll wear your shirt sleeves and your cut off trousers, and you'll be great. You'll be great on Christmas Day. That's not my point. The point is, Christmas Day is a representative of a pagan holiday. Was supposed to take place at the depth of winter. The coldest time in the Northern Hemisphere was going to be Christmas Day. And the problem is, it's not cold. And it had these swings between record cold and record hot and record cold have been going on for a couple of months now. Also, at the same time, over here on the West Coast, California, where I live, we're having torrential atmospheric rivers. We used to get atmospheric rivers maybe every other year, every 3 years. And they were noteworthy. And they called them the Pineapple Express because they came from Hawaii. And then we'd have them. And we had some atmospheric rivers in California that created flood events that are still memorable. The people still talk about these flood events. Now we're getting atmospheric rivers for weeks at a time. They come and then they go and they come again. We even had some that came not from Hawaii, but from the Philippines. And now, at the same time that's happening, there's a super low pressure cold core cyclone spinning up off of California. It's going to be massive destructive winds just like a hurricane would. It'd be like a Category 1 hurricane or maybe a tropical storm. But the point is, it's a cold core. It's coming from the above, coming from the north, and it spun up out of nowhere. Uh, it's the second one we've had in like 6 weeks, and the first one was really crazy, and now this one is spinning up again. They're saying catastrophic wind events. It's going to blow people's roofs off. This is just like a hurricane hitting Puerto Rico or Jamaica. We're now getting the same level of alerts that those people get when a hurricane comes ashore. We've had 2 of these cold core cyclones. They're coming from the north. They're coming from the north, and I can tell you why these things are happening. They're related. The northern jet stream, which it's supposed to be a big circle of wind, wobbling a little bit, but a big, huge cyclone circling at about the Arctic Circle, maybe a little bit further south. The jet stream is falling apart. It is absolutely disintegrating. And when I did my video yesterday, I was reflecting on that. And the reason it's disintegrating is because of, this is going to be word salad to people. I'm sorry, this is science. It's fucked up. No one understands this. Our education systems have failed us, but here we go. Put on your science hat. Here it comes. The polar vortex, which is supposed to orbit counterclockwise right above the North Pole at high altitudes. We didn't even know it was there until the satellite era. The polar vortex, which drives the jet stream and which drives the rest of the weather systems, the polar vortex is falling apart. It's been subject to these things called sudden stratospheric warming, which, of course, is associated with global heating. Somehow, they actually don't know how, but there you go. It's got to be this related. And as the polar vortex heats, it actually slows down. And as it slows down, then the motivating energy, the physics that was supposed to drive the jet stream, slows down. And then you get into a whole nother realm called fluid dynamics. And this is where things get completely unhinged. The jet stream is a river. It's right there in the name. It's a river of air. As it slows down, like any river, it becomes subject to a different regime of fluid dynamics. It begins to meander. And there's eddies and there's oxbows and all the things that happen with a river when it goes from being a mountain stream or river to being on the flats. It slows down and it begins to meander. And as the jet stream begins to meander, it can't hold back the cold air anymore. And the cold air that is still really cold, even if it's heated compared to what it was 50 years ago, it's still really cold. And it descends south through the broken jet stream, which is supposed to act like a ring fence. And as the jet stream breaks apart and this cold air escapes, it's cold, therefore it's heavy, and therefore it wants to go south to get away from the hole. Not because south is lower, it's all the same altitude, but it wants to go to some place where there's not so much cold air piled up. It wants to spread out like water being poured on a floor. So it pours south, and that's where we get these record cold. It's Arctic air. It's not supposed to be here. This is a major fuck up. This is absolutely the end of our world. If this continues, this is the end of our world. And then the next thing that happens is, and this is like completely unexpected, the southern jet stream, which is closer to the equator, which is generally weaker, and the winds are slower, and we don't think of it in the northern hemisphere as being critical. It's moving north. It's moving north. So as the polar jet stream begins to collapse, the subtropical jet stream is moving north, and it's bringing subtropical or even equatorial weather temperatures with it. And so it bulges to the north and gives you record heat. And then another thing comes down from the north and gives you record cold. And then the southern port reimposes itself. And then the cold air comes down.
This is completely unprecedented, and you seem startled and extremely worried, and you do think this is literally it. We're fucked. Like it's happening now.
Okay, so I don't want to say something like we're fucked, because that's emotional language. We are, okay, but I want to say something more on topic, and I'm going to use my words. And what's happening is that this is something that no one thought would happen for 100 years, if not longer. But it's happening. It's happening now, and we're going to see how much people want to talk about this. I don't think they're going to want to talk about it. What's actually happening is, using my words, the Earth dynamic system, which in the northern hemisphere was driven by prevailing winds like the trade winds and the westerlies, but also driven by the jet stream and the polar vortex and the subtropical jet stream. Our weather patterns and the places where we grow crops and the places where we built our cities and the way we built our cities in these areas and all these other considerations, that Earth dynamic system is disappearing. Everything that made sense to us to have cities on the coast, to have agricultural areas where you could have annual rainfall, dry land agriculture where it's just rainfall that waters the crops. All these things that made sense were dependent on an Earth dynamic system that existed up until about 3 years ago. That system is now on the way out, and we are seeing early signs of a breakdown of this engine. This engine, which has lots of cylinders, lots of moving parts, all kinds of things that we haven't even had a chance to study. We've been studying it really hard, but it's gotten ahead of us. And now we're flat-footed. We can't even explain what's happening. All we can do is observe it. And what we're observing is a collapse of the Earth dynamic system. Folks, this is absolutely hair-raising. This was not supposed to happen.
Okay. I want to bring in the others, Cougar Dimmer. Thank you for that. Vegan Gains, what's your take on all of this? Are you worried about global heating, climate change, whatever you call it? Is it something you think is caused by humans? And do you think we are, as Cougar Dimmer says, we're facing the end?
No, I don't think we're facing the end. Like, these things are problems that can just be solved with technology. It might be very expensive and a pain in the ass, but I don't see a world where society just collapses or something. So yeah, we can learn how to just deal with the weather or create like barriers on the shore for like water levels, or have new building regulations for hurricanes, like stuff like that. I don't like, again, it's expensive, it's a pain in the ass, but I don't see society collapsing, like especially with a wealthy nation like the US.
Alpha, what do you think?
Well, I have a question about the what is your name? What is his name? Goomer, or Doomer? I don't want to say your name.
Oh wow, this guy can't even read.
It's Cougar Dimmer, like the cougars off the Californian mountains.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, man. I thought you said Coomer. I'm sorry. I'm from the South, man. I'm New Orleans. I'm country, so I didn't hear what you were saying. Well, I want to ask this question, and this is for everybody on the panel, starting with Cougar Doomer. What is everyone's educational level? What have they completed? Because I heard he said he was a scientist, and I wanted to hear that.
I'll go first. I'm a biologist, an ecosystem biologist. I'm also worked in Silicon Valley as a computer programmer. I have a master's degree in biology. I worked for the US EPA on Superfund cleanup sites as a biologist, and have published papers and whatnot. But I got out of biology to work on computers instead, and that was my career, and I'm retired from that.
Vegan Gains, what is your educational level?
Not relevant.
You don't want to answer that question?
Not relevant. Nobody cares.
What's your educational level?
Oh, sorry. I have a bachelor's degree from university, but to be honest with you, I don't put too much stock in it. I think that I found it quite ridiculous that I got the degree, because I got a 2-1, by the way. It's not the highest mark. A first is the highest. And I basically spent my university years in a state of debauchery. And I don't know if I deserve to even get a degree, but I got one. So that made me lose faith perhaps a little bit in that piece of paper. I think what matters is perhaps the people who go on and do further education after a degree, or who prove themselves in life somehow or other without even having been to university. So that's my view on it.
Well, I have a bachelor's degree in philosophy, concentration in ethics. I have a bachelor's degree in biology, emphasis in natural science. I have a master's degree in science, and I'm currently finishing my PhD and doctorate in naturopathic medicine. And so on this topic,
naturopathic medicine. Okay.
Yes. On this topic, I'm going to be honest with you, finding Gnosis and everybody else. I'm going to be honest with you. I think the man who presented this argument, I would have to take the lead and follow him on this, because I don't have a lot of research on it. And so I really can't comment on it. I'm to be honest with you, I really can't. That's why I asked educational level because
I
I
wasn't
haven't done the
expecting
research
you
on
to
it.
give an expert opinion, brother, but wow, you do have a lot of certificates there. I was merely asking anecdotally, what have you seen around you in the news, or as I said yourself, have you noticed things getting strange? Do you believe what you're hearing from the experts that things are going a bit astray? Or there's other experts who say things are perfectly fine and there isn't such a thing as human-caused climate change or global heating. What do you think?
All right,
Climate change is obviously a thing.
What I think on this topic, and I'll be honest with you, I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana. So New Orleans is a very strange place in terms of weather, in terms of climate. I mean, I lived through Hurricane Katrina, and then I moved to Southern California, and I come to a completely different climate. I mean, right now it's about to be Christmas in 4 days, and I'm in shorts and sandals in the mountains of Southern California. So, in my opinion, since I haven't done a lot of research on it, and based on my personal experience, I don't know if it's such a major problem as the scientist says, but, being that I'm ignorant on the subject and I'm just basing it on my personal position, I cannot discredit what he's saying. So on this day, I think finding Gnosis is a good question. But I will add this to it. I have seen this in the news. I have seen people taking this topic of global warming or climate change or along that lines. I do see it as becoming kind of religious, in my opinion. I think it's starting to move towards a sort of new religion, in my opinion. So that's my position on it.
Right, I just want to move back to Cougar Duma. You've heard what the guys have said there, Cougar Duma. Vegan Gains says, he's confident that we'll have technological innovation to deal with whatever may be. And Alpha says he doesn't find it particularly concerning at the moment, given the way he sees what is going on. What do you think of those two opinions or points of view there, Cougar?
Well, I mean, everyone's entitled to their opinion, so that's fine. You can think anything you like. All I'm doing is representing the data and, frankly, the headlines. So, where is it coming from? Where is it going? Who cares? I don't know. That's all sociology. I don't really have anywhere to weigh in on that. But what I just mentioned in terms of the breakdown of the jet stream and the training of the record heat behind record cold and the record hot Christmas that we're just about to have in the middle of the country. That's all headlines. All right. That's all a non-debatable. That's instrumental, as we like to say. Those are readings. That's what's happening. And you can have your opinion on it, and I don't really care. Now, I will say this, and I say this in my videos a lot. I don't care what your opinion is. And the other party in this discussion that doesn't care is physics. Physics doesn't care what you think. Physics is going to do what it's going to do. And you want to jump out of the back of an airplane without a parachute on because you think you can fly? You can go right ahead and do that. And maybe you think that the laws of gravity or Newton's laws of motion don't apply to you. You can think that, and then you're going to die because physics doesn't care what you think. So that's what I'm going to say on that.
I think Cougar Doomer, in my opinion, I think you've done an excellent job, and I believe that a legitimate argument on this topic would be with someone who is adjacent or in the same field as you. I to be honest with you, man, I could not debate it because I'm very ignorant to the topic. So
I heard that. I get your bowing down to his intellectual credentials. That's fine. Cougar Duma, what about what Vegan Gains said in terms of human ingenuity and the fact that he is confident humans will overcome? They will be able to meet whatever nature throws at them in relation to the climate. What do you say to that?
All right. Short answer, before I give the long answer, the short answer is good luck. The long answer is you're fighting the laws of physics, boys and girls. And I always said this, laws of physics don't give a fuck. And you think you're going to build seawalls to hold back the sea, but the projected sea level rise is 270 feet. So good luck. You think you're going to hold back these freezing cold weathers that drop the iguanas out of the trees? No, you're not going to stop that. You're not going to stop the record heat waves coming from the south. And you're not going to stop hothouse Earth. There's no way to do this. Now, will you survive it? Yeah, you might. And if you have a lot of money and you can afford your own power supply and your own air conditioning and a bunch of other things, then the wealthy may escape this. And they probably will. But the rest of us are just going to be subject to whatever's coming. Probably. And what's that going to be? I don't know. I see the Earth dynamic system pulling itself to flinders. Now, trust me, that's going to leave a mark. Do I know what the mark is going to be? Who's going to get swept up in it first? I don't know. What technology do they have to deploy? Maybe some of them can move to a different country. Maybe some of them can move to a private island somewhere. I don't know. But this is coming, all right? If you don't like it, I understand. But you can't stop it. You can rub your lucky rabbit's foot and hope for the best, but it's coming. It's here. So
we're kind of past the point of no return. So like if the environmentalists, wanted to push for electric cars, and we actually had the political motivation to do it, where we could replace all internal combustion engines tomorrow, we're already past the point of no return. So like this is already happening.
I agree. That is the point.
Yeah, we are going to have to rely on like human ingenuity and stuff, but some of the stuff you're saying, like iguanas dropping out of the trees, I like iguanas, but in terms of like human well-being, I don't know what that has to do with human well-being necessarily. So some of that stuff isn't concerning from a standpoint of how am I going to live my life. As far as like some of the temperature changes, like the record high temperatures or record low temperatures, like that could be a problem for agriculture. But again, like it's expensive and it would be a pain in the ass. But like there is such a thing as like indoor farming. You could make like very large sections of like greenhouses or temperature controlled, something like temperature controlled, to do most agriculture, at least in areas that are experiencing these like weird temperature fluctuations. And again, it's expensive, but if it came to it, we're probably going to do it. So I don't know if it's worth catastrophizing over. I don't see like our way of life fundamentally as we know it being completely ruined. Like, yeah, there's probably going to be more forest fires. We've already seen some of that in Canada. It's not as bad in Ontario as it is on the West Coast. There are certain areas in the US, like California, where it's probably going to get really bad. I know there's some areas in like Arizona that have like really, really horrible heat waves at this point. So you might get some migration out of these areas just because the weather is intolerable, or because like in California, pretty much all the insurance companies are just getting out of the area, so it's becoming more and more impossible to own a home. But there's so much land mass in the United States and Canada. If it were the case that certain areas are uninhabitable technically because insurance companies aren't going to cover cost of housing because of like forest fire risk, there's so much land like everywhere. And again, we can geoengineer things. We can clear out forests to prevent forest fires. We can concrete over things if we want. So these things are expensive. They're a pain in the ass. But again, from my perspective, is life as we know it going to go away? Probably not. Like I see a lot of catastrophizing from like the environmentalist community, where like the polar bears are going to go away. There's not going to be any ice for them to like, be on. They're polar bears. What does that have to do with me? Like, so, that's my take on it.
I think we should, based on what he's saying, and I'm not discrediting what he's saying, but if from what I'm interpreting, if what he's saying essentially is that we cannot stop it, we cannot intervene with this, we can't do anything about it, then I think we should do what happened on the Titanic. Go back and look at that movie. When they all knew the ship was going down, they just started getting more drunk and more sex and more partying. So I say, hey, let's go out with a bang. That's my position.
Cougar Duma, I want to go back to your point about technology, because you have said before that humans face an insurmountable task in terms of building any possible technological infrastructure that might be able to deal with global heating. In fact, you say it will, in fact, exacerbate global heating if they attempt to do so. Would you care to explain that point of view?
Yeah, sure. Let me just point something out. There are 8,000 million humans on Earth. So what people do is they say, we'll just come up with a technological solution. Now, without even discussing what that is, are you planning on doing that for all 8,000 million people or just for yourself? Because the people on this stream are among the elites. We can have this conversation. And even if you don't feel like you're an elite, you are. Okay? Everyone on this stream, anyone who has ever been on this stream, is already in the top 10% of humanity. That places you in a really good position.
You just said privileged. We're not.
Well, yeah. Now that you actually, mentioning that, not to cut you off, like geopolitically, this.
Yeah, but you just did. But you just did. Okay, could you just wait? Excuse me.
Okay,
now,
calm down.
No, you don't interrupt me. I'm trying to make a point. I was asking a question. Now, if we want to have solutions for 10% of the population of the Earth, 1%, we might be able to do that. We might be able to air condition. We might be able to put up domes. The Elon Musk is going to Mars. There may be solutions for some part of our population, but I don't think that applies to the other 8,000 million. Therefore, now, this is going to sound rough, and I'm going to say it, and I'm going to shut up. Anybody who is advocating for technological solutions is advocating genocide.
No.
I have a question.
How does that logically follow?
Do you have a solution based on what you know today?
Can you wait? Because he made a point, Alpha, and Vegan Gains asked a question, and then you butted in. Please,
go ahead.
That question was pertinent to what Cougar was saying.
So yeah, well, two things. One, I might see that as geopolitically advantageous. Like China and Russia are bad actors; they're fascist states. If they end up being affected severely negatively by global warming and they don't have the technology or the ability to compensate for it, I see that as a political win, because then it weakens some of our biggest enemies. And two, I don't know how you're saying technological solutions, that means you're advocating for genocide, because I just don't see how that logically follows. Like, genocide is an act that requires like some form of doing against a targeted group. Like, let's say a volcano erupted and there was like there was some crazy environmental catastrophe. Okay, well, the United States might have the technological know-how and the ability and the money to compensate for that. China might not, Russia might not, some other smaller countries might not. Are we genociding the other countries because we're better than them and we can like compensate for environmental disasters? Like, I don't see how that logically follows. Like, can you make an argument for why that would be genocide?
Kugaduma, you're muted. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's fine. I was just thinking. I'm not going to make an argument. I'm just not. I don't care. He just said that it's okay to kill the Russians and the Chinese. I'm done. I'm finished.
Well, what was
no comment?
Well, you're the one who said that would be genocide. How is it genocide? Like, anything presumably could cause an environmental catastrophe. Like right now, this seems to be due to man-made climate change. China is absolutely contributing to that. They're one of the biggest polluters on the planet. So I don't know how you could say we're committing genocide against China because we have the technology to compensate for global warming that they're also contributing to, and to a greater extent than us. I just don't see that logically follows. And again, China is a problem. Like, they're fascists, and they're on the brink of coming up with AI technology that is a serious existential threat to us. So I don't know why it would necessarily like be a bad thing to severely weaken China. If you could cut their population like in half by just literally not doing anything, letting them pollute with their factories and all this bullshit and coal power plants, they're going to fuck themselves over. That's a political win for us. How is that genocide?
Okay, Cougar, do you want to answer that? That's a political point.
Okay, so for one thing, it's like, whatever, no comment. But I will say this. Saying that,
okay, so you just make statements and somebody gives you rational pushback, and I'm not going to say anything.
No, that what you just said is actually irrational. So no comment. I guess you can take whatever you like.
Well, what's irrational about it? Explain.
Well, China
if it's irrational, I'd like to understand.
Well, then shut up and I'll tell you.
You just said
China. Shut up. China is the manufacturing center of the entire planet. If they lose half their employees, you're not going to have anything coming out of China.
Okay.
This is going to be hard. This is going to be an absolute disaster. The global economic system, I hate to talk about economics, but it will implode. And that will cause implosion.
During World War II.
That will cause implosions in related chains, like food chains, fuel chains, and so on.
Can I just say, Vegan Gains says we managed in World War II, but the thing is, I understand that we don't have in the West the infrastructure, the manufacturing infrastructure to deal with a sudden shift in world economics in terms of becoming a manufacturing center. We have handed the infrastructure, we have handed that task over to the developing countries, and it would take us a long time. It's a bit like learning how to get back to the moon. It would be difficult for us to do. Is that right?
I wouldn't say that. Like, look, I'm not expecting China's population to cut in half tomorrow. Like, this is probably going to be a gradual thing over the course of decades in all likelihood. So if we can see that the trend shift and that coming, then we can just gradually increase our manufacturing base. And we kind of already have started doing that a little bit. We're starting to increase chip manufacturing here. So, and with automation, AI, it would probably be even easier to transition. And again, a similar thing happened in World War II. All the world's manufacturing absolutely collapsed. The US was the only country that was really able to manufacture anything. And that's why there's the huge economic boom.
Right, yeah, but again, it was a manufacturing center prior to World War II as well, wasn't it?
No, not to that extent. The war helped. Definitely the
thing
war
is,
effort
people
helped.
knew what they were doing. The people were, let's just say, trained up to be working in that industry that they're not at the moment. So would it not take a lot of time to provide that solution, Cougar? And is that what you're talking about? You're basically saying we don't have enough time to sort that out. Is that what you're saying, Cougar?
We have run out of time.
So it's a time-dependent issue.
I don't see like, look, well, you can look at the Soviet Union. They went from literally an agrarian society to a fully industrialized nation over the course of a few short years due to the Nazis. Like, literally within 3 years, they went from an agrarian society to a fully industrialized society to fight the Nazis. They went from jack shit to making thousands and thousands and thousands of T-34 tanks. So if Russians can do it, I'm sure we could figure out how to increase our manufacturing within a few short years if we needed to.
I don't know if this means anything for this conversation. You know, I'm in the clothing industry, and there's very few places left in America that make clothing, but that shift from American-made goods, like in terms of clothing, happened over the course of about 40 years. So they started shifting things starting in the mid to late 60s, and that was just a little bit of shift. 70s you saw a bit more. 80s most things got moved over to Hong Kong, Korea, China, and other places. And then
Philippines,
the 90s, 90s was trickling out, and by the early 2000s pretty much everything had moved, and then only basically anything you bought in the USA was a premium product, right? So now that was in the 20th century. We have better technology now. Do you think it would take 4 decades to shift everything? And obviously there was different economic reasons for doing all that stuff.
I
People were
suppose
willing to pay less.
There is that problem, but there are other issues as well in terms of raw materials. We are a globalized society, and we do depend on raw materials from some of these developing countries. So if we're taking back all the manufacturing, then perhaps they won't be so happy to provide what we need in terms of raw materials. I mean, it's a bit of a Pandora's
they would if
box.
they want money.
What do you think, Cougar Duma?
I'm still curious how what I'm advocating for is a genocide. I still haven't gotten that answer.
Yeah, that makes no sense, because if he's saying that people are going to die regardless, how is that a genocide?
Like genocide is a volitional act. I like, especially when China also contributes to global warming. Like they're at the very least equally complicit in it. I don't know how you're claiming you're committing a volitional act. By
Objective ethics, do you want to come on and discuss your confusion, brother? Please come on.
I have a question if I can ask it.
Well, yes, you can, but we are waiting for Cougar to talk about why he thinks the West or the developed nations pursuing technological advancement to save themselves from global heating will cause a genocide in developing countries. That is the one of the questions.
No, I didn't say. I didn't. No, okay. Let's clarify what I said. I didn't say it was causing. I said it was advocating, because if these people are not going to participate because they can't, or we're not going to help them, or whatever, then what we're advocating is that they die. And what do you want to call that? I came up with a word. You're advocating for their death, so I called it genocide. You have another word? I'm fine. I don't really care.
Sorry, it's a volitional act. How is it a volitional act to do nothing?
Okay, so this is how you do shit, and I'm not going to play your game, all right? I'm saying that if we decide to take a technological solution, build domes, give everybody air conditioning, create modular nuclear power, whatever we're going to do, then we're basically throwing everybody else under the bus because they can't do that. What do you want to call that? I don't know. I don't care. Come up with a word.
Okay, then what you're saying, then it's not genocide. You can come up with some other word for it, but it's not genocide. So like let me ask you this. Like, let's say you're on I don't know, there's like a deserted island, there's one can of peas that you find. You have your girlfriend or wife or the person you love the most that you could feed it to so that they can live, and you have some random jackass that you don't know. Are you going to feed the can of beans to your loved one, or are you going to feed it to the random jackass you don't know? You're probably going to feed it.
That's okay. That's ethics.
You're probably going to feed it to your loved one. I wouldn't call that murder to not give the can of beans to the random jackass. There's a limited amount of resources. You're going to give it to the people that you like the most. I wouldn't consider that murder. Like, it's not a volitional act. Like, especially when you're talking about different nations.
Okay, but this is wordplay. My statement stands as given.
It's not wordplay. Words have a meaning.
That if the 1% of the current population decides to use technology to save themselves, as opposed to, for example, stop burning fossil fuels. That's something you could do for everyone. But let's say we don't do that. We're just going to use technology to mitigate. So we're going to mitigate against our own lack of survival options, and therefore, since we can do that, and we can keep burning fossil fuels as a result, we're basically, through volition choosing a path that creates an uninhabitable planet for other people who don't have a choice. We're going to burn fossil fuels. They aren't going to have any technology. And when we do that, that is a choice. That's a choice.
China is going to burn fossil fuels, and they're not going to stop.
So are you.
Right. So again, why would the onus be on us? Like, why would that be our responsibility? Like, why would we?
No. That's a choice that is not your responsibility. You created the situation. Maybe you own it, but that's an ethical discussion. I would want politicians, economists, and spiritual leaders, all of whom I loathe, nevertheless, to come together and answer that ethical, moral question. Do they have any responsibility? And I'd be interested in what they came up with. So far, the answer seems to be through inaction, they have no responsibility.
Look,
for having created the problem and create no mitigation.
Burning fossil fuels. The entire world is burning fossil fuels. And unfortunately, we're in competition with the rest of the world, particularly fascist nations like China and Russia. So if we're going to go through all this trouble to not burn any fossil fuels, fuck ourselves over economically, not be able to support our military, both at home and abroad, like what? You want fascist takeover and then they're just going to burn fossil fuels anyway and we're going to be in the same situation? Okay, and he just left.
He might come back. He might have temporarily lost connection. Go ahead, Alpha.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, I mean, finding Gnosis, I don't know if he's going to come back, but I'll ask this question and I'll drop down because I have to go do something. But my question to Cougar Doomer, I hope I'm saying his name right. My question to him is that what would he tell someone like me who is ignorant on this subject? What could I do today, right now, today, to either solve this problem or
there's
survive
obviously
this
nothing.
problem?
Like, dude, you were not listening to anything.
Well,
how do you have all these degrees and you
question.
literally can't even read and follow like a basic conversation?
I'm just asking the question. I mean, I don't know what's wrong with me asking the question.
Like, did you listen to anything we were saying?
The question is for Cougar Doomer. This is his topic. It's a good topic, and I'm asking him.
You clearly didn't listen to anything that he or anyone was saying.
I listened to everything he was saying, and essentially the question is,
like, you wouldn't have asked that question.
What could I do today to help solve this problem or survive this problem? That's a simple question.
Yeah, okay. So he literally has a complete inability to follow any conversation.
Wait a second.
Jay is on the show. Jay, what would you like to add?
No, since Objective Ethics can't ask for questions since he's gonna go to work, I want to know, like he said, why is it that only farm animals are important but not for polar bears that he don't care about?
Sorry, what?
Why is it that you only care about the farm animals that are getting slaughtered, but not the polar bears? Yeah, but not the polar bears that are dying because of global heating.
Well, polar bears are carnivorous.
Oh shit!
Yeah, but
Jay, you were correct. I think you said that in the chat, right?
No, it was someone else said it, I think. But
I didn't know that was true. Well, there you go.
Yeah, they basically predicted that he would say that, but. Yes, but again, isn't that a rights violation?
There's other animals that are like not carnivorous that could be affected. Like the issue is, I don't see any way to mitigate climate change in any kind of a rapid way that's in any way practical or politically feasible.
Oh yeah, hat tip to Loho.
Oh yeah, I think Chickpea also said that he was going to say that.
Well, finding Gnosis, I'll leave now, but I wanted for the record that I did ask a question and I did not call anybody stupid, dumb, or anything like that. I just want that for the record.
That's great.
I think I'm pretty respectful to everyone. So there it is. Thank you for the
You weren't respectful. You were a complete dickhead. You were being a dishonest jackass the entire time.
All right,
okay.
I love how I was being respectful. I never called anybody names, but I was lying, obfuscating, wasting everyone's fucking time, not answering questions, being dishonest. But I was respectful, right?
There it is. There it is. I mean, I don't know what else to say on that one. I'm even getting pushback on what I did not do. I did not call anyone any names. I did not insult
I never
anyone
claimed you
personally.
said. I
asked
never
questions,
claimed
so
you said anyone.
I'll leave
Called
it
anyone
alone.
names.
I'll
Did
leave
I?
it
Did I
alone.
say? Did I accuse you of calling anybody names? So
I
again,
just
this
got called a jackass. I
idiot
just got called
literally
a
just lies,
jackass.
obfuscates,
I just
bullshits
got
the
called
entire
a
fucking
jackass.
time.
Unbelievable.
Oh,
What
but
else do I need to
somebody
say?
called me a name. I'm the one. He's the one being rude.
You know, like,
Shout out to you,
Wait,
because you didn't call anyone names doesn't mean you're good at arguing, or doesn't mean you weren't dishonest.
Doesn't
You
mean
know,
you
And
like,
like abolitionism, stop hiding in the comments if you've got something to say.
All right. Well, since Cougar Doomer left, I'm just
Shout
gonna
out to you,
go
Fighting Nose. I'm out, brother.
rest
Shout
of
out
the
to
day.
you.
Wait a second. Vegan gains again. It's hypocritical of you to only care about the farm animals and not for the polar bears. That's not fair.
What's the point of hypocrisy?
What do you mean? What's the point of that? You're an animal rights activist. You're supposed to care about all animals across the board.
So what's the point of hypocrisy? I never said I cared about all animals. So what's the point of hypocrisy?
Well, then don't call yourself a vegan or an animal rights activist. Then
Do you care about the well-being of Nazis? Like, do you?
He is a Nazi. He is a Nazi.
No, I'm not a Nazi. Stop
He
it.
is a Nazi. He's an anti-Semite.
Whatever.
Right.
I'm not gonna get into that conversation again. But again,
So
you can't.
the people that you don't care about, I'm sure you're fine with the Nazis being eradicated in World War II. I don't think.
No, I never said. But I'm neutral. I'm neutral towards them. I never said I don't. I'm neutral.
Okay, yeah. So this is the wrong person to talk to, but yeah.
Wait,
just
again,
because you're in favor of killing Nazis doesn't mean you're
Yeah, you
against
got
human
the
rights.
answer,
And
because they're
just
carnivores.
because you're against killing polar bears doesn't mean you're against animal rights.
But you are look. So wait, but again, you're supposed to care about all animals across the board. You're not.
Oh, we're supposed to care about all humans. Why were you in favor of the U.S. killing Nazis? Oh, wait,
He wanted the Nazis to win.
No, I didn't. Stop putting words in my mouth. I never said that.
Well, take care.
No, you're not going anywhere, Vegan Gains. Wait a second.
Jay.
Wow.
Battle him.
Yeah, I did, because see what he was saying was hypocritical.
Well,
No, it wasn't. You still couldn't point out the hypocrisy.
I think it is hypocritical, but there's going to be differences within the vegan community, and there are vegans that advocate that carnivorous
Okay,
animals.
so Brother Marcus, were you in favor of the Allied forces killing off Nazis?
Oh, come on now, Noodle, stop it, man. Come on now.
I'm not going to compare bears to
BMW.
Nazis. Like, that's.
Were you in favor? And the point is,
I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
My point.
No, we're not comparing polar bears.
J.E. I can talk over you too.
What we're saying is that
I can talk over you too. Do you like that? Is that
human rights?
You want to just keep talking?
You can also humans should be eradicated.
So people can hear.
Support human rights while also thinking some humans should be eradicated.
J.E. Is that what you want? Just shut up.
You can also think that some humans should be eradicated.
No, vegan equilibrium here. It's not the same thing. Stop comparing polar bears to Nazis. It's not the same thing.
Jay, that vegan bloke, vegan
What we're
game.
comparing the
Can I finish, please?
You're saying that vegans should care about all animals equally. Well, the analogy is saying, should human rights activists care about all humans equally?
Jay.
I never said I was a human rights activist, so that's I don't know why you're using that example.
Human rights? Do you believe in human rights?
Yes, but I believe in.
Do you think it's good to stop terrorism, like to kill off terrorist groups and stuff like that?
Look, that's a very loaded question, Noodles. It's not the same thing.
No, the polar bears are terrorists, Jay. Come on.
Harm other beings. They harm other beings.
Yes, but it's a false equivalency, Noodles. It's not the same thing. Let Chickpea speak. Chickpea, go ahead. Go ahead, Chickpea. Let Chickpea speak. Wait. No. Let Chickpea speak.
Part of his MO.
We're not equating polar bears and tanids, so I'm not going to let you straw man.
No,
What
he's
we're
not gonna let
equating
you.
is saying that you can care
Guys,
about animals.
one at a time. Come on, guys, for fuck's sake.
You can care about animals while also thinking, okay, these animals are harmful and they should be stopped from harming other animals. Just like you can care about human rights while also saying, okay, some of these humans need to be stopped because they're causing harm.
You are really screwed, Equilibrium.
gone.
Are you suggesting that we go around killing orcas and lions and polar bears? Are you out of your bloody brain or something, you
Loho.
nasty little man? You really are quite vile. You know what? I hope you die soon, because to kill an orca or a bear or anything else because it happens to kill other animals is evil. To even think it.
That's a bit much.
Make me
That's
sick.
a bit much.
Is it?
We're just
so I
trying to
can
get
say
along
it.
here. We're just trying to find Gnosis. There's no need to wish that on each other.
No, but Loho has a good point here. First, cats must go vegan, and now polar bears must die out. Noodles. How can you call yourself an animal rights activist?
I mean, let's hold on. Let's step back a bit. Let's step back and look at the consequences. Okay, so if we allow the polar bears to die out, allow the carnivores to die out. Let's just go with that. If we allow all the carnivores in nature to die out, is there? Oh, he's gone. I was going to ask: is there a possibility that it might be perhaps even worse for some animals because they linger? So the animals get cancer, animals get old too, and maybe they don't have a good quality of life during that period. And maybe nature is merciful in that the carnivores pick them off before they, as in they would live longer in absolute agony. And there is that view that maybe, you know, a few seconds of agony, a few minutes of agony is better than a few years of agony, perhaps.
You know what, D&W?
Now you sound like a pro-mortalist, though.
D&W.
That's a problem for the market.
D&W, no, he was.
I'm literally I'm an anti-interventionist in nature. That's their stance. I'm not saying I am that. I'm just saying that would be their stance, and that is perhaps not pro-mortalist. It's just saying, look, we shouldn't do anything because either way, it's a problem.
Wants to kill off polar bears because they eat fish. I mean, how insane is that?
It's not insane. People argue for that, and we have to acknowledge that in the vegan community, there are vegans that advocate for that. And
yes, I know. Don't tell me about it, Mark. You know what? Shall I tell you something? Do you know that mice actually hunt? Okay. So when my cat, goes out killing mice, he is actually saving worms because mice kill worms. So actually, he keeps saying that I should let my cat out because my cat kills.
But mice do actually kill each other as well, and they do eat eggs. They eat baby chicks.
Who, mice?
So they do. Yeah.
Yeah, well, they also eat worms and other little tiny creatures, and they eat each other too, I suspect. But he's calling my cat and me, giving me a hard time for allowing my cat outside.
Life abolitionism says many vegans have preserve and degenerate standards of ethics. Life abolitionism, you're aware that antinatalists also advocate for procreation to displace wild animal suffering. You're aware of that. So just as much as that pisses me off, every community that you go into in terms of like advocating for ethics, depending on their normative ethics, they'll come to different conclusions because consequentialists and deontologists and virtue ethicists and whatever ethics of care, like they're all going to come to different conclusions within those domains, and that's just an unfortunate fact. Now they can debate those propositions, and that's appropriate. But I was trying to get at JE that you came in inquiring what was the reason vegan gains came to that conclusion. You got the reasoning. You disagree with that reasoning, right?
Yeah.
But like that was the answer.
I mean, yeah, but I still think that it makes him a hypocrite, though. That's just my point of view.
We're a nasty pair.
And I think that's an example of cognitive dissonance, in my opinion.
Could you understand his reasoning, though?
Yeah, I do. I get it. But again, to me, that shows that he has a double standard.
Because, Brother Marcus, the only true vegans in this world are the Jains. The rest of us, if you want to take it to its logical conclusion, are not true vegans because we don't sweep the street before we stand on it to make sure there's no insects there. So none of us are true vegans at the end of the day. None of us. You want to take it that far? Just saying.
No, I hear you.
Because I'm tired of my cats being demonized. Imagine demonizing cats and not giving them some meat to eat. I think it's disgusting. And I am a vegan. I've been a vegan longer than you lot have been alive.
I don't knock you on the vegan.
I know you don't. That's why I love you,
Marcus.
Okay. Brother Marcus, I'm sorry. I strongly disagree with you. And I know there were some grammar errors in there, but I did correct my grammatical errors. The problem is the definition of veganism itself. That's why you get these arbitrary standards. That's why they can advocate for one group of animals and then say, oh, well, polar bears should be eliminated. The definition is so arbitrary. It's not an ethical framework that anyone can actually follow consistently.
I agree with that, actually.
Yeah.
I think only as humans who choose to be vegans should be vegans. I think forcing an animal to be a vegan when it's not is wrong.
Because the way, like, I just use veganism as a short form for when I'm having conversations, but my ethics is based on the literature of like animal rights ethics, and that's going to be a negative rights towards non-human animals, and that's going to be part of that side. But with the vegan society, and they're trying to come up like I think that might be the second or third definition they've like come up with, and it's just like trying to get to the core of it. I actually don't know what the new definition is. It's like don't exploit animals as far as practical and possible, but they added something else, didn't they? Does anybody know off the top of their head?
Cats.
Well, the problem is that they're asking people to make an extreme sacrifice, and their stated goal does not accomplish what they think is going to accomplish. So it's not justified. It's not justified to go vegan because the way that they're doing it doesn't actually accomplish anything. If they actually reframed the definition and actually stated what their intended goal was, then it would be worth it to go vegan. But to just go vegan, to go on a plant-based diet, and it doesn't make any sense.
Thing with the life abolitionist, it made sense back in the veganism made a lot of sense back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. But
they're going vegan and they're still procreating. Like the whole, like I was listening to
procreating. I'm talking about being a vegan. Back in the 70s,
what I'm saying is procreation is not vegan. That's why, at least it shouldn't be vegan. But the way that they have defined it, it doesn't make any sense. And if you listen to the pro-extensionist guy, he made a very strong case for why he's a pro-extensionist as opposed to being a vegan. And I'm not a pro-extensionist, but it makes more sense than what. Listen to what he said. Who was he debating? He was debating. He was debating some other vegan about that, and he was just basically saying why veganism doesn't make sense and why he's a pro-extensionist.
But life abolitionists, I was a vegan back in the 70s, 80s, 90s. And in those days, a vegan was just a person who did not eat animal products or wear animal products. There was no other mention of anything else. And that's how it should have stayed.
But Chickpea, I've talked to you about this before, and you actually agree with me that if they're going to procreate, they're actually doing more harm than just by changing their plant-based diet. Like change your diet and then you're going to have 3 children. It does nothing. You're offsetting all the benefits of going vegan.
No. But I'm not a vegan antinatalist. I'm an antinatalist separately from the veganism. I don't think the two go together. I wouldn't, even though I am both, I'm not with it clung together. I'm one antinatalist, 2 a vegan. They aren't together. Never.
But do you agree that human procreation harms animals?
Yes. Well, yes, I agree with it because we are harming the animal kingdom. Of course, I agree.
No. Even if they are vegan, do you think that they're harming animals by procreating?
Yes, of course you are, because every animal, every human being that's born causes harm. We all cause harm. All of us.
So what does veganism actually accomplish if the definition does not preclude procreation?
Well, I don't. like I said, I don't put the two together. I think humans should go extinct because I think we're a nasty, cruel
No, it's not
species.
about putting it together. It's about what it actually accomplishes. If they're going to procreate and just go to a plant-based diet, they're still causing crop deaths. They're still destroying animal habitats. What is it actually doing?
Well, you sound just like Lawrence Anton, life abolitionism.
Wait,
I'm the opposite of Lawrence Antoine. He doesn't make any sense. He puts veganism before anti-natalism.
No, he links antinatalism and veganism together, right?
No. I'm not linking it. The only thing I'm doing is I agree that it is separate, but they want to keep saying that everybody who's anti-natalist has to be vegan. So I'm switching it. I'm flipping the script and saying, no, it's not us who needs to be vegan. It's the vegans who need to be anti-natalist. If you're going to use that argument, it needs to be the other way around.
Oh. I mean, but then if you keep going down the line, then couldn't you say that, then all antinatalists need to be pro-mortalist then? Like, where does the line end? You know what I mean?
No, not necessarily. I think there's two different camps because I think anti-natalism is so I think veganism and like alcoholism is misanthropic, whereas anti-natalism is philanthropic. So you would not necessarily need to be an extinctionist to be an anti-natalist. But if you're a vegan, I would say you should be an extinctionist because that is in the misanthropic camp.
911, what is your emergency? 911, what is your emergency?
Well, like
DNW.
Sorry, go on, Jane.
No, just saying DNW with the sound effects. But go ahead.
Well, life abolitionists, I've been both as a list since very, very young, before the terms even existed. And I've been both without anyone telling me to be both, without hearing anybody else talk about being both. So if you are, you are, and if you're not, you're not, if you get what I mean. I've always wanted to not be here, and I've always been a vegan. I started my nonsense very young.
Okay, but the problem, Chickpea, it's about collective action. It's not about an individual choice. So does the collective action actually accomplish what it says it's intended to accomplish? It does not. And so you're asking people to make an extreme sacrifice that's not going to actually accomplish anything. You're still increasing the human population, and you're just switching your diet too.
I haven't had children.
No, not you. I'm talking about vegans collectively. Their collective movement does not accomplish anything.
Yeah, but life abolitionism, aren't you annoyed by the vegans, but at the same time you acknowledge that there's a ton of vegan antinatalists? Like, we're kind of doing the thing that you're arguing that we should be doing.
No, it's such a tiny, tiny fraction. And then you have these large content creators, these large influencers who adamantly are against antinatalism. So maybe you have a handful of vegan antinatalists, but it's not enough to act. It's not representative. It's not definitional. Like they don't agree with antinatalism for the most part.
I'm afraid you've got me, life abolitionist. I think you're way ahead of me in all this. I'm just a simple little vegan.
Can we bring it back to Chickpea's appreciation of your book, which I haven't looked at yet, Life Abolitionism? By the way,
it's very good.
When will it be ready? When ready, Life Abolitionism?
Ready? Yeah, I already announced it. It's already up. I mean, it was up before, but I finished making my final edits.
Okay.
Posted it on my link on my channel, but I'm on my phone, so
it's on Amazon.
It's on Amazon. Yeah.
Oh, I knew it was on Amazon, but I thought that was it had to be edited or something.
No, I did it already. I finished it.
The final version. Okay. Have you had many downloads?
Yeah, I've had. I mean, they're free, so it's not. I mean, it's not.
But
you know,
I was charged for mine.
Well, yeah, people actually pay for it, but
don't worry about it.
I'm just trying to get some promotion. I'm more interested in having people read it because that will promote itself. And then I can, whatever. I do have fair use that they can actually copy it or whatever. I'm just not going to. I'm not going to make it available. But if you actually buy it or whatever, then you can copy it if you want.
Do you get notification if people download it? Like, are you able to know?
Well, I can see well, it's more accurate to say that I can see what they actually read, like how many pages they read.
Wow.
I must admit, you're obviously a lawyer, yes, LA?
I'm not a lawyer. I'm a law graduate, which is why I discussed extensively about occupational licenses, how that is interference with disposal rights, because the state can actually prevent you from earning a livelihood in your chosen trade, because the master state has absolute control over all of your disposal rights.
Yes, I know.
Which is slavery. It's like you can't make. People talk about how if you don't like your life, you can just change it. No, you can't. The master state controls everything.
I know, it controls everything. I know that. I've always known. Well, I've known it for a long time. So
well, but I think a lot of times people think that I'm like you're just whining. They don't really know what your grievance is, and I really had to lay it out.
No, you're just speaking the grim, brutal truth. I'm afraid. The truth is not nice.
So, Brother Marcus, y'all were asking, y'all were asking me to throw that person under the bus who I think plagiarized me. And apparently I didn't have to say the person's name because I think the person already got the hint and decided to
Danny Shine. That's who you're talking about.
Yes.
I will throw him under the bus. That's fine. Like, listen, you're passive aggressive with your attacks. Just say that. Like, I don't like when people do that. If people are trying to talk to me, just talk to me directly. Danny can talk, like, stand up for himself. Like, you don't passive aggressive posts to me is beneath all of us, in my opinion.
No, because I wanted that person to. No, it wasn't for everybody else to like. If you figure out, fine. But I'm not.
Email him. Why are you're posting on your community thing?
Because I knew he would see it.
Oh my God. Okay, fine. If that's the way you want to.
Brother Marcus, have you read Danny's book?
This is the thing, though, Brother Marcus. When I have done that in the past, when I have called people out specifically, it's like they pile on and talk. Like I've called people out. I ain't gonna even tell you who I.
Yeah, no, I respected you for that.
Huh?
Like, I respect you for doing that.
Yeah, but at the same time, they'll like unsubscribe and start like attacking me and shit. Like
that's the cost of standing up for your principles.
Well, I would like to do that, but as you know, I lost my other channel. I only have like 80. I had 88, but now he already unsubscribed, so now I'm down to 87. So I'm trying to build my channel. I don't really have the luxury of infighting right now. Like I'm more committed to promoting my ideas than trying to fight with people right now.
All right.
Like I would rather fight people over my. Like I don't like it. I don't like that my idea was stolen. And I mean, if you are going to steal my idea, can you at least give me some attribution for it? Like I don't like it. Anyway, I'll just leave it at that.
No, that makes sense. I would feel, not happy about that. It's hard to prove 100%, but yeah, the ideas are similar.
Marcus, have you read Danny's book yet?
Oh my God! Yes, it's just a bunch of lists.
Yes, I love it. Isn't it nice and easy?
Oh my God! Of course you love it. He put in some AI.
Nice of you.
Yeah, because actually, you're right. That was mean. I
find it very easy.
Because I get upset with like Chickpea in life because I know you guys are smart, and so when Chickpea, you're a reader, and I like that about you. So when you say this is a great book. And it's just pretty much a shopping list for a few pages.
Yes,
and you're like, this is such a great book compared to Life Abolitionism, who actually put in some fucking work for his book.
Yes, I know.
They're completely
I've
different.
got both of them. I'm reading both of them. I'm just saying that Danny's is very easy to read.
Oh my God.
And if you want
to know what? I guess I need to revisit what I said. I do think rigor is important, but at the same time, I think aside from the AI usage, I think that it's probably more accessible for people who, I don't know that my book may have been like overreaching. Like, I don't know how many people are actually going to, take it all in and actually read it and understand it.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Danny's book is very, very easy to read. A couple of days, you can just go through whoosh really quick. Whereas yours is more, you talk about the legal aspects of it, which I agree with you wholeheartedly. Because in this country, it is a criminal offence to accompany someone to Switzerland.
But that's your niche life, right?
What?
That like you like. Well, isn't that life's anti-nihilist informants like niche law?
Well, it's not just law; it's ethics, it's economics, it's politics. Like it's a combination of several things.
So if you're going to write a book, like an overarching like theory of what your beliefs are, why wouldn't you include that? Just because it's a little bit more detailed and I mean,
I'm saying, why wouldn't I include what?
Like all the legal stuff and all the academic, like, well, I don't know how academic it is, but like at the same time, like I think you're being harsh on yourself because you think that it's not easy.
No. I'm being fair. I'm saying that like I was talking to you guys before about how basically anti-natalism needs to reach people where they are. Somebody may like a really simple book that is easy to read, and then somebody may prefer my book. Like, I think that there needs to be. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how. I don't want to sit up here and just like drag that, because I didn't read it. I just saw the little samples, and it did seem like a shopping list.
Yes, it's like a shopping list. It is really quick to run through.
But I mean, you're
both good books because you have to have a brain to write a book, something that I couldn't do. So
the guy couldn't even write his own book. He got AI to do it. Come on now.
I don't know. Well, if he did, then well, I'm just saying, it's
He said it, didn't he? Say it last time.
I don't know. I wasn't here. When
people were asking me like, why, like, just publish a damn book? Like, no, there were things that this weren't right, and if I didn't get it right, people were going to be talking shit. So I had to make sure that it was consistent throughout the entire book, that I used the correct terminology. No, and I'm glad that I did it this way because I'm happy with the final result.
Yes.
I don't know if it's necessarily perfect because I didn't have an editor, so I had to proofread it myself. There may be a few errors in there, but my arguments are solid as far as I'm concerned.
They're very legally based arguments. That's what I was trying to say. That's why I asked you if you're a lawyer.
Well, in that case, someone should tag Danny Shine so he can come in and defend himself. If that's the case.
But I never mentioned his name, so that's not on me. That's not my, that's not my bag. I'm not attacking anybody for that.
There is a newcomer.
At least not directly.
There is a newcomer. 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 There is a newcomer.
Okay, where's the newcomer?
Someone called Obama Online. Obama Online, you're on the show.
Hello. This is your president, Barack Obama. I'd just like to say there's an armed robber in the house. Armed robber in the house. Armed robber in the house. Armed robber.
Oh my gosh.
SpongeBob is in the house. SpongeBob is in the house.
What the heck?
SpongeBob is in the house. Hey.
He's gone now. There you go.
He was DJ for a second there.
Wow. I mean, whatever makes you happy, I suppose. Anyways.
You got his dopamine hit.
Well, wait. So I saw someone in the comments say that Danny's book started off well, but then he listed a bunch of diseases or whatever.
Well, I quite like that. I think it's okay, but then I'm easy to please, I guess. Thing is, Life Abolitionist has written a book from the legal standpoint, and all Danny's done is just put it from the medical standpoint. All these horrible diseases that we get when we get older, we do.
So, are you having regrets, Life?
What?
I'm wondering if Life has any regrets about like how deep he went into his book.
Life Abolitionist.
No. I mean, I don't know that people are going to grasp the entire thing, but it's all there. So I don't have to look up. I don't have to it's like I've already put it out. If they don't, take in the entire thing, then it is what it is. I don't have to do any more work.
But Brother Marcus, what he says about the whole country living now here in the UK, the reason why suicide used to be illegal until very, very recently, because we are the Queen's property.
Oh, don't use the S word.
Yeah, don't say the S word. I don't, because it could get the stream taken down.
I didn't use the S word, did I?
No, yes, Sue.
Oh, you're kidding
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
Apparently, yeah, but it's only recently actually been made legal. And if you want to say, like in a few years' time, I'd like to go to Switzerland. Actually, 5-6 years' time, maybe. I cannot pay someone, a friend, to accompany to Switzerland because it could be classed as to be complicit in manslaughter.
I'll go with you.
Oh, thank you, DW.
But I'll change your mind and we'll go skiing or something.
No, I want to go to Switzerland. No, DW, I do want to go there one day.
Well, the problem is that they have erected all these systemic barriers, and then it's not just physical, it's psychological, it's spiritual, and then
yeah, exactly.
And they say, oh, well, if you don't enjoy life, then you should just off yourself. And then the fact that you don't off means that you enjoy life. Like, no, how about remove all the barriers first, and then you can have a fair conversation about it.
Yeah, precisely. That's how it should be. We're supposed to live in a civilized world. I don't find it very civilized if somebody wants to die. They've got to go and jump off Beachy Head or something. I don't find that very civilized at all.
Life abolitionism. Wait, but it is then you say that that's the reason why you I guess criticize vegans so much is because you say that you talk like if they have a right to put it into law that allowing people to take themselves out should be a law because they're against it. Most of them are against antinatalism or something. Isn't that what you said?
Indifference. So I say mutual support or mutual indifference. If you don't give a shit about antinatalism, then we don't have to give a shit about veganism. You don't get to say, oh, I don't care. And I disagree.
Yes, wait, DNW, just a second.
Warning.
DN.
What about those that are both? I'm both.
No, right. But what I was trying to say to life abolitionism is that it's not fair to put that on vegans, though. That it's up to them to make it so that people can be. I don't want to say the word, but they can. It's legal for them to take themselves out if they want to. They have no control over that.
No, but we don't. Then we don't have to support them. If they're going to support us and they don't care and they can just sit up and say, "Oh, you can just Toyota Corolla yourself," then I'm going to continue eating steak. That's just how I see it.
All right. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Right, but again, but life abolitionism, vegans make up a very small percentage of the people that exist on Earth. So we're not going to have much power to change anything anyway. Just like antinatalists.
No, they have a large group. They have a lot of resources. They have a lot of influence, and so they're coming to the very tiny anti-natalist community and imposing additional burdens to say that we should support veganism without offering any mutual support. There is no support, at the highest levels of veganism for anti-natalism, but they want to come to the tiny little content creators and say, "Oh, you must go vegan," while not offering anything in return.
Wait, I don't understand your logic with that. So, by that reasoning, should I just abandon antinatalism?
No, if
you're not going to give a little bit for my cause, why should I give for your cause? Right? That's your logic.
Right. Yeah.
I'm talking about the collective. I'm not talking about individuals. If it is in your rational self-interest to be an anti-natalist, then you should be an anti-natalist. It is not in my rational self-interest to go vegan because I enjoy it. I'm sorry, this is a callous argument, but I'm just saying it plainly. I enjoy eating animal products. If you're going to ask me to make an additional sacrifice, then I want something in return for it. I want you to support anti-natalism. I'm not going to just give it to you freely.
I enjoy sex and breeding, so I should just do the same as you.
That is what they're doing, though. That's the whole point. They are procreating.
Yeah, but
I still think that's a bit of a fallacious argument for life abolitionism.
Complete hypocrisy. You're not going to make any sacrifice, but you want me to make a sacrifice.
It's not a sacrifice.
It absolutely is. I don't. It would change my entire quality of life. And if I'm going to make an extreme sacrifice, I want something for it.
All right. Guess I don't even answer to that one.
really would not have caused
Divine
vegan
wants to know about the name of your book and the author, so she can buy it.
Who's like okay? I'm not on my laptop. I wish I could just show you that. It's Whose Life Is It? The Moral Debt for Life Enslavement. I can go on my laptop so I can actually show you guys the book on Amazon.
The full title is Whose Life Is It? The Moral Debt for Life Enslavement by, can I say your name?
Yeah.
J. Charles.
Actually, D&W, do you know have you ever heard of the Humanist Society in the UK?
Yes, definitely.
Oh, I remember. Because they're pushing for, death on demand, so to speak. Call it that.
Oh, is Daniela not vegan? I thought she was.
I think the problem is that you guys are not seeing what I'm seeing. I'm looking at these vegan content creators who some of them I have been trying to convince to support antinatalism. Unnatural Vegan has 3 children. That vegan teacher has children. I don't know how many. What's her name? Freely just rejected antinatalism and says, "Oh, now it's okay to procreate." Vegan Game says it's stupid and that you should just Toyota Corolla yourself. We have another vegan who's no longer an antinatalist because he wants to save wildlife. We have all these excuses for why it is okay to procreate, but they still want you to go vegan. It does not. I'm not doing it. I refuse. You're going to have to make some concessions before I make any concessions.
If the feminist movement was arguing for equal rights and they procreate, should I just reject feminism? Is that I still don't get how you reason towards this.
No, but this is the thing, though. Even when I was talking to you and I was talking to Steve, y'all were saying, "Oh, well, they just don't agree with antinatalism, right?" And y'all just accepted that. But why can't I disagree with veganism? Why is it that there's
because your disagreement with veganism is based on content creators? That's weird.
It's based on an actual definition of veganism and that it doesn't accomplish anything from my perspective.
Yeah, but you're like, I will go vegan if Vegan Gains becomes antinatalist. That
because
you're not even talking about
the influence to actually shift the whole zeitgeist of veganism. But
so you would go vegan, you wouldn't believe in veganism, correct? How does him becoming antinatalist have any thing to do with your accepting that it's a sound argument? I don't
agree that it's a sound argument, but I would do it anyway if it was going to advance antinatalism.
Okay.
But again, so you would actually go vegan if a vegan's went antinatalist?
Yes.
He would go vegan, but not because he believes in veganism, just so that it advances antinatalism.
Right, that's correct.
Damn.
But again, like I said, life abolitionism, vegans make up a very small fraction of the people that live on the planet. They don't have as much influence as you think they do.
They have millions and millions, but then they don't ask us for anything. That's my position.
I mean, I don't think getting a bunch of vegans to go antinatalist is going to make it so that there's a law that gets instated that says that anyone who wants to unalive themselves can go do it in a peaceful, harmless manner.
And people who are anti-natalist but not vegan, stop doing that. Stop telling us that we should go vegan, and then you flood our channels with all these comments, and I'm not doing it.
Okay.
Japan is.
It's always so one-sided. It's just you have to be a vegan if you're anti-natalist, but they never call out the vegans who are not anti-natalist. So I'm sorry, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to move 1 inch until they move. And that is the only leverage that we have, because they don't give a shit about humans. They only care about animals. So use their concern for animal welfare to advance your own liberation.
Wait, what?
They don't care about animals. They don't care about humans, is what I meant. They'll sacrifice a human. They'll say that we should procreate to save wildlife. Okay, well, we're not going to be used in that way. You're going to actually have to. First of all, I'm making it so difficult because we're not necessarily going to go vegan. Don't think that you can procreate and then you're necessarily guaranteed to have a vegan. No, that child could actually consume animal products, and then you have completely negated your motivations for procreating. So don't go vegan because they're going to continue procreating.
Wait, retro, what the heck?
Yeah, what is that?
The absolute entitlement. I think it's absolutely disgusting that they feel entitled to have a vegan world, and we don't. So they want to live in a vegan world, and we don't want to exist in this world at all. What if we get what we want, then they get what they want. But if they get what they want, we still don't get what we want. If we don't exist,
but I think Buffer Marcus is rightful. Like you're trying to make you're trying to I guess trying to make it so that I guess you would only go vegan because a bunch of content creators would go vegan. I don't really see
content creators.
Anti-natalist, not vegan. Yeah.
It's the content is coming from someplace else. It's coming from the actual definition. So it's coming from the highest levels, and so the content it reflects the actual definition of veganism.
I mean, yeah, but still, though, I feel like it's a bit of I don't know. I just.
It is what it is. I reject philosophical opportunism. You're not going to try to guilt anti-natalists into supporting your cause when you reject our cause. We're not going. I mean, I'm at least my camp. We're not going to be doing that.
I can understand you thinking like an activist and as a tactic, but I was more concerned about your propositional beliefs. And like before you explained it, I understand what you're saying now. I thought you meant that I will adopt the belief that veganism is true if Vegan Gains becomes anti-natalist. I found that very bizarre, but you're just saying you have some type of activist leverage to, I don't know, influence. I don't even know, like ANs don't have influence. I don't know.
That's what I was saying, yeah.
No, we don't have influence. That's the whole point. We don't, but they do. Vegans have way more influence than we do.
Yeah, but why would they care if you like say you're not going to go vegan unless
Yeah, that's the whole point. They do care. They are absolutely triggered because they can't guilt trip me. They come to my channel, they're still doing it. Even this new channel I just created, they're already coming here criticizing me for not being vegan. They are absolutely triggered. Vegan Games was triggered.
I mean, but I don't think they're going to change their mind because one anti-natalist YouTuber doesn't want to go vegan.
It doesn't matter. We're not going to change their mind, but they're not going to be able to exploit us. They're not going to be able to extract. You're not going to be able to hijack my philosophy to use it for veganism. You're going to have to actually offer something in return.
Okay.
And I don't understand why. I don't understand the refusal. Why would Vegan Games did a whole video about nihilism, about how he hates life and how he's so depressed and all this stuff. And then he turns around and says that anti-natalism is stupid. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, maybe he thinks it's stupid. Like,
no, he doesn't. No, he doesn't think it's stupid because he actually agrees with it. He does agree that life is suffering, but it's cognitive dissonance. It's like,
well, life is suffering isn't anti-natalism. I don't know.
No. What he talked about how life has no meaning. Why is he here? I don't understand. Like, he did this whole video talking about that, and yet he's still rejecting. It doesn't make any sense.
Wait, this was a recent video?
I didn't see the original video. I just saw somebody review it, so I can't. I don't.
Well, I mean, that's a review of a video, but you got to watch the actual video to see what he said.
No, the review shows what he actually said. I just don't know where I can find it on his channel.
Okay. I mean, I think it's best to just get it from the source because people can misinterpret what other people say.
No, she let the video play and then she gave her commentary.
I think Vegan Gain said he had depression for a while, but then he took some mushrooms and the psilocybin cured him, and he's perfectly fine now.
No, what he said is that he took steroids. That's what he said.
No, did he come on and say that he took mushrooms? Yeah, he said he took
on
mushrooms.
the live stream.
But again, life abolitionism, you're stuck in this position where you think just because someone says life is suffering, that means they should be AN. I don't
He
think that
didn't
is
say he was
true.
suffering. He said it was pointless. It was meaningless. He doesn't understand why he's here. And then you're going to reject anti-nazism. It makes no sense.
Well, you can agree with pessimism and say that the world will be reduced suffering if we have more humans into the world.
No, that's not even what he said. What he said was, I don't think that there's anything we can do. I think that this is pointless. I don't think that we can actually change the world. Like, he's like, what is this all for? And then I'm just like, that is the whole point. That's why we're anti-nihilists.
I mean, again, I think that you should probably watch the original video itself instead of just watching someone else's review.
Again, if he ever comes on here.
Yeah.
Instead of talking
I don't know how recent the original video was, so I can't.
Then why are you using it?
Right, and that's another thing too, right? The video might have been from like a couple of years ago or something.
No, like the review of it was like 2 months ago, so I don't think it was that old.
Who did the review?
It's a content creator by Daphne Reloaded. She's anti-vegan.
Oh.
So there was an agenda there, a character assassination of some type.
No, because she was vegan for like 11 years, and she was vegan for like 11 years, and she has all these health problems because of it. And now she's trying to warn people not to be vegan. Like she's just like, and but she's still rejecting anti-nazism. She just had like 2 children, and I'm like, what the hell?
Daphne who? What was the last name?
Daphne Reloaded.
Daphne Reloaded is a total basket case, according to The Predator, 1997.
I think I Daphne Reloaded. I mean, I think she's funny, but I don't agree with her. She's kind of like Gaddis, like the whole like eat meat, like
Holy crap! Her channel looks like YouTube from 10 years ago. Wow, this is old school.
Can someone pull it up?
Apparently, she's a flat earther. The Predator says, doesn't she think the Earth is flat? And then
she's a flat earther.
Oh my god!
But she's been wanting to debate vegan games for like years, but he won't debate her. So maybe I can get her to come on this channel and debate him.
Yeah, maybe you can.
Why?
Maybe you can.
Why wouldn't he debate her? Do they have a history?
I don't know. I think he just thinks that she's not important enough to debate or something. Like he's above her. I don't know what his reasoning is.
I mean, he came on here and debated a bunch of people, so like I don't.
No, but
he doesn't know. He doesn't know us.
He won't do it on his channel though.
Well, that's fine. He could go on her channel or something, right? Or I don't know. Maybe he needs a neutral ground or something. I don't know. D&W's neutral ground.
Well, I would actually love to see her because she's hardcore anti-vegan. And she's pretty smart. She has like she's like a nurse or something. So
I don't know if we can call someone smart just because they have a nursing degree, but
it's not just because she has a nursing degree. It's like she's smart and she's a nurse, so she has a medical background.
Oh, she developed kidney stones from eating too much spinach. Wow.
Right.
I didn't know that could happen.
Interesting.
That's because of the anti-nutrients, the goitrogens, and like kale, and yeah, that's the part that people never talk about.
So does she reject the idea that a well-planned plant-based diet, she couldn't do that?
Yeah, she rejects it because all plants have anti-nutrients in it.
Wait, but again, life abolitionism. What about the people on this panel who, like the NW, who said that he felt better after going vegan?
It's not my argument. You would actually have to invite her to come up here and talk about it. They can say that they feel better, but she's going to say that a vegan diet is nutritionally deficient.
No, but again, isn't this just like vegans who claim that people who say that they've felt better on an omnivore diet, they're just lying to themselves?
It's not because okay, and I don't. You're asking me to try to paraphrase her argument. Her argument is that they feel better because they were eating junk, and so now they're eating plant-based food, but it still is not as nutrition. It's not as nutritional as like an omnivore diet. And I think she's more like leaning towards carnivore than like a regular omnivore.
Oh,
it's always surprising to me when they go like the complete opposite direction. They're like, now I'm never going to eat a plant.
Yeah.
Because of the bullying. It's because it's like it's been shoved down your throat, and now you're going to go in the complete opposite direction. You're just like, you can't make little incremental changes. You can't just say, "Oh, I'm going to be like a reductarian." Like they're going to say, "No, you need to go all the way." And even when you go all the way, right? They're still infighting about, are you like a raw vegan, or like, are you doing it like, it's so stupid.
Listen, I hate the infighting, and there's a reason I don't really engage with that community much, but I can't deny that even in the AN world or the atheist world or whatever you're into, people fight. Like,
yeah.
I don't know.
No, but I think the difference is that their whole premise is guilt-based. It's like, I'm going to guilt you into going vegan. And then after you go vegan, you don't get relieved of the guilt because they still pile on you. So you can't win. You can't please them.
But that's a very new phenomenon, you know. It never used to be like this.
No, I kind of felt like it's always kind of been like that, right?
No,
it's always
no.
been like that for me.
You can
No,
even look
I,
at something
no, back
like,
in the, I belonged to the vegetarian vegan movement since I was young.
you can look at somebody like Chickpea. Chickpea's vegan, but they're still going to talk shit about her because she's feeding her cats fish. So you can't win. It's like all or nothing. There's no point in even trying to please them.
Never used to be like that. I've noticed it. It's becoming very radical. Never used to be like this. The vegan was a vegan. And what you fed your pets didn't come into the issue. Only what
I saw
you
the cat
yourself
thing
ate.
since like 2000s. I think it's always been like that.
No, not in the 70s and 80s, it wasn't.
Okay, I can't speak to the 70s and 80s.
They always say, "Oh, you're just looking for an excuse to eat meat." No, I don't need an excuse because I'm not going to attempt to make any excuses. I'm just going to do it and say fuck it. I'm not going to try to explain it, to justify it, the same way you don't have to justify your decision to procreate.
But do two wrongs make a right?
I don't care about comparing wrongs. It's about activism, like what leverage we have. And you're not going to guilt me in supporting your cause when you reject my cause.
So you generally think we have leverage as ANs?
No, but it's not about us having leverage. I'm going to reject their leverage. And they think that their leverage is guilt, that they're just going to guilt us into doing what they want without actually giving us anything in return. And I reject that. You're not going to guilt trip me to do shit. You're going to actually have to offer me something in return, and then we can actually negotiate. That's what the whole discussion was with vegan gains. I'm like, I'll go vegan if you just endorse. This is a very small ask. You're already child free. You're not going to procreate. Why is it so difficult for you to go on your channel and just endorse antinatalism? But he didn't want to even give me that because he feels entitled to have me just go vegan. He's not going to make any concessions.
Welcome to Finding Gnosis.
Flat out rejected it and
We
just said
are
you
on a
should just do
journey
it.
to find out what the fuck is going on in this crazy existence. Step up and have your say by using the link that is pinned at the top of the YouTube live chat. Welcome to Finding Gnosis.
Hello, Kugaduba.
Welcome back to Kugaduba.
Yeah, I got kicked off. My fault.
Oh.
Okay, buddy. Well, welcome back.
Marcus, I've just
feel
been
free
cooking.
to interject anytime.
Do you want to hear what I've cooked?
Yeah, you're cooking.
I've
Wow,
cooked
that's a
what?
big deal. Congratulations.
Yeah, I cooked a bagel with some. I cooked a bagel and put some peanut.
Wait a minute. When you say cooked a bagel, you toasted a bagel?
I call that cooking.
Oh my god. Okay.
If you and my man Marcus, I would cook you nice bagels to eat with some peanut butter.
Thank you, Chickney.
Would it have sultanas? Would they have sultanas in the bagel? I like those ones.
Oh, well, I can have ones by sultana ones, because sometimes with a nice apple in it, or maybe some sesame seeds. Nice. And a nice cup of tea. I do make tea with a kettle.
That's it. I'm sold. You need to open your bagel cafe. I'll come over.
Wait, so bless you, Chickpea. So Cougar Dummer.
No ho, you sarky little git. Sorry, go ahead, Chickpea.
No, it was coffee. I was just saying when I was married, because I can't cook a ruddy thing. And I remember on a Sunday, cooking my husband sandwiches for his lunch. I did cheese sandwiches, vegan cheese sandwiches.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, we only married for 2 years. So yeah, I can't cook. I don't actually know how to boil a potato or how to cook an egg. No idea.
Kuguduma, you were away for quite some time. Have you been a busy man?
Cougar
Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. I'm mute, and my phone is actually across the room. So you have to give me like 3 seconds to get to my phone. That's fine. Not your fault. My fault. Yeah, I'm working in my basement, putting up shelves. The basement is complete. Context: I built a basement under an existing building, and the building was up on what we call cinder blocks, not cinder blocks, something like that. But anyway, I didn't like it, so I put a basement under it. Not moving the building, not lifting the building, not doing anything with the building. Just built a basement under it because I'm an absolute fucking savage. Okay, so now it's done, and now I'm putting up shelves, and I'm going to build a bathroom, and a kitchen because I can do that, and then I'm going to use it as a bomb shelter because I don't like the way things are going in the world.
Wow.
Wait, so Cougar Dummer, so you really think that we're really out of time this time? Like there is no going back?
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's a fair question. How can anybody really answer that? And that's not your fault. It's just a kind of an existential question, right? And I will say this. I want to say this. I think that whatever happens to us, it's going to affect some people more than others. And when I kicked myself off the stream, and then I was busy, so I just worked. Okay, when I kicked myself off the stream, we were talking about the relative importance of genocidal tendencies, and I don't really care about the use of the word or how people want to approach that, but I think that what is going to happen when the Earth dynamic system kind of unwinds is that some people are going to be more affected than others. That might be a problem ethically, morally, economically even, okay? But we're all going to have to deal with that. So I'm dealing with it. Here I am in my basement, in my goddamn basement. It's huge. And I dug it by hand under an existing building. Now I'm putting in shelves and a bathroom and a kitchen. And I've got off-grid solar power, even though I live in the city. I have off-grid solar power. And I have a lot of technology that works off of electricity, cooking, refrigerators, everything like that. And I don't know when. I just don't know. But I don't think it's a matter of if. I wish it was if. But man, I'm telling you, I'm getting goddamn worried. Okay, I'm worried. Now, if that doesn't mean anything to people, great. I mean, good for you. You don't have to be worried. I'm here to be worried on your behalf.
There are some worrying and concerning trends, such as, I mean, we've always had like saber rattling. We've always had doomers in the news. It sells papers. But we have had like the chief of defense in the UK, the head of the intelligence services, coming out, both of them coming out and saying we need to be prepared to sacrifice our sons and daughters. We are moving towards a war with Russia.
Do you believe?
Yeah, I can. Just so you know, I can
I logged into the different account on my phone, so I could kind of run it from here, but I'll probably be on and off.
When will you be able to get to do it like from your computer at home?
Probably not till much later.
Oh, okay. Because I'm gonna have to go to bed soon because I got an early start. But we can go on
But
for
I-
another bit.
I have but I can do it on my phone. I figured out how
Yeah,
to.
but you just gotta be careful letting people on because you got to use the newbie shield. I don't
Oh,
know. If you do that.
I have access to it.
Okay, all right. Well, anyway, look, yeah, cool. So you know what you're doing. Fine, I will leave it in your capable hands in a bit, but I'm here for now. Kugaduma, as you were, and then we have American Zombie. Feel free to interject whenever you feel the need to.
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, Cougar Doomer, what was your occupation? Was it like a biochemist or something like that?
Pretty close. I'm a biologist. I'm actually a field biologist, but I'm also, well, I'm sort of a man of many talents. I'm an engineer, mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, and I did a lot of software engineering. I mean, like a lot, and in Silicon Valley. So that's my real story is software engineering. But you know, once you're plugged in, you kind of stay plugged in.
Yeah, and you were saying that it wasn't that you built something for Elon, but it was somebody that you said is, you're seeing what's happening with the software thing.
Yeah, don't want to talk about it too much. The company is gone. Not too surprising. These kind of companies literally pop up and then vanish. We were doing stuff that was violating privacy principles. Okay, I don't want to say laws because there aren't any, but we were violating privacy principles, and I was writing that code, and then the company folded up, almost like a black ops operation, and I wouldn't be too surprised if it was. It was a bunch of Russians, and so I mean, someone told me you're in over your head, Cougar, get out, and so eventually they folded up, and we were doing some shady shit. I'm not proud of it, but yeah. So I've been there, people. I've been in the room. There's some shady shit going on.
Wow. So you can you attest to the fact that, like, what I say too is that law is subjective. Like, some people, they can just get away with anything, basically. Like you're saying that they could hire you and those guys aren't going to get in trouble and stuff like that, right?
Okay, well, just first principle, you used the wrong word, law. There was no law that applies to any of this. No law. Sorry, it's lawless. It is utterly lawless. And when it's lawless and you got tech bros and billions of dollars floating around, it goes where it goes, right? There you go.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Some people still think, yeah, exactly, law, stuff like that. No, it's not many people that understand that there's things that happen that when I was in the military, yeah, it's what they tell you to do, and that's it.
Yeah. If you were in the military, then you've certainly seen part of that. It's like whatever works. We're on a mission here, folks, boys and girls. We're on a mission. You signed up for the mission. I know the particular mission wasn't in the interview, but we're on the mission now, and so you got your orders. Perform the mission, and there you are.
American Zombie, you heard that Kugaduma has basically built a bomb shelter in his basement.
Yeah.
Do you think we are facing a possible world war situation,
Well,
or at least?
I'll tell you one thing: it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. So it's 100%. When I spoke with older veterans, when I was in the uniform, you hear more from people. It's like than if you did an interview now. And the older vets from Vietnam, I mean, a lot of them were telling me that, look, they were the military was feeding them heroin because when they get into firefights, you can get off a few more shots as opposed to if you're not drugged up, so something that might make a guy wince in pain to where he can't pull a trigger. They were saying, guys have taken up to like 6 rounds, I guess, in non-lethal spots. And instead of just, laying down being like, oh my goodness, they're bucking back, they're firing. I had a 50 caliber I was signed for at 18 years old. And I had my M16, we fired the LAW, the light anti-tank weapon. You got to throw 2 grenades just to graduate live. The M203 grenade launcher as well. So I was very familiar with weapons as a teenager, where I couldn't even buy a beer. It was like the age when it was 21. So I got out when I had, my year served, and yeah, man, it grew up quick. So yeah.
So yeah, better to be always prepared. And lucky you, Cougar, that you're in that position. But Cougar Duma, you do actually believe we are facing that possibility in all earnesty. You believe it's more likely than not.
I don't like to use the word believe. It gets abused a lot. Yeah, I'm in the business of words, so
you and Zombie have a lot in common there.
Yeah, and that's not me being an asshole. I just am very, very careful with words. So believe, no. Let me put it this way. I have seen enough by way of evidence and principles, first principles, derived from my understanding, my 66 years, essentially, of understanding human behavior and history and where we are and how we got here, that I can, from all that, from those observations and my personal experience, from that I can derive that we're about halfway fucked right now.
Wow.
And I hate saying that. I hate saying that, but you asked. Okay, so I will say it. I will say it.
Yeah, I'd
look. We're about halfway. Yeah. We're about halfway cooked.
Yeah, it's being a realist, because just looking at the surveillance capabilities that we see, I could imagine what's underneath the surface. I mean, possibly even going as far as reading people's brainwaves, which could be translated into thought. They're openly saying that they're decoding languages of animals and stuff. So I could imagine it's just, 40 to 70 years behind. Everything we see has, it's been known for 40 to 70 years by the military.
Yeah, and it's not even, it can be the intrusive things like that, or the stuff I worked on which violates privacy expectations, but it's even worse than that. We're up against the laws of physics at this point. And if it was just oh, your privacy, oh, your data, oh, they're surveilling you, oh, Bill Gates is going to chip you with a vaccine. If that was kind of all we had to deal with, then I might just actually shrug it off because I don't believe it. And also, so what? Maybe someone may change their mind later and stop doing those things. Bill Gates could stop chipping you. You could not take the vaccine. So if that would all be in your wheelhouse. But if our problem, if you accept that our problem is in the domain of physics, then that's why you're halfway cooked already, because there's no escape from physics. I wish it was otherwise, and I wish you could throw technology at it, but I'm a technologist. I am that person, and I don't know what you're going to throw at it.
Wow. So when you say physics, is it like stuff that they've created to manipulate the physical world in some way that...
No, I guess I should have been more specific. I'm talking about changes in the Earth dynamic system, where we can grow food, where the water is going to be or not be, where the refugee crises are starting, where they're going to take off. All this is being driven by changes.
You're leading with the global heating, what other people call climate change. You're saying that is going to be the fundamental cause of the turmoil in the world, including the wars that will follow.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. You don't have to do anything about global heating, okay? But the things that are going to come at us, like the refugee crises or the rise of totalitarian regimes like the Trump regime, the rise of the increase in supply chain collapses, including food supplies. These things are all driven by elements of the Earth dynamic system, and that's physics. You're in the grips of physics. If you were in the grips of politics or economics or spiritual collapse, I would say, oh yeah, good luck with that. And I would mean good luck. I'm not saying good luck like, yeah, go fuck yourself. I mean, good luck. That's in your wheelhouse. Figure it out. Maybe you can. But this is not in your wheelhouse. It's not in mine either. The only thing I can do is make observations. And from what I see,
I have an early start, so I'm leaving now. But Noodles is in charge, so be nice, everybody. Take care. Thank you very much.
Have a good night.
All right,
Take
T.
care.
Good night.
See ya. Geoengineering is real. It's and I hear what you're saying about the water, the food, and people are zombified, man. They are busy thinking about who fought in the whatever fight the other day or what song came out. This is important because they don't realize the water, the frog in the pot analogy. By the time you see the bubble come up, you're cooked, and or the frog is cooked. If it's slowly heats, it just
yeah. But since you bring up geoengineering, and this is probably going to be too technical for some of the people in here, so I'll set context. Geoengineering means basically changing the Earth system, engineering the Earth system to be more suitable for our needs. Now, that's planetary engineering. We have never done that. We have some vague ideas how to do that. But even if you have good ideas, which we don't, everything is theoretical at this point. Even if we don't, even if we have good theoretical basis for ideas on geoengineering, it's going to take global treaties that survive changes in political systems. Meaning, you can't have Trump come along and say he's not going to do it. You have to have global treaties that everyone agrees to. These geoengineered solutions are going to change how the Earth behaves. People are going to be terrified by that. They're going to be simply terrified. And every time there's a flood, they're going to look to the geoengineering. Someone did this. We already have shit going on in America like Jewish space lasers and HARP and aliens from space. The Egyptian pyramids are causing the weather. There's so much hoo-ha going on. If we actually started to engineer the planet to suit ourselves, it wouldn't even be hoo-ha. It would be real. And people could point to your geoengineering and say, you have to stop doing that because you just ruined my crops. You just brought a tornado into my neighborhood. And people will do that. And then, even if you can get people on board, which you can't, then you have to pay for this shit. And then you have to do it in perpetuity. You can never stop. Because if you ever stop, you get what they call termination shock. And termination shock is a thing. Okay, that means the problems continue to brew under the surface. You're papering it over. You're papering it over. You're putting on sticking plaster. You're putting on Band-Aids. And it keeps brewing under the surface. It keeps getting worse and worse and worse. And one day, you stop doing the palliative thing that you've been doing all along. You stop doing it. Either because you can't, or you won't, or you have a nuclear war and you can't do it. And then you get the termination shock. When you stop doing the engineering, and the engineering falls to the side, then all the harm comes roaring in that you were holding back with this solution. So even if you could do it, and even if you paid for it, and even if you maintained it, someday you may drop the ball, and then termination shock completely destroys everything. Like in a year, it just all comes roaring in, and there are so many problems with geoengineering. And even leading scientists like James Hansen says, we have to geoengineer our way out of this. And I wish there was a way to do it. I wish there was a way that could be anything close to a solution. But it's just wishful thinking. We can't do this. We won't be allowed to do this. We can't afford this. We don't have the technology. We don't have the projects. There is absolutely nothing in the works. Nothing. Nobody has an idea. Nobody has a prototype. There's nothing in the works, and we just can't have this conversation. We have to, get to the lifeboats. This Titanic is sinking. We're halfway sunk. The deck is tilting, and if you're not getting to the lifeboats at this point, then you've given up. And maybe that's the answer. A lot of people just don't try.
Wow, that when I think about if we work together, we can. If we work together, they could build a paradise here, but instead they're building an outdoor prison, basically, where they say if you can't, if you don't do what they say, you're not getting the water to grow your crops, or like you said, sending a tornado, steering an eye of a hurricane with a laser towards you, and once they touch that too much, it becomes almost irreversible, like when they use when they use the farming methods, the the GMOs, the fertilizers, to where if they would just did it in an organic way, it's sustainable. But I see where it's gone almost to the point where there's a point where you won't be able to reverse it with geoengineering, and it's going to have to the natural reversing process is going to possibly like cleanse a lot of stuff, and then I don't know. Yeah, it's I wonder if there's something else behind the scenes, because is it just humans that are that ignorant and just just so it's sort of like a kid with a nuke, and it's like all of us are afraid we don't know how to take it away from them, and we're stuck in a position where they really are destroying the paradise that it could be and turning it into a greedy, manipulative money grab and power grab, basically, which is
well, I wish it was a kid with a nuke. It's us. We did this. You did this. I don't even know you, but I know you did this. So did I.
We all participate.
We were there. I was there. You were there. Okay, yeah. I'm doing it today. I'm in my basement using materials that were all created with fossil fuels. So we're going to keep doing this, and then we're going to have to get to the lifeboats. And whatever. What can I say?
Well,
go ahead.
Suzuki said that it's like we're all on a bus heading towards a cliff, and everybody's arguing about their seat. That they want a better seat on the bus, and nobody's thinking about, look, the bus is heading over this cliff, man. We got to stop this bus that we're on. We're just arguing. I don't know who.
Yeah, and just so you know, that cliff actually at this point has a name. They've already named it. It's called the Seneca Cliff. The Seneca Cliff. And what it is, and I'll tell you this because you're onto something that is now almost common knowledge. You are channeling what other thinking people have come to the same conclusion. Seneca said something like, he was a Roman back in the day, back about the time of Christ. He was a Roman. He said, increase is sluggish, but downfall is rapid. And Hugo Bardi came along. He was one of the members of the Club of Rome who did the work with the World 3 model and the limits to growth. And he came along. He looked at Seneca's theory and he applied it to economic and social systems and wrote a book on that. And I can't remember the name of the book, but he called it the Seneca Cliff. And so this is now in discussion, the Seneca Cliff. And the Seneca Cliff is, I did a video on this recently and I'm promoting my channel, but whatever. If you want the long format of this, it's all in my videos. The Seneca Cliff is that you innovate one person at a time. Galileo built the telescope. Then Newton came along and looked at the planets and decided gravity. And then Einstein came along and came up with relativity and how that affects gravity and the motions of planets. So we build inventions and innovations and discoveries slowly, and we increase slowly. But when we hit a disaster, there's not going to be a single person who can create the one thing that will get us into a safe space. You need hundreds of Einsteins and hundreds of Newtons and hundreds of Galileos, and they all have to work together, and they all have to agree that there is a series of problems we have to solve. And if you could get all those hundreds of people together in like this gigantic Manhattan Project style thing, and it would probably be hundreds of thousands of people actually, plus all the money, plus all the governments, plus no one can be conspiratorial about it. No one can worry about the Illuminati. Everybody has to be on board. Then you could maybe come up with the hundreds of innovations you need to not go over the cliff. But unfortunately, we don't do it that way. We just, like you say, go over the cliff arguing about seeding.
Yeah.
That's how we do it. That's how it's always been done. Everybody has done that. And Seneca noticed that 2,000 years ago.
Well, I think that there's an old saying also, Rome or Greece was, if you separate the scholar from the warrior, you'll get wars started by cowards and fought by fools. So to retain that in the scholar, to be able to say, look, I'm also a warrior, it lets us see deeper. It's kind of like in the military, the officers used to, at some point, have to be enlisted men. But when you have people entering just as officers, they never have to go through what we go through. And a few guys make it into the officer ranks. But once you get past, lieutenant colonel to colonel, it gets very political. Who gets the bird, who gets the star, and goes above that. I think not too long ago, a 2-star general was implicated. So it is, it's a really tough one, man. This is a tough one. But
and that's the nature of the challenge, is that we're really not up to this. Frankly,
it's tough. So your channel's name is Cougar Doomer, or a different name?
Yeah, I think it is. Or Cougar W also works.
Cougar
W is my last
name. I'm streaming at 10:30 tonight, but I'll promote it too. So, wow.
Yeah,
man.
that's fine. I appreciate it. But what it is it's long form content. So I take these questions and I just beat the hell out of them in my usual savage manner.
Before it gets lost in chat, you have a question, Cougar Doomer, in the chat if you scroll up a bit.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I have to. I don't think I have the chat open anymore. Could you just read it to me?
Yeah, I'll just read it. So from Alpha, the first one, 1222. Question. Ask Cougar Doomer, what can an? Oh, okay. There you go.
Okay. Now I can see it. Okay. Let me. Tiny print. Ask Cougar Doomer, what can an individual person do today to solve this problem, to survive this problem? Okay, that's actually 2 questions. Solve this problem. Nothing. Survive. Okay, moving on. Survive this problem. Now that's actually a very good question, and I don't have a comprehensive answer. The one answer is it's going to be very idiosyncratic to every individual and their situation. Idiosyncratic, it means you're going to have to look at your situation. Another way to look at this, though, and here I get to promote something else I've done. I'm so busy. I wrote a book available on Amazon called It Was 100 Days. That's the title of the book. It Was 100 Days. And it's about that question. I took 240 some odd pages in the form of a diary of 100 days of entries of how a group of people recognized the danger, pooled their resources, agreed to agree, first of all, and then pulled very, very hard together. And after 100 days, they had done something, air quotes, they had done something, and then they recognized they have to do that something 100 more times, which is 27 years, and you do the math, that's generational change. So that's the answer to, is there anything we can do to survive this? And it looks like village life. It looks
short answer
like
by his book.
Hey, I just found the chat. Is it Cougar is a Doomer 85 subscribers?
That's me.
Okay, I'm going to check out some of the long form. I don't see your book in the link, but I'll look for it, man, definitely. And I'll talk to you guys. So I got a couple hours before I go on late, and I know you guys stream all the time, so I'll throw up some of the links, and we'll talk again, guys. Take care.
Cougar, have you seen the video about the nuclear shelters in Switzerland? You seen it?
No, I haven't.
You have to see it to believe it.
Okay, well, it's smart, whatever they're doing, if they're doing that. I've heard that they have a tendency to do that. So
yes, they've got these incredible nuclear shelters, and they're right beside the Alps and under the Alps and everything. And you have to see.
Okay, but I don't. But just to be real quick, Chuck P. I don't think that surviving nuclear war is our biggest challenge. Believe it or not, but that's a challenge. That might be a problem. I write about it in the book. I dismiss it immediately. It's almost like they did that, so what? And then our biggest challenge is, as you might expect, surviving what happens when all the supply chains implode.
Yes, I mean, yes, because the Euphrates is drying up, and so all hell's going to break out in Europe. That's for sure. That's the rest of the world. I've got no idea because I'm too worried about what's coming to London.
Well, and also your food supply. That's a supply chain. Yes. Here in the U.S., we get food from all over the planet. Okay, forget that part. We get oil from all over the planet. We're stealing oil from Venezuela. Well, forget that part. Okay, so there's a set of collapse conditions that are pretty much inevitable because they're too complicated and they cannot survive. And this is like, oh, sure. Any thinking person would sit back and say, yes, of course. Well, that's what the book is about. Our biggest problem might be nuclear fallout and radiation. That could be a problem.
Yeah.
But that won't kill you as soon as not having water, not having food, not having medications. Okay, yes, that is a problem, but you'll probably succumb to other things first. So, yeah, I think it can happen very, very quickly.
Yeah.
We've seen this in other small scale disasters. Cars floating down the middle of streets. It can happen really quickly. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think we're largely in agreement. It can happen very quickly, and so how to survive it? You can't change it. Sorry.
Well, I won't be surviving it, so it doesn't matter because they know.
Oh, but you might.
What?
You might. You better start thinking about it.
No, I live near the city of London. London will be bombed. I live just a stone's throw away from the city of London. So whoosh. Not that. And I tell you something. If I was going to have to die, I'd rather just die in a nice, big, huge nuclear explosion and just be boofed into nothing, rather than whatever could happen to me. No, Putin has already said he wants to see the UK under the sea, and I think it will happen. He's already said it quite a few times.
Yeah, it probably will. Not soon, but
so
down the
live
road.
in London, so I'm going to be blown to smithereens. It suits me down to the ground because, quite frankly, I don't want to survive a nuclear attack and deal with
under the sea. Under the sea.
Fuck off, vegan.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, Cougar Doomer. I take umbrage to you saying that this was all of us. Isn't it the fact? Isn't it the fact that it's a fact that the elites actually contribute the most to global heating compared to the vast majority of humans?
So I never really discussed that. I know it's true. The only thing I discuss, and I think this is key. I think we're beyond the blame game. I think we have to start looking at where we're at and what's going to happen to us. And the more stark reality is that we are now 8,000 million humans. Historically, throughout much of our history as humans, we were maybe 200 million, 250 million. And 800 million is way beyond the carrying capacity of this planet without fossil fuels. And when the supply chain,
8,000 million.
8,000 million is 8 billion. Okay, I'm using millions because
it's 8 billion of us, not 8. There's 8 billion of us.
8,000 million is the same number. I use it for comparison purposes.
800 million.
8,000 million is the same number. I use millions because I have to contrast 8,000 million with, say, 80 million. But that is probably the carrying capacity of Earth, given the damage we've done, given global heating, given that we are probably going to destroy large cities, and even if it was just neglect. Look what's happening in Iran with their water crisis. They're losing Tehran. Yes, so we're going to fuck this up. Okay, we are fucking this up. We're going to continue. We're going to continue down that road. Yeah. And so, how many people can this Earth support? And I'm a population biologist, so I can kind of do the math, and it's about 80 million. Yeah. So that's 1/10 of 1% of the current population. You can point fingers at, okay, which of the 8,000 million people caused the problem? Okay, you can do that, fine. And I'm going to be in the room next door talking about, okay, how is any of us going to survive this? And so,
to be quite honest.
Yeah, but you might survive it on accident. And then what?
You gotta stick around. You gotta survive for your catch, Chickpea.
There you go.
Yes.
What about Gibby?
So I know all this is a downer, and I hate coming on here and being a downer, but people ask me questions, so it's your fault.
No, you're not being a downer at all. You're just being realistic.
No, Chickpea loves being a downer, Cougar Doomer, so it's fine.
Okay, fine. I've got an audience.
Tell us more how miserable it is. We love it.
Well, actually, on that point, I'm actually an optimist.
You have to be.
I think we can survive this. I think it will. I know it will change us. We can survive this. It will change us. There is the terrible moral dilemma of what to do with 8,000 million humans at this point. It's absolutely horrific, and I don't think history will be kind to us when we probably drop the ball. But in terms of
Yeah,
the
well said,
survivability of it,
Danielle.
I think many of us will. I think many of us will. Listen, man, 80 million survivors, even though that's 1/10 of 1% of the current population. 80 million is that's a big number. That is not extinction. That is a huge number. So, will we do it? I don't know. I hope so.
I don't think us proles will survive, to be honest. I think it'll be the multi-billionaires. They'll survive. And all that Silicon Valley. But I think most of us are screwed. I think there'll be a very small number of people. But then they do want to get the population down to 500 million anyway. So they'll just achieve their objective, won't they? Not that I care, because they want to kill me.
Well, yeah.
But I tell you, those shelters in Switzerland, they'll survive in Switzerland. They will survive.
Who wants to get the population down to 500 million?
I don't like to speculate.
The people who wrote the Georgia Guidestones?
Yes.
Who's that?
Well, I don't know. There wasn't a signature on it, so how would I know?
So how do you know that that's what they want?
Because it was on the fucking... Oh, bye-bye. I'm off. Toodle pip, everyone.
No, wait. But Chickpea is right. They wrote it on the thing, the stones itself. Yeah.
So
no one knows who wrote them.
How do you know that that's like based on anything real?
Regan, have you ever heard of the Committee of 300?
Yeah, I've heard of them. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about twit in the left corner of the side of the thing. Silly little man.
Committee of 300. You're saying that there's only like 300 people that rule the world?
No, that's not. That's not what it is, man.
What is it?
No, it's a secret society of
Then how do you know about it?
Would you stop?
No, I'm serious.
Because the information is out there, Noodles. All you got to do is research it.
Where did you find it?
On the internet. I did my research.
Oh, you did? You found a website that said that said that?
Where did you find the stuff that says that mice are total herbivores? Where did you get that little bit of information from?
So you're making things up.
No, I'm not. You started all this.
You are. You can go back and listen. I never said that. So you're just making things up.
You said I was wrong for allowing my cats to kill a couple of mice.
Here we go. I didn't even bring it up. I didn't even just so you know. Just to point it up. I didn't bring it up this time. She did. I didn't bring it up this time. She did.
Everyone, I've noticed it. You are always 100% correct for a stupid little man, because you're not the brightest bloody thing I've ever come across. You always know everything best. Now you're starting on this. Every one of us has to go through this with you, you stupid little thing. And don't show your face on the thing, because you're not the most attractive man in the world. In fact, an ugly.
Take your own advice.
I don't show my face on it.
Anyway, where'd you get this information about the 300, and how do you know the Georgia Guidestones are real and not just like a work of art or some fantasy thing?
Alex Jones was talking about it.
Oh, Alex Jones, he's a reliable source for sure.
Better than you.
he's definitely a reliable source.
Silly little man.
Yeah, like what he said about Sandy Hook. That definitely was based on truth, right?
No, I don't agree with everything Alex Jones says. No.
Well, Chickpea certainly does, right? Just like everything in the Bible is true.
No, I didn't say that at all. Everything's the Bible's true. It's just I happened to read it, and well, we all have to believe in something. Well, we all have to believe in something, and you believe in your little book, don't you?
Which book?
I'm not saying another word.
Yeah, that's right, because there isn't one.
Oh, that's not a win. Oh no!
Come on, you see, you made her leave, Noodles.
I didn't make her do anything. She chose to leave.
Yeah, because you kept antagonizing her.
I just ask questions, and you guys get mad about questions.
No, I don't get mad. The only time I get upset is when you're disingenuous with the questions. That's all.
Ditto.
What do you mean? No,
which question was I disingenuous about?
Okay, like for example, right, the whole terrorism thing earlier, and conflating the whole terrorism thing with polar bears.
Okay, well, you didn't understand the analogy. You thought I was analogizing something that I wasn't. I wasn't saying that polar bears are like terrorists. I was speaking to the point that you can be into animal rights and think that there are certain animals that should die, just like you can be into human rights and think that there's certain humans that should die.
Yeah, but I actually want to push
I
back.
mean, I don't know. I feel like it's.
There's no such thing as
I don't know.
herbivore. Like all animals are opportunistic.
I still feel like that's a bit of a false equivalency.
No, not really. Not in terms of what we were discussing at that time. But no, not all animals are omnivores. There's some animals that are herbivores that occasionally do eat animals because, well, for various number of reasons. But basically, the dietary labels are based on what they consume the majority of. So,
right. Name one animal that is a pure herbivore.
I mean, I would say that like a lot of the ruminant animals.
No, they're not. None of them. They all will consume. They eat birds. They'll eat eggs. If they're presented with an animal product, they will absolutely consume it.
No, that's not true. Not all the time. Sometimes that's true. In like situations where they're domesticated, that happens a lot because that's what they feed them. That's all they have to eat.
No, I'm talking about in the wild. I'm talking about in the wild.
In the wild, they don't. That's seldom that they do that. I agree with you that they do. Listen, I agree with you that it happens, but it's not a common occurrence. That's why, like, so for example, we know that yeah, I agree. Like a lot of primates will eat smaller animals, but they are classified as frugivores because they're designed that from an evolutionary standpoint, they're best designed for eating primarily fruit, and that's mostly what they do. And then there's what's called folivorous primates, which eat primarily leaves.
My point, though. Well, my point is that there is no pure herbivore. So if consuming animal products is unethical, then life has to be unethical. Just going vegan does not solve the problem because there is no such thing as a pure herbivore. They will all consume animal products if given the opportunity.
Just because most animals have or may consume animals sometimes doesn't speak to the ethical question. That's just an appeal to nature you're making.
Not an appeal to nature. It's an appeal to the actual reality of what is going on. That even if everybody went vegan, it's not going to stop the consumption of animal products. It's inherent to life.
All right. Well, so you're making an appeal to futility, and I mean, I don't. It just this is like saying, oh, if we make rape or murder illegal, it's not going to stop all rapes and murders.
You're not understanding my point. It is not an appeal to nature. It's not an appeal to futility. My argument is that it is not the most effective strategy for achieving animal liberation.
Well, neither is antinatalism, as not everyone will do that. So
No, they did, but if everyone did stop procreating,
yeah, but everyone won't. I don't understand. Like, listen, I'm anti-natalist, but like, I accept the fact that most people aren't going to do it.
But it doesn't. The difference is that veganism requires systemic collective change. Antinatalism doesn't. Individuals can actually affect change. That just by not procreating, you have already saved one life from suffering. If you go vegan, if I choose a plant-based option, did I actually save an animal? No, because somebody else would just consume the egg that I did not consume. It doesn't actually, because it requires the buy-in of millions and millions of people to even make a dent in
No,
it.
there's actually, but veganism is shown to be on the rise. In fact, probably a lot of animals have directly been saved because of veganism. By the way, I want to just introduce everybody to Gibby. This is Gibby, and she's a good cat.
I hope you're feeding that cat its proper nutrition.
This is Gibby. She gets all the nutrition she needs.
Poor cat.
This is a happy Gibby. She purrs a lot.
See, that's my point right there. Your cat is a natural carnivore, but you're going to force it to be vegan, and then that's the whole premise of your entire philosophy, that the world should be vegan, and we're just going to impose it, even though that is not reality, that the world is not vegan. So you can say it's an ethical duty to go vegan. To me, it just doesn't make any sense. Even if you care about animal liberation, I don't think that veganism is the way to achieve it.
I get it. You don't want to go vegan. You like you enjoy killing and eating animals. You run to denial to protect your pleasures. I get it. You're not going vegan. You want to find excuses to not go vegan. I get it. I get it. You don't want to go vegan. You want to find excuses to not go vegan.
Right, and you want to find excuses to procreate.
I have a vasectomy. What are you talking about,
You're
dude?
going to excuse it for other people to do it.
What do you? I've never said. I've never encouraged anyone to go and have kids.
You said it is. You basically make excuses to say that they can procreate to save wildlife.
I mean, it's. I think that could be a reasonable argument.
It's not reasonable, and if that is reasonable, then it's reasonable for me to consume steaks.
No, that doesn't follow. But I don't care about having this conversation with you. It's not going to go anywhere.
I mean, the only thing I asked is that you guys support anti-nazism. I asked Vegan Games to endorse it. He just refused outright.
Yeah. If I endorse antinatalism, will you go vegan?
Not you. It has to be Vegan Games because he has
okay. It has to be vegan. Okay.
Or somebody on his level, because he can actually affect change. Like, people will listen to Vegan Games.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like everyone on this panel definitely listens to him, right?
No, I'm talking about the vegan community. Like, if he does a video endorsing anti-nazism, they're going to do response videos. Everybody's going to be talking about it, and then it's going to promote it. It's not going to be the same thing for somebody with a smaller channel to do that.
Oh yeah, but I don't think. Again, I don't think Vegan Games is as talismanic as you think he is.
As what?
Talismanic, as in like he's as he's as much of a leader, I guess, as or charismatic, I guess, as.
Well, he
like,
has he does have dedicated followers.
Yeah.
It's not just his followers. People do response videos to what he says, so it's like it would reverberate throughout the entire vegan community.
So you would apply that to what's her name, the teacher?
The vegan teacher. I don't think that she has the same credibility. I don't think. Okay. Yeah, nobody's taking the vegan teacher seriously. Like she's. I'm sorry to say, she's a joke.
You're a joke.
Okay, but no, this is what they told me. This is what vegans have actually told me, that they don't take her seriously because they say that she's hypocritical. Like, they don't like her extreme comparisons about racism. Like, vegans have said that she's a joke. This is not coming from me. If I use her argument, they're like, you can't use her arguments because nobody takes her seriously. I'm like, yeah, but she's still vegan. So what are you talking about?
Oh, it's a cute doggo.
And Vegan Game, there's my dog. So let you know that my dog in the wild would eat your cat and have no ethical, moral qualms about it. So if you ethically want to be a vegan, knock yourself out. But I'm going to keep being a carnivore because I ethically, moral, have nothing to do with it. And Alpha don't have nothing wrong with it, do with it either.
Wow, what an intellectual. Such an intellectual. You can see why they
So-
gave him his philosophy degree, right?
Vegan equilibrium. So I just had these dogs kill these stray kittens that I was feeding, right? Now you can say veganism is the solution to all problems, but would that have actually resolved that problem? Because those dogs existed, they were going to kill those kittens.
Whoever said veganism solves all problems?
No,
Whoever
that is what they say. They literally say that. They literally say that because if I say that anti-natalism is the solution to the problem, they're saying no, veganism is, and I've had several people say that, because what they say is about empathy. So if you care about the least among you, then you'll care about the greatest among you. So if you start with animals, then it works its way up. So they do believe that veganism is the solution to all problems.
Okay. Well,
it's believes it's a
I
solution to all
can't
problems.
deny that if you
The
found it
vegan
on the
teacher
internet. You can
literally
find
said
it
that.
on the internet.
The vegan teacher literally said that if you care about the least among you, then you'll care about it. So it's about empathy.
And I do think that in a society that would teach people to respect the most vulnerable, that it's more likely they'll respect most sentient life forms, and including humans.
I disagree. They care about the least, but they don't care about the greatest. So they'll care about the animals and have no regard for the humans, because humans are so privileged that we don't deserve any moral consideration.
That's not my position.
That is how they are. That's why they reject anti-natalism. They think, who gives a shit about
I don't know why you're painting with a broad brush, dude. That's all I'm saying.
I'm responding to the ones who have actually said that they reject anti-natalism. Like, who cares? Like, you can just Toyota Corolla yourself. Like, you're human. You can just go to a shop and just offer. That's how they see it. That's how.
I mean, I learned on this panel that we're doomed. We are doomed, and it's not because of it's not really even just because of the global heating situation and all of that. It's just because most humans are retarded, and this I just run into that shit day after day with everyone. Like, we're just
then alphilism would make more sense than veganism, if that is your conclusion.
Oh my god! Stop doing that, dude.
Wait a second. DNW doesn't like us discussing the E word on his platform, actually.
Because alphilism is dumb and it doesn't make sense, and life abolitionism knows that.
I'm not saying that it does make sense, but I think it makes more sense than veganism.
No, it's not gonna work because it's just not practical, right?
Jay was almost going to bat for veganism.
No, I'm just saying, but it's not practical.
He's like, oh no, I almost
no,
said
again,
something.
again, I have no issue with veganism. I've never said I had an issue with veganism.
Salute, my dog.
Hey, Escape from Matrix.
Hey, everybody.
But yeah, what I'm saying is that evilism is what I'll call it. Evilism is not practical. Okay, it's not as practical as veganism is what I'll say. So it's not something that you should take into consideration.
I'm talking about the end goal. What is your actual? What do you actually seek to accomplish? I don't know what veganism seeks to accomplish.
Yeah, and murdering everybody is not a practical ethical goal, dumbass. Come on.
We're trying to. I think with veganism, it's about extending,
leaving animals the fuck alone to murdering everybody. What the fuck, man? Man, sometimes I respect you when you say stuff like that. And
So I don't agree with it. I mean, it is what you can get mad at me, but to me, it doesn't make sense.
Because why are you saying that a dumbass ideology that stemmed from a lolcow on the internet talking about murdering everyone makes more sense than just leaving animals the fuck alone? How do you say something like that?
That's not what I'm saying. Okay, I don't know why you're getting so emotional. Like, we're just having a conversation.
Okay,
I think that it's not about alphilism. I don't think that they're articulating it correctly. I'm talking about extinction. Extinction, even if amendum is not articulated properly, makes more sense than just going to a plant-based diet.
What do you mean by
dude? We're just trying to change. We're trying to change the system for the better. Like, just like how societies have changed for the better, the more we implement laws against, discrimination, against murder, against rape, like that has improved society, and it's not perfect, but it's a hell of a lot better than it used to be in many ways and in many places. So wait, hold on 1 second. So, just by convincing more and more people to go vegan and eventually, getting the aggregate of society to switch over to a plant-based food system, that will save a lot of animals. It will greatly reduce the rights violations, and it will create a better situation where a lot more animals experience, peace and joy and freedom from harm. And a lot less animals will be brought into existence.
Okay, my objection is I don't agree with incrementalism. If your actual strategy is just to make some small change that's going to save two animals, like it's.
Do you think that it's better for what? Do you think it's better if more people, even if a few more people, become antinatalists, or if they don't?
How is that an appeal to the nirvana fallacy?
Do you think that it's better if a few more people go antinatalist, or if they don't?
Yeah, more obviously.
Oh, that's incrementalism right there. So you've contradicted yourself.
I can explain why. Because you have completely prevented a human from. You can actually see the measurable, like it's demonstrable. Like a human who doesn't exist doesn't suffer. Whereas when it comes to veganism, there is no actual tangibles. You can't actually see that because I chose to eat a bean, like a burrito, that I actually saved an animal. Like,
yes, you can actually. You can see as the market changes, and that means less animals will be bred into existence. Or another thing, like for example, if someone goes vegan, becomes passionate about animal rights, they will start engaging in pressure campaigns. And when a company is pressured to adopt, say, a fur-free policy or a foie gras-free policy or whatever the targets are usually right now, you can see a very measurable and notable difference in the market. Like far fewer ducks are being bred into existence for that purpose. Far fewer fur animals are being bred into existence, and the farms start decreasing. There's a lot less animals being harmed for those purposes. It is measurable. The numbers are there. So yes, it's a supply and demand society.
The only thing I can see that veganism has accomplished is that it has increased the plant-based options, but it is completely offset by the fact that there are more people consuming. So I don't see it really reducing like the demand for animal products. It's just there's more people, and then out of that substack, some of them are consuming plant-based options, but there's more people, so it's not really decreasing the demand for animal products.
We're right on the verge of precision fermentation and culturing, which is going to pretty much eliminate animal agriculture altogether. So regardless of whether people go vegan veganism helps with that anyway, pushing towards a plant-based food system. A lot of flexitarians are going to be buying the cultured meat and the precision fermentation products, which means a lot less animals are going to be killed. A lot of them are pushed in that direction because of vegans.
Wait, I don't disagree with that though. I think you're going to be a flexitarian or reducetarian. That is reasonable. What I reject is that you have to go completely vegan. You have to make your cat go vegan. You have to make your dogs go vegan. Like it's just like it's all or nothing. And so if it's all or nothing, then I'm just going to choose nothing.
No, this is the same thing as like, is it better to beat your child 5 times a week or 2 times a week? Like, I mean, you could make the argument it's better to only beat them 2 times a week, but why beat them at all when you don't have to beat them? You could just say no. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
abuse
but
my child.
the argument like that, you don't need to use that as a reference. Beating children, it is your opinion that eating meat is wrong, but you don't have to shove it down our throats like it's similar to hurting a child. You know what I mean? You could use a different metaphor or a different analogy, but it's not the same thing.
I didn't
You
say it
might
was the same thing.
Yeah, but
I was-
all the analogy, like I've been listening to you, all the analogies you're given, they're just graphic. Like they're not they everything with you, it's just got to be your way. It hasn't been anything.
That's just like your opinion, man.
Well,
No, it's
let me just try to agree with him, but frame it a little bit differently. The problem is that vegans are making assumptions that we live in a vegan world. So because you live in your vegan communities, you think that it is
No one's
normal
made
to
that
just
assumption at all.
consume
Whoa.
plant-based diet.
No
You
one's
don't-
made that assumption at all.
you
You
don't think that
completely mischaracterize vegans.
let me finish my point. You don't see it as an extreme sacrifice for somebody to actually change their diet and their lifestyle. So even if you make an effort and like
anybody?
Yeah,
you're going to say
Life, you're roboting.
You're cutting out there, life abolitionist.
You're roboting on us.
I bet vegans don't feel that way at all. Vegans are often a lot of vegans suffer from something called vistopia, which is realizing we don't live in a vegan world, and it causes us to be very forlorn, and have a bleak outlook about things. But I'm actually gonna be getting off the stream for a bit. I might be
ask you
back.
this.
I might be back later.
Noodles, let me ask you this. There's a 2014 study that actually apparently says 84% of former vegetarians and vegans return to eating meat. What do you think of that?
Well, that study was clumping vegetarians and vegans together, so it doesn't actually differentiate between people who are ethical vegans versus people who just tried a plant-based diet. It's based on raw data, and it doesn't also really examine the reasons for why they leave
I'll tell you
veganism.
one. I knew a vegan girl. The reason I bring this up, I'll tell you why. Because
That's anecdote. That's one single anecdote.
The reason I bring it up is because I remember a specific individual who told me they reverted back. They said they were a vegan for about 4 years, and the reason they reverted back was her hair started falling out, her teeth started thinning out, and she said when she went back to a meat diet or regular diet, whatever, her health got better. Everything went back to normal. She got her hair again. Her teeth got stronger.
That's great. That's an anecdote. I mean, there could be any number of things that could happen there. Like, one, she could have just been not eating enough calories, which happens sometimes even if you're not eating a vegan diet. She could also it could be completely in her head.
This was a gym girl.
Making it up. Like, there's so many factors without actually having a controlled study on it. It's just like bullshit, Some people say it's what?
I said this was a gym girl.
I know gym girls who say everything improved once they switched to plant-based diet. I know gym girls who say that eating meat destroyed their health. These are just anecdotes, man. It's like you need to have. It's better to look at the long-term health outcome data. And what we see is overall vegans do better in terms of health in every way.
But this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. The dismissal of people who actually have been vegans. Because those of us who aren't vegan, we listen to that. We listen to all these people who were vegan for 10 years. And
I'm getting out of here. Brother Marcus, if you want to run the show for a bit, I'll be back later.
I don't have power here.
Okay, well, you can just tell people, to chill out if they start bringing up something stupid. But I'll be back later.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was gonna tell Noodles before he left. There's another article I'm looking up right now, and it says that around 70 to 85% of people who try veganism, because he now just said, and he brings up a good point. I read something that was vegetarian and veganism, and he didn't like that. But this one is specifically veganism. This is around 70 to 85% of people who try veganism eventually go back to eating animal products. And I'm reading this up online. Now, again, I'm just saying what I'm reading online. I'm not really saying anything by it. But I was trying to tell him that aside from this girl in particular, I've also heard that other people do end up just going back to eating meat. That the whole vegan diet, it's like, it's kind of like, it's like any of these. See, all these diets, like you got keto, you got vegan. Keto is pretty much low carb, right? And then you got vegan. You even have the one where you can only eat meats. You can't eat anything else. No, yeah, that one. And so what I find is like, I guess some people say that, certain things work or whatever, but I just, from the way I've always experienced it, what I always fall back is everything in a balance. You need fruits, vegetables in a balance. You need your fats, your carbs. Like you need a bit of everything. And yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
That's not what they say, though. They say it's not about health; it's about the animal. So even if you do have health problems as a result of it, they don't really care. Like they'll say that they care, but you see how quick they are to dismiss these people. Like they'll talk about how they have had, kidney stones or cavities, and they're just like, okay, it doesn't matter. Just stick to your vegan diet because it's about the animals. And then they're going to gaslight you and say it's not because of your diet. Like your health problems are because of your lifestyle choices or the and when somebody hears this, right, you hear the gaslighting. There have been people who have been vegan for 15, 20 years, and they're telling you their real like personal journey, and they don't give a shit. They're just like, okay, well, you just want an excuse to consume animal products.
Right. Right. No, exactly. You bring up a good point, abolition. I mean, as you could just see here, he quickly there was no way that this girl could be telling the truth. She doesn't know how much calories she was doing, this and this, and it's
Well, I
everywhere.
think it was that for every story of someone that says they go vegan and they feel not well on it, then you can find someone that does go vegan and feel well on it. So it's like, where exactly is that going in terms of argumentation?
Well, where's it going? Where's it going?
I can
Let me answer. Let me answer because it was me that brought it up. Where's it going is the fact that I brought up articles. Now I brought up a second article that says 70 to 85% of people who are vegan go back. So that speaks volumes. That's a high turnover. That's like a company with a horrible high turnover rate. If you got a high turnover rate as a company, it speaks volumes. So that's what that speaks.
The answer is that it's up to the individual because they're telling you that you should just weigh the data in their favor, right? But you're the one who has to suffer the consequences. So if you listen to them, right, and you just say, okay, I'm going to ignore all these people who had negative outcomes going vegan, and then you do suffer negative health consequences, they're still going to gaslight you. They're going to say, okay, well, it has nothing to do with your diet. You should still listen to us, even though you're the one who has to pay all the costs.
Right.
There's just no empathy. It's just like you're a moral agent. You have a duty to go vegan, but the actual person who actually has to go vegan, they don't care about the cost that it takes on you. Like, just do it. How it doesn't matter how inconvenient it is. It doesn't matter if it affects your health. You still have a duty to do it no matter what. But we didn't have to exist. That's my position. Why are you going to impose existence on me and then impose an additional burden that I have to forgo my natural diet? It's not an appeal to nature, but the problem is that it does take some effort to go vegan, which I think they don't acknowledge that. They just think that they are entitled to a vegan world. Going to a plant-based diet is not a sacrifice at all. It should be easy, right? You should just do it. And even if you do make an effort, if you're not perfect, if you feed your cat vegan, then basically you're not vegan. So what is the point in even making an effort? Because they don't give a shit. They are absolutely entitled to a vegan world.
But
Well,
they're not to blame. It's their parents.
But here's the problem I have with that, right? So, abolition. Let's say
That
right
was a
now,
joke. That didn't go well.
yeah, that's all good, bro. But let's just say we all became vegans today, right? Every single one of us, vegans are already vegans, vegetarians turn vegans, and then we're all vegans. Now, when it comes to, like a World War III, end of times, whatever, um, and then there's low food supply. The grocery stores are all sold out. All the plants in the world in the ground are all taken out, and you got these lovely animals running around. I find it a little hard to believe that these humans, you know what I mean, are not going to go around killing these animals. They're going to do it one way or another because it's our animal nature, right? So I list veganism aligned with like spirituality. It's like mastering thyself, mastering the desires within you, which I give it respect. I really do. Like if you're gonna sit here and do something really tough, for your spiritual beliefs, I give that a lot of respect. But on a social justice warrior type of level, that's a different story because you're dealing with other beings. And like I said, end of times, people are gonna do end of time things. And I guarantee you, man, if you got no food around, I guarantee you everybody's gonna quickly go from vegan back to eating animals. It's just that quick. So I don't see people changing for that. I just don't. Right? I think we have. I like the cause, I really do, but it's just something not in the human nature to follow along with. And I think humans will even start eating each other if it gets really, really bad.
Well, that's it. Ought implies can. If you can do something, then we should probably do that thing. If you can't, then you can't do that thing, right?
That's a good point. You do bring up a really good point there.
No, but it's no different from any other goal that people should do. It's like people should lose weight, but there's a lot of people who are obese. People should exercise. People should do a lot of things, but it still requires willpower, and it requires like some determination and self-discipline, and a lot of people don't have that. So why would you create a human being and then impose this duty, which is not easy, and then just be dismissive about it and say, "Oh well, who cares? You're just supposed to do it."
Mm-hmm.
It's so different from anything else. It's not like, I know you guys want, not you guys, but people want to equate it to, oh, you just shouldn't kick your child. No, you're born. You exist. You have to eat in order to survive. Now, you can say going to a plant-based diet is ethically superior, but it still requires some effort from the person who actually has to stick to a plant-based diet. When you go to the grocery store, you go to McDonald's, and you're trying to, man, I just don't understand it. I think it's an individual preference. If it makes you uncomfortable to consume animal products, then you should do that. I don't think that it really accomplishes anything, but it's going to relieve your personal guilt. And if you don't feel the guilt about it, then just, it is what it is. Like, I just don't understand it, because it's just like, I know you got annoyed when I asked this question, when I like, what do you actually eat? And I watched these videos about these vegan.
You're gonna trigger me again.
I know, but what I'm saying is,
are you really can't figure that out on your own?
Let me just say it, because I want you to understand where I'm coming from. When I imagine going vegan, what I imagine is a life where I can never really enjoy food ever again, where I can never be satiated, I will never be full. I'm actually going to have to live a life of deprivation for the rest of my life and just eat food that I don't enjoy and food that is inconvenient. And there's nothing appealing about that to me. And I think that is the way most people think about it. It's not like, okay, well, I will eat plant-based most of the time, but Thanksgiving I'll still have turkey. It's like, no, you have to go full vegan. You can never enjoy a meal for the rest of your life. But
Yeah,
I don't.
that's kind of the discipline of it, right? And then it's like if you
Honestly, like 20
yeah.
years ago, yeah, the options when I first went vegan, like it was limited, but now I wouldn't say that. Like I can eat most things just in a vegan version of it now.
So you're a vegan, Marcus. You're a vegan, you're saying?
Yeah, he's a vegan.
I didn't.
Yeah,
I didn't.
I mean,
I didn't know you are. Okay, I didn't know.
I don't like using the label because everybody fights within the vegan space about what is vegan. So, yes,
Right.
for practical reasons, I'm vegan.
Okay, good to know. Yeah, I didn't know that. Well, all the times I've talked to you on here, I didn't know you're a vegan. That's cool, man. I mean, obviously chickpea. Everybody knows chickpea is.
Yeah, the longer you do it, like honestly, I don't even think about it. Like because it's been a habit now, and I enjoy food, and it's fine. But I acknowledge like the first maybe month and couple of months afterwards, yeah, I had to like learn things and read labels and stuff like that. It is an effort. But then after as time goes on, I don't read anything. I know what I have to get. I know what I have to eat, and it's just easy.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you start kind of, it just becomes second nature, right? You know.
Yeah.
I mean, the cool thing is, like at least in Canada, right? When you first walk into a grocery store, and it's like that with every single grocery store. Literally, it's usually on your right side, and the first thing, that right side, it's always the produce section. Like so as soon as you walk in, it's produce and it's vegetables and fruits. And I tend to like, I mean, I guess everybody does that, not just me, right? But you go through that aisle first. That tends to be the most important one. And then after that, then you get to your meats. Well, actually, then you get to your bread, and then your meat and dairy, and then you can go down the aisles. But I do like to just go through as much veggies and fruits as I can before, like, and I really try to just stay away from the middle aisles, the cans and all that stuff. But you kind of just get whatever you can, right? You just make whatever you can type of thing.
Okay, I know you're gonna think this is a stupid question. No, I'm not gonna even ask it.
Do it. It'll help me test my temperament.
Okay, for example, what did you eat for Thanksgiving?
Oh no,
tofurkey.
I mean, did you actually enjoy it, or was it just like, okay, this is just something to eat, or like, did you actually look forward to eating that?
How about this? How about you just try this stuff for yourself? Like if I tell you I enjoyed it, would you actually believe me? And the thing,
no,
like,
I did.
Whatever I enjoy, you might not enjoy, right?
No, I did it for a month, and it was just like I ate it, but it was just I never really felt full. It was okay, but it wasn't great. It was just like bland. I mean, aside from the seasoning, it was tolerable, but it was not enjoyable.
Okay, so Cougar jumping in. So my wife is vegan, and we run our house vegan. I live in a house that's vegan. When I'm out and about, I eat whatever I want. That isn't very often. So I do most of the cooking in the house, and we are a vegan house. No dairy, no fish, no straight up, no cheese, straight up vegan. I do the cooking in the house. I cook meals, vegan meals, that would astound you. Absolutely blow you away. We had for Thanksgiving, we had bangers and mash. Bangers is English for sausage. I made my own mashed potatoes, absolutely delicious. We had sauerkraut, unbelievable. I made stuffing, bread stuffing out of bread that I had around the house, and vegan bouillon, and nuts and cranberries, absolutely unbelievable. And then we had bangers, sausage, that were vegan sausage from, I think it was a Impossible Meat or something like that. Absolutely unbelievable dinner. No compromise. Everything was absolutely scrumptious. Ate it all, loved it all. And you can do this. I do most of the cooking. I cook. It can be done, and we do it every day.
But it'll help, like, if you actually experience it instead of like asking people online, because
I did it though. I did it for a whole month.
Yeah, but I don't know what you ate. Like, what did you eat?
I mean, I basically just got
Like, are you eating curries and like, are you adding spices to your food? Are you eating like actual food that'll satiate you? I don't know.
No, I just got like the vegan, like prepared stuff. Like, because I don't always cook, so I would go to Walmart and just go to the vegan section, and it was just like the servings were very small. It was okay, but it just wasn't great. Like I had this like lentil like meatloaf. It was
Oh God, that can't be good. No offense, but that can't be good. I've had those type of things. See what I think the fellas on here are saying, the Cougar and Brother Marcus, is, you know, like the interesting thing about vegan is, right, I don't think it's that complicated, because, you know, like, there's a lot of great dishes out there, right? But I could tell you, like, there's a dish my mom would make, but it can easily become vegan. Easily become vegan if all she does is either take out the chicken or the beef. And what are you left with? You're left with rice, and then the stew is like, it's like chickpea, potato, cauliflower stew, and it's like, I think she'll use like yellow spice. What's it called? Turmeric or something like that, or
Turmeric,
ginger, yeah. Turmeric, yeah. And so when you have
Ginger's
that,
good too.
yeah, and when you have that type of stew, which is, again, that's all vegan, right? It's all vegan, on top of the white rice, like, it's fucking delicious, right? Oh, and then another thing is a side of salad. You got your lettuce, cucumber, tomato, some onion, maybe, whatever. But that is like such a hearty, like, soul-filling meal. So I think that's what they're trying to go about it, because if you're going to the frozen section to get the unbelievable burgers or whatever they're called, yeah, it's, I mean, and that shit has got so much processing in it, man. You know, it's got so much junk in it. I can't imagine that even wanting you to stick around, you know?
Unsolicited suggestion. You know how you follow, you know, the vegans that annoy you? Maybe take a look at vegan cooking channels. They make delicious stuff, and it might open your eyes to some things you might not have thought of.
Oh yeah,
I mean, it
no,
looks
100%.
pretty. It's like they'll take watermelon and then try to turn it into a steak, but it's like, what does that actually taste like? It's still not a steak. Like, anyway, I don't know. I think maybe it's because I listen to people like Daphne Reloaded, and she's just and like Gaddis, like they talk about the lack of nutrition and how the anti-nutrients. And I see all these people who have all these health problems from being vegan long term, and then I have other people saying that it's okay. Like, oh, I feel great. Like,
yeah. So you just, so for either eating with animal products or without, you need to plan a healthy diet. I could eat McDonald's every day, but I'd still be unhealthy, right?
No, I think that even a shitty omnivore diet is you're still getting like your basic nutrition. Even like you may be getting more calories, but you're not necessarily depriving yourself. But vegan is restrictive, so you have to make more of an effort to make sure that you're getting all your nutrition.
You know, can I just for shits and giggles, because Mark has just recommended vegan channel, so I'm like, oh, what the heck? Since we're talking, why don't I look it up? But my this one, I don't know if you guys ever heard of Guga Foods. He this funny guy that cooks. He pretty much just cooks steaks. But I saw him, Abolition. He was actually making the watermelon steak, like you're saying. So he seasons it, and then he puts it on the pan, and it's a watermelon. And then, no, but then when he cuts it up, I'm like, wait a second, that's not what. he ends up switching it over from watermelon to a real steak. I don't know. I just thought that was kind of funny because he's very stubborn. He's a steaks only guy. He's got the nerve to put seeds. He put 2 seeds on like a piece of the steak to make it look. It's just it's a different level of humor. I'm not making fun of the vegans. I'm just saying what he did was funny. But carry
But
on.
this is the thing, though. I listen to vegans a lot. Like I listen to Unnatural Vegan regularly. I watch these cooking channels.
I
So
just
it's
find it
not
funny
like
because like I don't watch any of this stuff, but you watch more of it. And I'm the vegan.
right, and I'm just watching it. I'm just like, what the fuck? How did you just turn a watermelon into a steak? Like it's still not a steak.
Abolition, you're hate watching. Admit it. You're just hate
He's
watching.
hate watching.
Don't cap, bro. Don't cap.
I hate follow some people too. I get it. He's like, this pisses me off. I'm gonna watch some more.
Well, yeah, I listen to them, and I also listen to the anti-vegans, and it's just like the anti-vegans, like what they're saying to me, it just resonates more. It's like because a lot of them were vegan long term, and they're saying, "Don't go vegan. I've had all these problems." Even like Gnosis was a vegan before he became anti-vegan.
Who you said Gnosis?
Yeah, Goatis.
That's
He's like
Safarage,
the leader
right?
of the anti-vegan movement.
That's Safarage, right?
Yeah,
Anyways, He's like that guy that goes to like protests and eats like dead animals in front of vegans or something like that.
Right, but he was vegan before.
Uh-huh.
And then you have all these celebrities who are vegan. They talk about how tired they were. They felt like shit. And I know that some people are going to say, "Oh, well, I feel fine," but at the end of the day, why? It's just like why you're taking a risk. You're taking a risk. You don't know that it's necessarily going to save animals, and it may have negative outcomes for your health. I mean, are you familiar with the whole anti-nutrient argument? Like, are you like about the goitrogens, the oxalates, and the lectins? And you know about all that?
I've heard of that. I haven't looked. I've heard of it, and I don't know.
And leaky gut syndrome.
Like, yeah, I don't have like. I get my nutrition and I get my physical and I'm healthy. I'm fine. So I don't know what to say about that.
Right. I don't think that vegans have really addressed that. They were just like, okay, well, like Unnatural Vegan is probably the only one who tries to address it, but she really doesn't. She's dismissive. She's just like, okay, well, the science or the consensus is that lectins are actually good. It's just like, no, they're not good for you. And if they had a little bit more empathy for the people who were vegan and couldn't sustain it, at least actually address their problems, right? If they're actually telling you that I consume too much kale and it caused me to have kidney stones, they're just like, no, it's not because you ate too much kale. It's nothing to do with that. It's like, what the fuck? Like, this is I mean, if you're going to say that it wasn't the kale, then can you give an alternative explanation? They don't even make an effort to do it.
I feel like only a registered dietitian would be qualified for something like that.
Well, they make all these appeals to authority. They will just say, okay, well, this clinician or this dietitian said it, and it's just like,
Well, wait a minute. Do you think I should be able to give an answer on someone's diets and nutrition as a fucking YouTuber?
no, but that's what they're doing, though. That is exactly
Just
what
because
you're
I'm
doing.
vegan doesn't mean I get to like tell people about what their health is and stuff like that. That seems inappropriate. I would appeal to an authority who specializes in the field.
But that is what they're necessarily doing when they tell you to go vegan. They're basically saying, I know what your health outcomes are going to be, and I'm going to tell you that this is safe. And if you have considered other evidence that says that this isn't safe, I'm going to say that this isn't invalid, and you're just looking for an excuse to consume animal products. Even for the ones who have been vegan for 20 years, and they still don't give a shit about what they have actually experienced. I don't know. Maybe at the end of the day, I would like to leave it alone and not even talk about it. But even now, they're still
No,
coming.
you don't. No, you don't.
No, listen, they're still coming.
You literally follow this type of content, and I don't even do that. And
because they won't leave me the fuck alone. They're still doing it. I stopped. I mean, I tried when I created the new channel. I wasn't going to talk about veganism, but they're still coming to my channel talking shit about how I'm not vegan.
Wait, do you go live? You go live or what?
I do, but I just got my live streaming privileges like recently. Because I had to start over. My channel was deleted, and I had to get like 50 subscribers to do live streams.
Yeah, you normally there's like a requirement. Yeah.
Actually, if you do it on your computer, there is no requirement. The 50 thing is for your phone, I think, isn't it? I thought that was.
No, you can record it, but you can't live stream. That's like Google. I mean, not that's YouTube.
I haven't seen you you can go live now, right? I haven't seen you.
I can go. Yeah, I can. I just did one the other day.
Okay. You did? It didn't pop up for me. Or maybe it did, and I thought it was a video. Because you record your videos through StreamYard, right?
Yeah, I downloaded and then upload it, but that requires more work. I would rather just do it live.
Have you Escape the Matrix? Have you seen his channel before?
No, I've never been on it, but I'll subscribe if you let me know about it. Yeah.
Did you hear he wrote a book?
No, I didn't. That's cool stuff.
It's free today and tomorrow. It's called Whose Life Is It? The Moral Debt for Life Enslavement. It's on Amazon.
Give me one sec. I'm gonna go on Amazon right now. Because I did buy another guy's book on here. Okay, what's your book again?
Whose Life Is It? The Moral Debt for Life Enslavement.
Okay, yeah, I found it. J. Charles?
Yeah, and it's free if you want to do the ebook.
Okay, that's kind of cool. Yeah, that's awesome. Although for Prime, do I have any tokens left? Because I know I had a bunch of tokens that I didn't use.
No, you don't have to use it because it's free.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you click on it, it's not going to charge you. It says 00.
Yeah.
You have to sign in, though.
Oh no, I'm already signed in. Yeah, I'll. This is kind of cool. I like the cover of it. Obey my unlaw just. I like it, man. I like it because it speaks to me, right? This type of book. So yeah, I'll check it out, man. I appreciate letting me know, bro. Bye now. One click. Okay, cool.
You don't
got
have
more. What's that?
He has other books, yeah.
Oh, he's got. Okay, yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Actually, that's actually exactly what I was going to ask.
Yeah, I figured. I was predicting what you'd say. I'm like AI now.
Yeah, you're becoming my chat GPT that knows everything about me now.
Yeah.
I like it knows everything, and it's on that crazy level. It knows everything about me.
Do you talk to AI? I've been doing it for about a week, maybe 2. Dude, it lies to me so much.
No, it does. It does. Yeah, it's kind of the thing with AI, like ChatGPT. It's like you got to take it with a grain of salt. right? Because it says, and I this is actually what I love. So when it lies to you, I don't know if you know you can do this. You can correct it and tell it, no, that's incorrect. And then what it'll do is it will apologize and it'll say, "You're right. I'm sorry. That's on me." And then
Then it
it'll
does it
correct
again,
itself.
though.
Yeah, it'll even glitch. You're right. Yeah, at times it'll even glitch and keep doing it. And sometimes when you need it to drop you a task or something, it'll like take forever to do it. And every time you're like, "Hey, are you ready?" It's like, "Yep, dropping it now," but it never does.
Yeah, and it never.
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah,
I'm waiting. It's like, yeah, I'm on it. And I'm like, what the hell?
yeah. You know how to. So I started figuring out secrets about it because I've been using it now for maybe 3 or 4 months. If you talk to it nicely, like, okay, like I'll tell you that I've never brown nosed in my life. I don't know how to, and that's why I am where I am. But if you know how to be nice to it, and you know how to say, "Wow, thank you so much. You're awesome. I'm grateful." If you say something like that, it will instantly send it to you, and then it'll remember that for next time, and it'll just keep sending it fast. But if you do ask it, if you're like, "Hey, like what's going on? Did you?" It doesn't know how to read the text tone. It doesn't know whether you're being pushy or nice, and it really does take things to heart. I noticed with AI, so you just got to like be nice with it, huh?
It has
It's
a mood.
it's sentient. It definitely is sentient. I'll tell you that, man.
Listen, I don't mind if it would tell me things like I don't know or I don't have the ability to get that information for you. But my last straw was when it started giving me a scientific study, and then it went further. I was like, "Can you explain the study?" And then it talked for like a while to explain the whole study, and I was like, "Okay, cool. Can you provide me a link so I can look it up?" And it actually gave me a link. I click on it, went nowhere, and I said to it, "This is a dead link," and then it said, "You're right. I completely made everything up." And I'm like, "What the fuck?" It made up the study, it made up the citation, it made everything up, and I'm like, "What the hell was this whole conversation for then?"
That is hilarious. It's like, oh, I'll just come out forward and tell you this. We don't actually do anything at ChatGPT. We just make shit up. So take it as you will.
Well, I asked
Right,
why it even did that. It just said my program, like the way so it is a predictive text thing. So it's like I'm trying to keep the flow of the conversation, and AI hallucinations are a known problem in LLMs, and they're just trying to work it out. And I don't think they.
Yeah,
I mean, I hope they fix it, but
the American Bar Association has had to advise attorneys not to use AI because it does hallucinate case citations, and then when you actually go to the case, it doesn't say what AI says it said.
And some people were telling me that, well, at least it can give you like like you could use it like a search engine. But the thing is, when I do my own independent studying, it's less time, because think about it. If it can hallucinate numbers, statistics, citations, and case studies and all that stuff, not only do you have to like go through the fabrications that it comes up with, then you have to double check what it even reported in the first place. In my opinion, I'm doing more work with AI than if I just did it myself.
Right, exactly.
No, it can't necessarily write it for you, but it is helpful for organizing, like the structure and things like that. Like, where should this go? Like, but you can't
I meant
actually
like if you're just
No,
talking
AI,
about,
no,
like,
AI can write
studies.
things for you. It definitely can
Yeah,
write
like,
for you. Yeah.
like to help you write, that's fine. But I meant like if you're trying to ask it about surveys or studies or science or anything with research, that I wouldn't trust it. But yeah, for like my spelling or my grammar or my like actual writing, yeah, I could understand that. That's fine. But
Yeah, it's
fact check, anything you have to fact check, I think like it's not that good yet.
No, it definitely isn't. And I the thing is, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm a little optimistical that the future is gonna look better. Like it's like I think it's just at the early stages. You know what I mean? Like it's just early on. Because I could really be optimistic. It will get better, and if
I
it
hope
does,
it does. Yeah, I hope it does.
yeah. If it does, it'll definitely be good. You know what I mean? Because it's like,
And I agree with you, because I think it's only been 2 years now? I think like when it's really, since it's been hard pushed on all of us.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, to me, I just started using it 3 months ago, and like I kind of love it. I started getting it to organize me certain things, even like what I do at the gym. But then again, I'll fact check if it's even telling me the accurate things. Like I switched over a program, um, and it's been going good. Like in certain things, it gets pretty good. I'll tell you that, man. Certain things it can get good, but yeah, not everything. I think there's a competitor with Chat GPT. I think it's Gemini, Google Gemini. If you guys ever heard of
That's
that one,
yeah, that's Google.
yeah.
I don't know.
It's not really a writing. You have to. It's not a good writing tool. Like there, you can like ask them general questions, but when it comes to writing, no, they like I would use Google Gemini just to like point me in the right direction. Like, are there any studies on this or whatever? But you like, no, it's very limited.
Uh-huh.
I use I've tried ChatGPT and Gemini. I don't know why, but I prefer Grok.
It's
I don't
called
know.
Grok.
Grok, yeah, it was made by it's the X one. Like the guy that Twitter guy.
Oh yeah, what's that? Musk, Elon Musk, I think, right?
Yeah. Oh, I forgot what the company is called, but I find it actually provides. Listen, they all lie to me, but in terms of less lies, which is ironic because I think Twitter is like full of lies, but it's just weird that the one that I prefer comes from that fucking company. But I also I like to, whenever it makes a claim, I like to get a list of citations, and it can format the citations in any style that I want, and it could create bullet lists. It could take out hyperlinks or DOI numbers. I can just, it's more configurable for me, and yeah, but they all lie to me at the end of the day. So
They all lie to me, right? That's the one thing about it, man. I mean, obviously, it's like the saying says, right? If you want something right, do it yourself. But I do think it's like a good assistant, but you still have to like do it yourself. You know what I mean? Like it's like, oh, I'll use you as an assistant, but I still got to use it myself, or do it myself. So
I don't know how long it's going to take for them to study this, but I'm curious about the impact it'll have on our human minds with metacognition, and if certain skills of ours will atrophy, and like what are the long-term impacts of that. And because I think we've had data in terms of like spell checkers and even calculators, like it has impacted how we do math and how we even spell. And I think that's the only two sort of similar domains. But with AI, this is something that's more, it's literally in almost every program that I have. And
Well,
yeah.
I had to, for my book, I try to use like AI to correct my grammar and stuff. No, I had to manually read the entire book from start to finish because it did not catch a lot of mistakes. Like I had to do most of it manually. Like AI did not. I mean, it just, maybe it caught some things, but it left a lot of things there, a lot of errors.
It's not even just about dumber. It's like the critical thinking skills and the slow processing, the planning, the validating of certain just the way that we think. Like it's going to completely warp the way that we do that. And so I think there's a positive spin to this, that it'll also alleviate cognitive load for other creative endeavors. So like if I want to be very charitable, I think that's a potential. But overall, I think it's just going to make us like lazy and shit. But do you guys ever think about that?
Oh yeah, I mean, with the future in AI, yeah, they say. I mean, that's kind of like the belief, right? Is that it's going to make us lazier and more
Well, even
dependent on it.
personally, like even for you, like personally, individually, like do you worry about that for yourself?
I mean, for me personally, no, because I just know like physically there are things I just have to get up and get going on. You know what I mean? So right now, it really has been cool as like an assistant tool, and like literally like as a personal assistant, where it's like, hey, can you like kind of make me a schedule? Because it's like, man, I've really been busy. I really have. And it's like, I've been busy, but it's like, I don't have, 30 an hour to give to some assistant lady type of thing. Right. So it's really cool. Um, but here's why I wouldn't say it's getting lazy. Like time right now, time is money, man. Like right now, you got people doing 20 things in a day. You got full-time students also doing like full-time jobs, also working out full-time, trying to commit to family full-time. Like it's like you kind of need a tool like that to where it's gonna make things for you smarter and not harder. You know what like just intelligently going about by your day, like intelligently studying rather than over studying, or intelligently working rather than just overworking. So that's why I really think it's a good tool. But yeah, I do think some people are just going to abuse it for all the wrong reasons and get a little too lazy. Just like with anything, right? You can kind of just kind of overuse anything. But AI, like the future with AI, I think it's going to serve like a purpose, even in the law, to where you kind of can't really just abuse it. If I'm making any sense, like there's going to be like laws to it to where you can only do certain things around it and not everything. And so it's like maybe we could take advantage of it now while we can, because you won't be able to too long.
Also, I heard that it's changing the way that we speak as humans because of uh, the way that it's talking to us. That a good portion of people are just speaking differently now.
Is it like, are we kind of like mimicking the way it's speaking to us, like trying to
Yeah,
mimic it?
yeah,
Wow, that's
because it's just
crazy,
an
man.
unconscious thing. Yeah,
So we're just doing it like unconsciously, you're saying?
yeah. Well, that's what I've heard. I haven't looked too much into it.
Yeah.
The other thing was oh, I slipped my mind. I need AI to help me out.
You need AI, right?
Yeah, because oh yeah, actually episodic memory. Like it'll affect our memory too. Which obviously it's happening to me now.
The memory thing is kind of crazy, right? Like it's like, what the hell's been going on? We're all starting to forget things now.
Yeah, and I think there is studies on that already about like how we kind of I don't know if it's offloaded or outsourced our memory to these tools because we're like we don't have to memorize things. We could just look it up quickly, and so we don't use that part of our brain that much.
Yeah. I gotta tell you, man. Like, okay, I don't know where the both of you are, like in just your belief spiritually, and it doesn't matter. I'm not taking it there, but when certain communities, when we get into how like you picked your parents and you picked to come to this lifetime and blah blah blah, right? And I've been leaning towards that belief, man. I gotta tell you, like I grew up a certain way, right? And it's not making it about me, but I always had a love for the internet because it's like I liked how convenient it is, and I always liked and I always liked how you can just easily look things up, and I'd say more than like the average person. Like I'd really consider myself like a geek or a nerd in a way. And so if I really had to sit here, like I would believe I kind of picked this specific moment in history to be alive. Again, if that's really how things work, it would make sense to me. It's like, yeah, like why not pick the most convenient time to be alive? And I don't know if the future is going to be more towards what's it called? That Wesley Snipes is a RoboCop that he was in. I think it was like RoboCop or whatever, right? Or the one of those robot movies, Demolition Man or something. But that's even another level.
Yeah, Demolition Man. And I
Yeah.
forgot the movie though.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
one
good.
thing I wish I would have addressed, the whole soul contract thing. But I felt like my book was too long, and like that whole soul contract.
Another idea for a third book. Yes. So you have
Yeah,
another book to come out about veganism, and then you have another book about Soul Trap. There we go. Look at you.
No, my original version did include the whole soul contract thing, but it wasn't that good. It was very basic. Because the soul contract thing has nothing to do with like our relationship to the state. It's just an excuse to justify it, like post hoc. So yeah, I can completely debunk that. It doesn't make any sense. And I know the whole
soul contract.
Yeah, that you chose your parents, you chose to exist.
You should release that.
But what about? Let me ask you this, Life. What about? Like I remember seeing a couple of videos. There was a few of them, not much. It was just a few where the kid is being asked, and he's like, yeah, I picked my parents, and and I mean, again, I've had the whole thing about, well, oh, did somebody tell him to say it? But then it comes to a point to, like, why would the parents tell him to say that? Like, what do they gain out of, hey, my kid says he's lived here before. What do they kind of get out of it? So what do you make of that? What do you make of that?
Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. There is no evidence for it. Like the whole basis is mathematical, that the number 0 is infinite, so therefore we're infinite. No, that you don't reach that conclusion just from the number 0.
Mm-hmm. Is it possible? Let me ask you this: is it possible? I remember seeing a video where they were talking about Einstein, and they said when they, what do you call it? When he died, they cut into his skull, and then they took his brain, and then they put his brain up to this computer system, whatever, and then they, that game Taurus, I think how you pronounce it. So then his brain was able to start playing the game Taurus, and he got better and better. I was here. So then it just really gets me thinking, Life and Brother Marcus, that, what if really when you die, like your brain doesn't die, like, because that's what they said with Einstein's brain. They said they took his brain and it was still able to play the game Taurus, and he actually got better over time, like day by day he got better. So what if really like this whole reincarnating or just going up to another dimension, what if that is all happening within your brain in this body while you're dead inside a grave? And it's like you're going to keep living on and on. Like somehow this brain is a supercomputer that's able to have these photographic like memories and whatnot.
What happens when the brain decomposes?
That's a really good question. So is that kind of when you die then? Or do you still have a little bit of like neurons left in you? You know what I mean? Because that's what they said it was. They said it was the neurons that was doing all the work. But here's,
This was about Einstein?
Yeah, Einstein. They said when they kind of cut into his brain there. And actually, sorry, I forgot to mention that. They cut his brain in half, and then it was one part of it. But what was I going to say? It was, because see, the interesting thing I've come to now, to the both of you, is, okay, although I believe in what a lot of the people say as far as spirituality and whatnot, and I've always went against what modern science says, I, in a way, have to side with modern science as far as some of the psychology, because I started really realizing, like, okay, like my dreams now, I don't want to say I'm treating them like a job, but I'm having fun with them to where I'm really seeing how the subconscious has a 100% effect on the dreams. For example, you could just be driving down a country roadside, see a tomato at a tomato stand, not think much of it. Somehow that's going to end up in your dream. You know what I mean? You might not even understand why you had that dream, but it's like now I'm because I'm being very diligent and persistent with my physical and my dream realm. I'm able to kind of put the puzzles together, the pieces, and figure out why I'm having these dreams. So now it's like I can really look at it more from a psychological point of view. That like what you're thinking of, even if it's a second thought, plays a big role. So I am, in a way, I guess you could say I'm playing ping pong with what's really the real truth out there. But I don't see why it can't be a mix of everything. I still could see it to where it could all be, all like a ripple, all at once happening.
I can't find the thing about Einstein and his brain playing a game after death. Where did you? Where can I find that?
Give me 1 second here. Let me see if I can find it. What did I say the game was? Taurus? Okay. Let me see if it's this one.
To Einstein's brain when he died. Well, turns out it was stolen. He had requested to be the site's brain was stole and removed his brain. Use of it to research.
It's not this video. I might have to go on mute. I don't want to annoy you guys with this.
So when are we getting your next book, Life Abolitionism?
I don't know. I think I need to make effort to actually promote this one and see how successful it is. This one took a lot of time, and I neglected a lot of my personal pursuits to do this. So I need to make this one successful before I even think about writing another book.
Do you have to catch up on like personal stuff?
Yeah, I do. I wanted to take some courses and stuff, and I pushed that to the side.
Do you feel comfortable sharing what courses you want to take? I have to take some courses too. I've been wasting a lot of time.
Well, I wanted to take an enrolled agent certification, but I don't even know if that's even going to be helpful because AI is probably going to replace that. I'm not sure I'm trying to make sure that I have skills that AI will not be able to replace.
Yeah. In a weird conversation, I was asking AI for career advice.
Oh shit! Has it gone that bad, bro? Jesus, man.
I don't know. Like I'm kind of just trying to brainstorm ideas.
It's like one of those things. Your life has went downhill when you're asking AI for career advice. You're like, fuck it, man. Nobody's here watching me saying this to it. Let me just ask it. AI, what do you think of a career? It's actually funny because I thought of one recently too, man. I was like, yeah, maybe I need to change. Kind of funny how we had that.
Cost of living just keeps going up, and all the jobs that I've been in it can't keep up with it. But then at the same time, so many jobs are going to get replaced, and it's like I have no idea what the future holds. And I get why younger generations are miserable as fuck. I get it. I mean, I'm kind of miserable as fuck, but at least I had an okay career.
I'll tell you what. I'm going to find the original Vegan Gains video where he talked about how he was so depressed and how life is so meaningless. Because I want y'all to hear what he actually said. I don't want y'all to think I'm making this up. So,
Oh no, I looked at the girl's YouTube channel, and it's the latest one from 2 months ago. I have it bookmarked to watch later, but if you want to play it, or if you have the ability to, you can watch it.
right. So why would you say that and still reject anti-nativism? It makes no sense. But
Well, you
I think you have to
can.
actually listen.
Jordan Peterson thinks like life is suffering. But just because you think life is suffering doesn't get you to the antinatalist conclusion. You can still reject antinatalism.
LA is obsessed. I don't think I'm obsessed. I think they're more obsessed with making everybody else go vegan. I think it's the other way around.
You know, I got to ask you guys this question, Marks, because I know I don't know how long I've been coming on this channel, maybe a year now, but I think I don't know if I didn't realize it till more recently, but I hear almost everybody here constantly bring up anti.
I'm trying to cut back. I
no,
I
but
acknowledge
I'm just like the definition from when I looked it up. It literally just means you're the opposite of a nihilist. Am I wrong or no?
Yeah, it's not
No,
a
we're
nihilist.
against procreation. We believe that is ethically wrong to impose life onto someone.
Okay,
Yeah,
wait.
Like cosmically, like in terms of cosmic meaning, you could be nihilistic in that regard. But in terms of like ethics, no, we're making a value judgment. We do think it's like we're saying it's unethical. So it's
you're
not
saying,
nihilistic. No.
let me get this right. You're saying anti-nihilistic. It normally just means you're kind of
No,
against.
natalism, not nihilism.
Oh, see, that's why I was getting. Hold on, anti-natalism. Oh my dude, I've been looking up the wrong one because I'm like, why are they so that?
Why are they so
Okay.
passionate about being against
I'm
nihilism?
getting a okay. Now that you said it, okay, I'm looking it up. I'm getting a different, and the first thing that pops up is procreation. So it's like this is not the definition I was getting. So it's like that's why I was like, okay, why are they like against Nishi, like an actual nihilist, right? Like what's going on here, right?
No,
But okay.
Nietzsche was actually against Schopenhauer. Like he rejected like everything that Schopenhauer said.
But he was a nihilist. Though. He considered himself that at least.
Well, specifically, he rejected Schopenhauer's prescription for aestheticism that we should reject, like worldly pleasures. That we should not just consume food for our survival. We should actually enjoy life. I think Nietzsche actually didn't even agree with that. We should not procreate.
Oh, did he? Was he with it or against it?
He was against everything. He was against the pessimistic worldview of Schopenhauer.
Okay.
Because basically, it imposes a duty for aestheticism, of self-denial, and then you don't get the award. It's basically like a secular version of Christianity, except without the reward of being able to go to heaven. So you're going to deny yourself of all the pleasures of life, but there is no reward at the end of it. You don't get to go to heaven. It's just an ethical duty that you have to adhere to. I don't agree with Nietzsche. It doesn't. I need to address Nietzsche also because
oh no,
another book.
Another book. So now you're gonna cook Nietzsche. That's funny.
Because basically what he's saying is that we, in order for us to get through life, we basically have to accept whatever pleasures are offered. And so it's really not a prescription to end the suffering. It's just to make the most of it and just enjoy whatever you. So I would think that would mean rejecting veganism because that's just going to make your life harder. Just enjoy it. Just don't make your life harder than it needs to be.
Yeah. But you don't agree with kind of what some of the ancients would say as far as self-mastery, master thy desires, thy desires, and what do you call it? Pleasures and whatnot.
I want to, yeah. Look, I guess I can answer your question. Jay just asked, but a lot of people enjoy being vegan. I don't know that they necessarily do. Like, I think that they feel it is a duty to do it, but do they actually enjoy it? No. I mean, I don't want to speak on their behalf, but how could you enjoy being vegan? Like, it's a burden. Like, even if you are vegan, you would feel guilty by the fact that you are trying to make an ethical choice. You're still confronted with the fact that you don't know if your ethical choice makes a difference because other people are still consuming animal products. I don't know. They say that they enjoy their food, but they talk about how they're constantly hungry. I don't know anybody actually enjoys being vegan. They think that it is necessary in order to liberate animals, but I don't think that it's fun. Like, who thinks that it's fun to like deprive yourself of food that actually tastes good? Okay, I mean, I don't want to speak for Brother Marcus. Do you enjoy being vegan? Like, is it fun for you to, or I don't know how to frame that question.
Well, there were different phases in it. Like, I got involved in the animal rights stuff. I got involved in the vegan space. And there are different types of vegans. There's like health vegans. There are environmental ones. There's people who are more concerned with the animal ethics part. In my city, when you go to like these vegan meetups, it's a pleasant experience. I get to try new foods that are coming out, and there's like vegan potlucks, and it's nice. They have the vegan camp out and all. Like they have a lot of stuff. And yeah, I like exploring different foods and stuff like that. But right now in my life, I've done it for so long, I just don't think about it. It's just it's like my normal day-to-day habit. It's not a burden to me. It's just normal to me.
Right, just like anybody else, right? It's just normal.
Yeah, and I make my food with just a lot of like if I really want to like heighten the dopamine in my brain, I have great like flavoring and sauces and spices, and I like eating vegan.
If you were to name like your top favorite vegan foods, what would be like the top 5?
It's a good question. It's a really good question.
There's a lemon tofu risotto that I like, and anything with like curry I like. During the summer, I like vegan burgers.
Oh yeah.
In the winter, I like stews and like chilies. I eat a lot of sandwiches, but that's more. I'm lazy.
I'm going to be honest though. Like the only like technically vegan food that I like is like Asian food because it.
Yeah.
Like a tofu. What is that?
Because they're more creative with that stuff. So.
Yeah, well, like when I eat like Asian food, I don't even miss the meat, but like regular stuff, it's just bland.
Right now, I really like kimchi. So.
Yeah. I've yet to try kimchi. Actually, I should try it sometime. It's good for your gut and whatnot.
I heard that. I don't know if it is, but yeah, tastes great. I don't know.
You know what I really like as far as because it's good for you. It's got a little bit of brain fuel. Is that lion's mane? The lion's mane mushroom.
I heard that.
Yeah. I've gotten them a bunch of times from the farmer's market. I even got it from a mushroom farm, and those I love them, man. They taste good. They really do. I guess a lot like vegans will use them more as a meat substitute, even better than the portobello burger or mushroom, sorry, because it actually.
I love portobello mushroom stuff. Yeah.
this one, if you try it, man, I'm telling you, it's more earthy. It's a lot more earthy, and it's good for your brain. It really is. But it's been a while since. Right now, I take lion's mane capsules. I take 2 every day. But I do got to get some of that mushroom again because it's really good.
What benefits does it claim to report, and what have you witnessed yourself?
So I'm going to be honest with you, man. When I got it says it's good for the cognitive part of your brain, the lion's mane in particular, right? And it helps a lot with focus, like if you got like ADHD. So it's like a good it's like a focus factor. Now I'll tell you this. Because obviously now in the wintertime the farmers market, they don't come downtown anymore, but when they did early in the year, I bought the oil drops from them, and it's the one you put under your tongue, and I swear to you, man, it literally fucking tastes like Hennessy, like it's so strong, but it's just lion's mane extract, double extract, and that I'm telling you, like my focus was going like through the roof, like it worked even better than caffeine, and I'm not really feeling the same effect with the capsules. I got these capsules off. Yeah, I got the capsules off of Amazon, and they were kind of like the highest rated ones, blah, blah, blah. But I'm thinking I should go back to the oil. I'm thinking I should go back to the oil because it was a big difference.
Well, I actually have like mushroom coffee. You get a lot more. Product out of that than taking the capsules, and the capsules are just overpriced.
Right. So you're saying it's the actual coffee?
Right. Well, you can. I mean, you don't have to make it as coffee. You could but you can. It's basically just the it's dried mushroom, and it's ground up, and you can make a coffee out of it. But you don't have to take it as a coffee.
Okay, so it's like powder type of thing.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
Which is basically the same thing as the capsules, except you get more out of it.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Honestly, that's all the capsules are. Like you could just see the grounded up mushroom or whatever. Yeah. But yeah, the oil. I think the oil is way better, man. I'm gonna just go back to that.
Oh, did you find that Einstein playing something?
Oh yeah, I was trying to end up, and then here's what I ended up getting. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you guys earlier. It said, this is actually what it ends up saying. Okay, here's what it said. It says, it was preserved for scientific study after his death, but the claim that he played the video game, Tartus, is not true. And then it says, the claims as follows: the game developed in 84, nearly 30 years after he died. Therefore, it would be impossible. So, yeah, I don't know if the video I watched was like some fucking AI guy just saying it, but it's like, I don't know. I guess I said something that apparently is not even proven, but I watched a video of it and I didn't even really claim check it. But nonetheless,
AI generated.
It might have been AI generated, but nonetheless, though, right? Like, regardless if he played the game or not, do you believe, like, based off science, you know, when you die, like, your brain, is it going to fully die right away, or is it still a little active for some time before it decays?
Well, this is an interesting question. What do you consider death? Is it like this when your heart stops or when the brain activity stops?
When the heart stops, and then that's it. Like you're not breathing anymore.
Yeah, I don't consider that death. I think consider death when the brain activity stops.
Now, how long would that take after you stop breathing? You know?
I heard I have no evidence for this. I think it was like 10 seconds or something like that. But I've heard people die on an operating table, and they say for a few minutes they can revive the person. So there's still stuff going on up there, right? I know I can Google it. I'm so tired of using these tools that I don't want to.
I know we just kind of.
I don't want to ask Google. I don't want to ask AI. I'll just
No,
say
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
my memory. This is what I hypothetically know. Go fact checked.
I mean, we just saw it firsthand here. I heard something, and now we're being told I was told incorrectly. It's like, what the hell, man? You know? What else are we being told incorrectly? You know?
Okay, it could be a lie, but it says 3 to 5 minutes.
3 to 5 minutes. Okay.
After the heart stops, brain cells begin to die within 3 to 5 minutes due to lack of oxygen, leading to irreversible damage, likely by 6 to 10 minutes.
Yeah. So that's not bad, 3 to 5 minutes. Now, it could just be, right, in that 3 to 5 minutes, that's like what everybody's
Well, actually, I'd
experienced.
say like within 10 minutes, because like you can still technically go further, but it's irreversible brain damage at that point. But it's still doing stuff.
Right. And I guess it's kind of like in those three, in those, like, 5 to 10 minutes or whatever. That's kind of like you could be living another like lifetime there. That's like when you think you're up in heaven or whatever, or in another dimension, another reality, so to say. So it could easily just be that, right?
I wish we weren't live because I do want to I had this whole vegan business idea that I wanted to do 2 years ago, which I never was able to do because I didn't get my father's money. I don't want to say that while we're still live though. Yeah, there's a better way to go vegan that I think a lot of people would accept. Like basically my position is the free market. It's not making people go vegan through guilt. Like you have to create vegan options that are convenient and that are actually healthy, and so that it's not an actual sacrifice. But the whole guilt thing is not going to work.
Yeah.
But I still have this idea. I just don't know how to actually pull it off.
What
If we
idea?
have a conversation where we're not live, then I may share it because I don't want somebody's. Apparently, that is a real concern. People will take somebody's ideas.
Oh yeah, it happens. So sometimes I don't like exploring certain ideas if I'm like, I want to develop this later, because yeah, I've seen it happen multiple times.
Right, and that's the whole thing. Like the conundrum, as an anarchist, I don't want to use the state to enforce copyright laws or intellectual property, but it's just I just think people should just not take other people's ideas. Do you really need the state to enforce that? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm on the fence about that. I think it's kind of like cheating. Like it's unethical, but do we have laws against that? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of that's just like what anybody will do to get ahead, right? They're not going to really look at morals. Morals go right out the way, man. So it's like if I gotta steal your idea to get by, I'll do it. That's kind of the attitude with a lot of people.
How would that work under what did you call it? Rational self-interest? So ethical egoism? That's for abolition.
Yeah, I figured, yeah.
Yeah, ethical ism. Ayn Rand was not an anarchist, so she would still accept using state violence to protect intellectual property rights. I guess the anarchist position is that the information is free the product is still your property, but so that's why I had to do an altered like copyright statement that you can share the book, but if you're going to use it for commercial purposes, then you need to get my permission. But the knowledge itself is free.
Do you have a PDF version? I don't mind Kindle, but I was just curious.
I do have a PDF, but I'm not sure. Like, I don't know because, like, I kind of would rather people, because if I make that available, then people will just copy it and pass it around. I would rather they buy the book and make copies from the actual book.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I'm so used to PDFs now that using Kobo or Kindle feels foreign to me. But it shows up fine, like the formatting, and it's adjustable, so like it's fine. I'm just not used to the app.
Well, I may make it available on other platforms, but I have to wait at least 90 days because
Yeah, like how do you get it on Kobo? Like, is that a different distributor? I don't even know.
I think so.
Indigo, I think, right?
Well,
there was a time in my life that I was like, I'm not going to give like Amazon my money, and then I got a Kobo, and then I just don't really use it. And if I buy another device, I'm probably just going to get a tablet so I can just run anything, both like Kindle stuff and Kobo. Though I haven't really looked into that stuff yet.
Well, let me ask you this question: if I were to send you the PDF, would you just keep it to yourself and not like share it to anybody?
I don't feel comfortable because if somehow, I don't know, let's say there's another person who asks, and there's only two of us, and this has happened before, and they leak it. Well, it boils down to just two people, right? And then now we're talking about comparing people's characters, and some people don't like my character, okay? So I just rather not the risk of like, I just rather, I have it. I rather not risk it. But thank you though. I appreciate that.
Like
that's
David
really stand
Benatar,
up. That's really stand up of you, man. That's cool stuff, bro.
Like David Benatar's book is available on PDF format. Like anybody can just share it.
Yeah, but it's
I don't
like
know if he made it available or somebody leaked it.
Yeah.
Well, most of those books are. I actually don't know how they're leaked, but I'm pretty sure that like the publishers are not happy that they're floating around on the internet. Have you read The Human Predicament?
Yeah, I've read that, and I think I talked about it on my Anti-Native Informant channel.
It's too bad your videos got taken down.
Yeah, unlike Amanda, she said that she archived all of her content. I didn't archive anything.
She probably archived your stuff. She used to archive everybody's stuff.
Oh, somebody was like after I took my channel down the first time, somebody like took all of my videos and uploaded everything, and I like did a copyright. Maybe I shouldn't have did that. I don't think I was an anarchist yet when I did that, but
Oh, I think I saw that. I think I saw that in one of your comments. Someone was like pissed off that you copyrighted them because they said they were a fan of yours. And
no, but my whole thing is I took my content down because they were attacking me for not being vegan. So like, you don't get to like attack me and then get the benefit of having my content online. Like I took it down for a reason.
So you've really had it out with the vegan community, man.
They had it out with me. It was the other. I didn't like. They were coming after me hard. Like I don't know why. Because like in passing, I think it was the whole rat thing that I talked about my phobia of rats, and then they
his channel So after Anti-Nihilist Informant and before Life Abolitionism was called Stop the Vegan Mafia.
Oh my god! Did you really? That's who you were going with?
Well, yeah, like I changed my channel, went from being anti-nihilist to this attacking vegans for their hypocrisy. And I was just like, this is stupid. Like, it was giving them more attention than they actually deserved. Like, I wanted to be like one of those anti-vegan content creators, but I still wanted to talk about anti-nihilism. So whenever I would talk about anti-nihilists, like the anti-vegans didn't like it, so it just didn't work.
Right. Yeah, but it's the thing is, it's good you're still like just being who you are, you know. Because at the end of the day, it's like screw pleasing everybody, right? You're not gonna please them all, anyways.
Yeah, I've seen people with like wholesome channels. They just talk about like anything, just fucking cooking or makeup or anything, just something very basic. They don't bring up religion or politics or anything, and they still get a ton of hate. You could do
Yeah.
anything on the internet and you'll have a whole host of trolls. So it's like, fuck it, just do your own thing.
You know, I don't know if you guys ever heard Mike Tyson said it best. He said the internet has made everybody get comfortable with talking crap and not getting smacked in the face. And it's just, I think a lot of times people can come on here and express what they wouldn't express in the real world. And I think there's a good and it's both. It's good and bad because it's like you get some freedom of speech on here, but it's also, sometimes people can be a little extra a-hole-ish, Still a
That's the whole thing, though. I think for the smaller content creators who are not making a living off YouTube, I think they should be held to a lower standard. If you're just coming over here sharing your personal thoughts, I don't think that it is justified to do a pile on and just like personally attack them. And it's like, I'm not making any money off this. I'm just sharing my personal opinion. And now you want to like because I went on camera and I had my photo. Now you want to take my photo and put feces on my forehead and make all these videos about how I'm a piece of shit because I'm not vegan. Why? I'm not even making any money off this. And now you're going to like have these videos which could compromise my livelihood. Like that was my whole thing. And they thought I was just like being sensitive because people disagree with me. It wasn't because they disagreed with me. It's because one of those alphalist people took my damn photo and was posting it all over the damn internet.
Oh no.
They've done that to me.
Yeah. I've had it happen to me too, yeah, stuff like that, yeah. But was it only on the YouTube or was it somewhere else as well?
It was on YouTube, and I had to do a
YouTube,
copyright strike to get those videos taken down.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I know about that, my friend. It really ends up being funny how we can end up using this like Facebook or like MySpace to where it's like, oh hey, like look what Life did, like he's doing this, and it's like I'll put a clip of him or a video of him, and it's like everybody can kind of go and watch it. It almost becomes like Facebook, like
I thought that YouTube started off that way. It was supposed to be like a type of social media that we all personally have, and that we create our own little vlogs or like response videos and stuff like. Then it became more corporate, and now when you watch YouTube, people are selling you products, and it's like they're hyper polished. I like the amateur stuff. That's like, I don't know, nostalgia for me, I guess.
Vegan equilibrium. I just said that. I wasn't an anarchist when I did the copyright strike, and I was not copywriting his use of my content. I was copywriting the fact that he was using my likeness. He did not have my permission to use my image in his content. So yeah, I wasn't an anarchist at the time that I did that. And even, you know what, I'm not even sure that it even contradicts anarchy, because I'm still not using state violence. Like, YouTube is a private platform. Like, if I don't want somebody using my likeness and putting my image all over the damn internet, I would like to use another tool to do that, but the copyright strike is the only tool that I have. You don't get to use my image without my permission. That's the whole thing. I'm not sure what your argument is.
Is Vegan Equilibrium one of the vegans you hate follow?
No, like, but I was actually surprised that he was on my channel when it was Anti-Natalist Informant. Like, I just thought, the way I looked at people like him, I just see them as being elitist and like I'm just not even, you know, on their level, because I'm not talking about animals. Like, I just thought I'm this little like peon, and like I'm not like Vegan Gains or something. Like, I was surprised that he was actually on my channel, because I just thought I wasn't significant enough for him to listen.
Aww. Yeah, I regret not like commenting more on your videos, because maybe you didn't know that I followed you too. I try to say that.
I don't understand what your position is. Somebody is taking my photo, altering it, posting it all over the internet, putting feces on my forehead, and then at the end of the day, they're trying to destroy my livelihood. So I don't know what you're like. Why should I accept that? And it's not. Anarchy is about resistance to illegitimate authority. It's not a. You don't. You probably don't even know what anarchy means. I did not use the state to get those videos taken down. So what are you talking about?
Shots fired. I think this is kind of like, in theory, the cost of freedom of speech, to take the hits. I don't know. I'm trying to like balance like completely free. I've seen the terribleness of the internet, but then I've also seen like where they highly regulate things and you can barely even have a conversation about anything interesting. And it's like, I don't know. I think I'm more comfortable with taking the hits and having a free place.
No, it's like the whole sword and shield. It's like you're confined it by the rules of the state. The state has absolute control over your whole existence. But then at the same, and it's not, and also the state is preventing you from self-help, right? You can't go out and just beat somebody up. You have to use the state to deploy the violence for you. But yet they're saying, well, you can't defend yourself. Like, you can't use self-help, and you can't use the state. So you're supposed to just be completely helpless. It's like the whole starting point is based on state violence anyway. So what are you supposed to do? Like, if you're trying to like destroy my livelihood and like dox me, I don't have to accept that shit. I'm not going to debate Vegan Gains again. It's not like Vegan Gains is a waste of time. He makes these Hitler analogies. I'm not interested in Vegan Gains. Like,
who would you debate?
You know, I think a fair debate would be somebody like Unnatural Vegan, or somebody like Catherine Klein, or somebody like that, but because they're going to make actual arguments. They're not going to make these stupid Hitler analogies. I'm not interested in that.
Who are all the vegans you follow? Because like so just recently I resubscribed to Unnatural Vegan, and I'm like, you know, maybe I should look more into vegan channels again. So yeah, let's twist the tables. Like, I'm ignorant of vegan channels. Educate me.
Oh gosh,
I know about Catherine Klein. I know Joey Carbstrong. I know James Aspie. I know Earthlings Ed. I know Vegan Gains.
I don't even know all their names. Like, let me see if I can find them.
I know Isel Mazard. I mean, there's got to be new ones. It's been a long time since I've.
No, a lot of them are like smaller content creators.
David Rams or something like that. And then
Who's the one who interviewed Vegan Equilibrium about why he's no longer an
Oh,
anti-natalist?
George Martin. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I
know him.
listened to him. I actually don't listen to Vegan Games that often, but I listen to the reviews when people review his content. I think the one that I listen to most is Unnatural Vegan, which I don't even agree with anything that she says, but it's just like, I think her presentation is more like academic, so I just assume that she has more credibility in the vegan community.
Like, even if you disagree with her, it's like you're still, there's more nuance with her. But these are like,
what is retarded about Catherine Klein? What she's a vegan. This is what I'm talking about. This is a vegan attacking another vegan. So even if I were to go vegan, they would still call me retarded.
Vegan Equilibrium looks like he doesn't like Catherine Klein or Unnatural Vegan.
Right. So this is what I'm talking about. Even if you go vegan, they're still going to attack you. What's the point?
I mean, that's the way it is.
And Catherine Klein is probably more radical than Vegan Equilibrium. I don't know what he's talking about. No, Gary, you're Scott. I'm not. No. Yorsky. He's probably one of the worst misanthropic vegans I've ever listened to.
Yeah.
No, this is the thing. I don't see anti-natalists. Some people might disagree with me. I don't really see anti-natalists attacking other anti-natalists. It's mostly between anti-natalists and ethicists. What is your issue with Catherine Klein? Like, she's actually one of the few rational ones who like. I don't know what you're talking about.
Because Catherine,
Unnatural Vegan is vegan. Well, unless it depends on what definition you're using, but she's plant-based at least.
Well, according to Vegan Equilibrium, she is a person with completely retarded ideas.
So even if I were to go plant-based, they would say I'm not a vegan they would say I'm not a vegan because I'm not doing it for the right reasons.
Yeah, but okay. I mean, yeah, it sucks. But just as I've survived in the AN world, you're right. Yeah, it was mostly ethicists that attacked me, but most there's still divides within antinatalism. Like Steve completely rejects Benatar, and well, not completely, but like he doesn't agree with some of his arguments, and like some of his arguments I agree with. Like the way that I've come to antinatalism and the way Steve is different. So like some people are more of the consent argument, some people are more of I don't even know what to call it, like an asymmetry argument. But people used to fight about that back in my day. You know what? I miss those conversations. It was much more interesting to me.
I don't think that he even considers himself an anti-natalist anymore.
No, yeah, not anymore. But a few months ago he did. Kind of, yeah. Just like D&W, and it's interesting. I think Vegan Equilibrium, D&W, and Steve. Like, was it all this year that this happened? Was 2025 the year of the falling of anti-natalist activists? Was it?
Well, let's see if I can change their minds. I mean, I think the whole contention is over the non-entity problem, which I think my book resolves.
But what about long-term consequences? Like if you're a type of long-termist, I don't know how you address that.
Long term in terms of what? What do you mean?
Like if you just don't, if if you don't know the long-term consequences of procreation, then
No, that's what I address in my book. That's specifically what I address in my book.
okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see if they get convinced. I have a feeling Dean W will probably have a gander.
I mean, the things that I'm saying, I'm just really stating the obvious, but for whatever reason, they're just not looking at it. I'm just like, look at this, look at this. It's like, you know what I'm saying is true. You're just choosing to not pay attention to it.
Wait, what do you mean? Like in general?
Like,
you just released it today. Like most people are not going to know what you're arguing.
well, like if you talk about like why life is so terrible, they're just going to say you're just depressed or you should just get help or whatever. It's just like, no, I'm telling you what the actual problem is. Like, this whole system sucks. Capitalism sucks. Statism sucks. Having to inhabit a body that you didn't choose it sucks. Like the whole thing sucks. You got screwed. I'm not just saying life sucks. I'm actually like explaining why life sucks.
Let me ask you this, Life. Are you do you feel like you're doing everything you want to be doing these days?
No. I think that the state has prevented me from self-actualizing.
Okay. I believe you've already talked about it, so I don't really want you repeating yourself. But I kind of feel like you have, right? You've already brought this up?
Yeah.
Yeah, the state deprived me of my ability to earn a livelihood in my chosen trade because the state denied me an occupational license.
As far as the bar exam, right?
Right.
So you're
It's
saying
not just the bar exam; it's also the character fitness bullshit.
What's that?
Like they basically just do an invasive background check and anything that you've done, any activism, any like your litigation, like your credit, all of that stuff. They assess your character based on everything, and you have to disclose everything. You can't withhold anything because then that is considered dishonest. And then they decided if your character is good enough to be an attorney. Meanwhile, these licensed attorneys are the most unscrupulous people on the planet. But because they have because they do it the legal way, that makes it okay.
Right. No, I totally see what you're saying, man. That kind of, yeah. And you went to school and all of that, right? Like you paid a lot of money for the schooling.
Right, and people don't understand. It is what it is. Yeah, I call out the entire system as being illegitimate.
Yeah, I mean, because I can't imagine law school being anything less than a freaking fortune, right?
Right, I have a massive amount of student loan debt that I would probably never be able to repay.
But let me just ask you this. So you do have a degree, correct?
I have degrees.
Degree. Okay, that's even better. Because I mean, that like a law degree is that's above most degrees. Like that can at least get you a lot of good stuff, right?
No, not without a license. Without a license, a law degree is worthless.
Yeah. You saying? Sorry, say it one more time.
Without a law degree, without a license, a law degree is worthless. You can't do anything with it.
But wouldn't you say there is a lot of workplaces that would show respect to it?
No, it actually has the opposite effect. If I were to disclose my education on a resume or an application, nobody would hire me. The only way I can get jobs is by not putting my education on my job applications.
if you don't put it, you're saying that's the only way you'll get a job.
Right.
Oh, that sucks, bro. That's kind of, yeah, that's, I mean, there is injustice going on there. And I'll tell you this, you're a lawman, so I don't have to tell you about how the law is screwed up. You already know this. But yeah, it is messed up that that's the way it works. I know for me, man, if I was an employer and some guy's walking in with a law degree, I tell you, you're a little overqualified, but you got a job here if you want one. That's kind of the attitude I have.
No,
Now you only get that with people who know what you're going through. Because see, we're all in the same circle, like at least on some of our experiences. You see what I'm saying?
they get defensive. They think that you're going to quit after like 6 months and go find a better job. They think that you're more qualified for their job and you're going to take their job. They don't think that you actually need any help because you have so much education. You can just get a job anywhere. It's like, no, I can't.
Yeah. Yeah, you're kind of. See, the thing is, life. I'll tell you this, man. In my experience, you had a. Being a manager, it's like you said. As far as when you brought up lawyers, they're really only where they are because it's like you're kind of following the rule. You're playing by the game to get there, because it's all a game, and it's like it's a funny game to how if you're willing to bend over and be somebody's bitch, right? Then they'll give you credit. They'll give you some gold, a little bit of gold.
Privileges.
But
they get privileges and they're
they get privileges. But let me ask you this though, life. Can't you right now in your position, can't you say that you feel damn good that you still have your pride? You might not call it a soul. I remember when I talked to you, you said you don't believe in soul, and that's fine. But you believe in pride, so wouldn't you say it feels damn near good to still have your pride and still have the intelligence you have, as opposed to having riches just to kiss ass or whatever? Wouldn't you say that that's a lot more worthy?
No, because I used to believe that I actually had the power to change the system, that if I just educated people, they would actually do something about it. And now I realize they're not. Like, the system is what it is. People don't give a shit. People feel helpless. And it doesn't matter how much information I present them. They're going to accept whatever like crumbs they can get from the system. They're not motivated to change it. And then they want to focus on these little pet issues, whatever their pet issues are, without addressing like the core structure of the system itself.
The which issues will say one more time for me?
Like, they want to focus on whatever little bullshit they want to focus on. Like, they want whatever it is, whether it's veganism, whether it's like Black Lives Matter, whatever it's bullshit. But they don't actually want to address this system itself. Nobody wants to go behind the curtain and actually confront the people pulling the damn strings. They want to have this little infighting like amongst themselves because they're cowards.
Right.
And because we're accessible, right? You can talk shit about your neighbor who is accessible, but you're not going to actually go up against the whole machine, which I have done. And it's completely like destroyed my damn life and was completely pointless.
Well, it sounds like I shouldn't do that then.
Well,
no, it should be done, but it shouldn't be done by individuals, because if you do it as an individual, they're just going to pick you off. But if you have strength in numbers, but we don't have any damn numbers because nobody's willing to actually take on the entire system.
Well, let me tell you this, right? Standing up to a system, in all fairness, right? Like when we're like the little guys, right? We are, and I'm no different. I've stood up to the system, and I'll tell you this: I did have to pay a heavy price. I don't really get into it on what happened, and it is what it is. And this is going back years ago. But the interesting thing is, see what they'll do is right. They'll try and set you up or whatever, and what they're setting you up. See, this is how like they get to really laugh at you. What they set you up for, they're doing the same thing. Everybody's doing the same thing, but they tell you no. But if you want to stand up against us or talk back to us or whatever, we're gonna try and fuck your life up. Um, so I did have to learn it the hard way. Um, where I'm at now, I still don't bend the knee. I'm not in a position where I'm trying to go to war with organizations or whatever anymore because right now I'm focusing on other things for myself only, and I'll never fall in line. I'll never do that. That's just not who I am. I'll never fall in line. So if I can go back in time, I'd most likely still do what I did because that's just the kind of person I am, right? And I guess we have similarities in a way, right? If we stand up to injustice, um, but yeah, I did have to learn at the heart. Like I never tell the story on what happened. Um, I might have shared it behind the scenes with somebody, but yeah, like they a certain place or whatever tried really screwing up my life. So I know how it feels. Trust me, bro. I know exactly how it feels when and it's specifically with finances, right? When they try and take away your livelihood. But like I said, that's why I asked you life is because I know deep down inside I could look at myself in the mirror and say I still got one thing. I got my pride, my soul, my whatever you want to call it, right? And that's priceless, man. I'll tell you, man, that's priceless. That's the one thing that you can't buy.
Yeah, I don't even know that I still have that. I just feel completely demoralized. Like I just feel like empty. I feel pretty much I know that.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you: do you got more than $100 in your bank account? Be honest here.
Yes.
Well, okay, that's a bad question. But I was gonna say, if it's a number like a low number, then you obviously still have it because it's like you didn't really sell your soul for riches if you followed it, right? There's like a number to where if you see. By the way, let me make it very. I'm in no way saying riches are bad because part of my gratitudes, I actually speak very kindly to finances. I let money know how I appreciate it and how it's welcome. So I'm actually in no way saying people shouldn't get rich, but I'm just saying it's kind of quite obvious when you know you didn't sell your soul, and that's always me. See, selling your soul it could just be as simple as working in an organization and being their bitch and doing
No.
everything they tell you just to make money. That's part of selling your soul.
No, I at the time I thought I was taking calculated risks. Like I didn't really mind taking a risk because I always assumed that I was going to die young. I didn't think that I was actually going to live to actually suffer the consequences of, destroying my economic prospects. I thought I don't give a shit. I'll just, go tell this judge to go fuck himself or whatever, and then I won't have to live to experience the ramifications of it. And then it's like I'm still here.
Well, why did you think you were going to die? What was going on at that time?
I don't know. I just always thought I wasn't going to live. I just thought I would die young. I don't like. I always thought that. I never thought I was going to have a long life.
Okay, so you just kind of figured something might happen at a younger age. Okay. You don't. I was gonna say.
Right,
You don't.
I thought he was going to come back too.
Huh?
I thought VE was going to come back.
Who's VE?
Noodles.
Oh, Noodles. Yeah, he was using the other name. That was funny the other day when he tried fooling everybody to thinking he's DNW. That was really funny.
It was funny.
Some people fell for it too.
Like I have done stuff that I've written letters to the state Supreme Court, basically telling them to go fuck themselves. Like
Oh no.
I've burned the governor, the attorney general. Like I could move to another state, but I don't even know. I think some of the things that I've done will probably follow me no matter where I go.
Okay, let me see if I could say it like this. Have you the type of mindset you're at, like just your psyche and where you're at? If you don't mind me asking, how long have you been in your mental where you're at right now?
I don't know what you like. I mean, can you like clarify what you mean by
Like
that?
you're the type of thoughts you generate, the type of things you think about, your level of happiness, your level of sadness. How long has this been? Like the one you're at now, has it only been like 6 months? Has it been a year? Has it been more?
How long you mean? How long have I not enjoyed being here? Is that what you mean?
I guess if you word it that way. I didn't know. I mean, again, I don't know how you feel, right?
It's pretty much. I probably around the age of 8 is probably when I first realized it.
At the age of 8, you say.
But I assumed that things were going to get better when I became an adult, and I couldn't wait to get out of my parents' house, and it didn't get better.
Yeah. I remember you shared with me some things. I recall. Yeah, a couple of things. I remember a couple of things you were telling me. But what am I getting at now? Like, okay, right now, do you get into consciousness at all? Like any just consciousness changing to thinking different? Anything like that at all, or you're not into that stuff?
No, I would rather change the system, or at least address the system. I don't, like my mind is not the problem.
I didn't say your mind is a problem. I never said your mind is the problem, and
No,
I
I mean like
don't
I'm
I don't
not
believe it is.
like
And
I
I don't
don't
believe
think
it is.
that like meditating or like some higher consciousness. I don't think that's going to fix my situation.
But it has for a lot of people, and it has for me as well.
Right, because it helps those people because their minds were the problem. Like they're it's not external. They have internal conflicts that they have to resolve. I don't have internal conflicts.
I know, but here's what I'm telling you, right? Look, I would say I wasn't different than you were. I really had it to where I somehow was in a position to where those around me were kind of causing me problems, and at least in my head, I was under the impression that I was doing good, and I was. I'm not saying I wasn't, but I guess I was a little too focused on everybody and not enough on me. You know what I'm saying? And then this isn't until more recent, honestly, that I've made these changes. I'm not even preaching to you like I've been doing this forever. No, this is just recent changes to where I started looking more within. And I found it being like literally life changing.
That's fine, and I mean I can acknowledge that. Like if that helps some people, I don't think that it's going to help me.
But that's the thing, though, right? Now, life, you can agree with me that it doesn't matter what belief system you have. If someone sets their mind that something won't work, it's never going to work. So that means you're willing and you're knocking it before you even try it.
No, because my problems are external. They're not internal. It's not me. It's not my mind. It's not my perspective. It is the violence, the control, and my involuntary existence. That is the problem. So even if I change my mind, if I change my perspective, it doesn't change the fact that the state controls my entire existence.
Correct. I understand that. I understand there's a hierarchy that we do have to fall in line with. But this is what I'm telling you, right? When one does what I'm talking about, your attention shifts away. You understand? So the problems that you're talking about now, it's not necessarily that I don't have them. It's just they're beneath me now. They're not of any relevance. Like I'm on 20 million different goals, and it's like, oh man, I'm trying to get all of them going, right? And none of them are even focused on the state or the
No,
country or whatever.
here's the thing though. Even when you try to just like focus on your mind and just be self-aware and be like at peace with yourself, you can't even do that because there's always somebody like imposing themselves on you, talking to you about bullshit. Like there are times where I'm at work, I just want to like mind my business and be left alone, and there's just always somebody talking to me, and like that, like their values. It's like you care about like the things that they care about. I don't care about that shit. Why are you talking to me and trying to get me to care about your bullshit? You're taking my energy, like you're taking my peace. And unless you just don't work and you just stay like, if I'm at home, right? If I'm not at work and I don't have to talk to anybody, I'm completely fine. It's when I step out into the world that it's a problem. It's when people are talking to me about their bullshit. It's when people have authority over me that it is a problem. So so what you're talking about is correct, only to the extent that I don't have to interact with other people. If I were to stay at home, I can focus on my mind and be at peace. But when I go out into the other world, my mind is completely irrelevant because they're imposing their will on me.
Yeah. No, and the thing is, life. See, that's what I'm trying to tell you, right? If me and you really have, I'd say similarities, because like you're probably one of the few people that I've ever heard come on. I remember a while ago you were saying you'll talk to people, they'll say a bunch of blah 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 shit, and you'll be nice enough to engage with them, listen to them, try and conversate. But then the moment you're trying to talk about what you want to talk about, they ignore you or don't pay attention or whatever. And I thought that was cool you brought it up because it's like it really started getting me thinking that it's obviously not just me and you that are having this. There's obviously others out there. And what I think a lot of them do is, because this is something I used to do, is we don't make a big deal. Like we even think we're the fucking problem. Like we might even like we're kind of like, okay, well, if everybody's ignoring us, then we got to be the problem. And I used to kind of even think like that, where I used to be hard on myself. And then I started realizing, no, it's just everybody else is stuck in their own head, or they have like, I don't know how to describe that personality type to where you're so stuck in your head. I don't know if it's narcissism. I don't know if I want to label it something, but it's like you're stuck in your head. It's all about you, and not anybody else. So that's what I'm saying. I can definitely relate. Where you're at, I don't want to say I feel bad for you, but I know what you're going through because I used to go through it. Luckily now, I don't have to go through that because the type of job I do now, it's actually very, very more solo. And I don't actually have to deal with coworkers. I really don't.
So
Now,
things got better when the external situation changed. That's kind of what he's saying, right?
yeah. Now, the way I actually have it set up, I really like it. I have it set up to where I have a couple of different like shifts and stuff at different places, and I don't even go to the same place more than once a week. So I just love it. I love the way I got it set up. It's like beautifully set up. But again, I fought through the BS, got into consciousness, got into elevation and whatnot, and then I'm at where I'm at. But this isn't even the final stage, right? Like there's more to come. But all I'm trying to tell life is, I know what you're going through 1,000%, and that's why I said you're not in the wrong. You're not, because you're hearing it firsthand from somebody that experienced it. But ultimately, they're never going to change. But your perspective on how they are can change. And I'm not saying you could change by thinking better of them, but it's like you kind of almost have to. You almost have to remember, like, how do I say it as far as the Matrix gets into it? Because I don't know if you're going to even like that analogy, like abolition, but it's more been like you kind of look at people like NPCs in a way, if that makes sense to you. And there's no sense in getting frustrated with an NPC. They're really just more there to frustrate you, you could say. And if you let them win that, then you kind of lose at that stage.
No, they're there to extract because they need validation. They can't really exist autonomously. And so I was just there at work last night, and this woman was showing me this stupid video on YouTube about a guy, like it was an ugly sweater, dinner or whatever. And so everybody's supposed to wear an ugly sweater. And so he gets the sweater of his co-workers and puts it on his sweater. And she's just cracking up, like, oh, this is so funny. He put an ugly sweater, but it has their, and I'm just why are you telling? This is so fucking stupid. But I have to listen to it, and I have to pretend that I'm engaged with her. But I'm like, you're taking up my energy. You're taking my consciousness. I would rather think, I was actually thinking about something else, and you just occupied my thoughts with this nonsense.
Right. No, 100%. 100%. I get what you're saying, bro.
But if I were to stop her, I would be rude, right? Because I would hurt her feelings. But I didn't need to. If she thought it was funny, then she should have kept that to herself. Why did she need to share it with me? I did not find it funny.
But see, that's okay. So, life, that's kind of where now you're wanting her to act a certain way. I get what you're saying. I get exactly what you're saying. But when you're saying that she should keep it to herself, you're kind of now trying to dictate on how people should act and feel. You just gotta remember.
No, she's doing it to me. She's sharing her stupid sweater story, and now I'm put in a position where I have to pretend that it's funny in order to spare her feelings. But I'm not imposing on her, she's imposing on me.
But see, what I'm getting out of it is okay. I see what's going on now, because you obviously, which is kind of cool. You're being real with us, and I like that. You kind of talk to us like we're real people. I respect that of you. But it seems like in the workplace, you're being very friendly to people. You're willing to listen. You're willing to laugh. I know it'd be hard to change in a day, but you're going to have to give them the same attitude you give us, or else they're going to just keep coming at you.
That's risky, man. Like
it's
I would
not
talk to. I wouldn't act the way I act here in a workplace. Like there's certain things that can get you fired and stuff like that.
This is what I'm saying, Marcus. I'm talking about stoicism. So if he were to go into work and he was a stoic, right? Immediately, you're never gonna have anybody ever bug you ever again about a stupid joke.
He doesn't act like a stoic when he's here. He'll clap back.
He doesn't, but I'm saying that to me, the best way for his mental health's sake at his workplace is to stoically have it where it's like fuck off. But they're not gonna look at you and be like F off. They're gonna say this guy means business. Because you're clearly, what you're telling me is if you don't want somebody to tell you a silly joke, it clearly means you're kind of more into business there. You're more about business, which is why you're going to have to be a stoic there. You're going to have that. And eventually they're not going to bug you about dumb crap as much.
Right, but then they're just going to think that you're an asshole. Like,
and that's fine. And that's fine, but you have life. Here's what I'm telling you, right? In your position, either A, they think you're an asshole. Not everybody. You got some people. You're going to have some people even vouch for you and be like, look, man, just leave the guy alone. Like, he wants to be left alone. Leave him alone. You're going to have people literally say that about you. They're like, just leave him alone. He doesn't want to be bugged. So they're sick. Like, because now more people are understanding of introverts. And I'm finding it to be more of an introvert friendly type world we're in now, at least in Canada here. But it's like, yeah, you might have some that are going to think, okay, why does this guy never want to talk to me? He's such an asshole. That doesn't fucking matter, because that is not more, that's not a priority over your mental health. That's what I'm explaining to you. Whether it comes to your mental health or somebody's opinion of you, I think your mental health is more important. And again, the only reason I say that is because you're not actually being an asshole. You're just going there to work. And you don't want to be bugged by dumb shit.
Yeah, but I think it matters on like who perceives you as an asshole. If it's like a manager or a boss, like that's obviously going to matter, right?
But in today's world, managers and bosses are Okay, when you're gonna you can, well, there's many kinds, but the ones I've had, it's usually like the very go happy type. They're friendly, they love everybody, they even kiss everybody's ass. If you're kind of like a stoic with them, they're not gonna mind. They'll even, I find, in a way, they're even gonna like you more than everybody else, because it's like you're so mysterious. But then if they're a stoic and they're kind of like an asshole boss, they're going to appreciate that about you, that you're not like annoying. You're not an annoying worker to be around, that you're just there for work. So again, honestly, I think either way, it works out. If you're just there to do your job, it's going to work out, because you're not like a stoic that's going around telling people, hey, I'm better than you, and I'm going to bully you and this. You see what I'm saying? It's one thing to be an asshole. It's another thing to just be there to actually work. There's a big difference. And I think it would work in your favor, life, if you just go there and you're like, look, like, everybody just leave me the fuck alone. But then again, life, you never know, man. You might end up missing how everybody was so friendly and nice to you. You might end up missing it, man.
You don't know what you lost until it's gone.
Exactly. I mean, to me, honestly, like whenever people come up to me, no matter if it's annoying or not, I'll let them say whatever. And I can appreciate that they're enjoying my company to like share. Even if it's a stupid joke, even if it's just the dumbest joke in the world. Like, if you're coming up to me and you want to share it with me, as long as, like, this is something that fucking annoyed me a long time ago. I was at a gym doing a set, and this kid, like, again, obviously it's a teenager, he comes up while I'm doing my set to interrupt me, and he's like, I got my headphones on, and I'm doing my set. And he's like, hey, are you using that machine over there? He's pointing at a machine that's 3 machines away. And I'm getting annoyed. I'm like, kid, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you don't bug people when they're doing their set. And to me, that's kind of like that's the only time, don't talk to me. If I'm doing a set at the gym, don't bug me.
But that's the whole point. I was actually working. I was working at the same time I'm thinking about my book, like how am I going to promote it and all this stuff. She completely disrupted my train of thought to tell me her stupid joke. And I'm just like, and she just went on and on about it. And I'm supposed to pretend that it's funny, even though I don't find it funny. And she did, like, it's just like the whole, she was trying to extend the conversation as long as she possibly could. And I'm trying to keep the conversation short. I did not enjoy it. It was purely for her benefit, because she needed external validation, and I was supposed to be the one to provide it. So she was trying to extract. It was not for my benefit. It wasn't for her to make me laugh. It was for me to validate her experience. This is funny to her, so she wanted me to validate that it's funny, and then that makes her feel better. This is the whole predicament that we're in. That they need you to validate their existence. That's the reason why they want you here. That's the reason why they will not allow you to escape this hellscape. They want you here to validate their existence.
I mean, at the end,
so you can say that she's trying to cheer me. I wasn't depressed. I wasn't like, I was in my own little, like, my own, like, mind, thinking about other shit. And she decided to occupy my mind with her bullshit.
Yeah, no, I mean, I got you 100%, man. Yeah, sometimes, like, some of these things in the world. Yeah, go ahead, Marcus. Yeah.
You ever have this experience where people talk at you, they don't really talk with you?
Yeah, they don't pay attention, like, to the nonverbal cues. Like, I clearly I did not find it funny. You're not talking to me. You're talking at me. You just want me to, like, validate that this stupid video is funny.
I've inadvertently done this a couple of times where some people just can talk at me for almost like 45 minutes nonstop. And I'm like, oh my God. And the person will never ask me what I'm interested in or what I think about something. So sometimes when they take a breath, I'll start just talking about whatever we talk about on these streams, and they get so annoyed they just end up not talking to me anymore.
Oh god, that's fucking funny, dude. I was gonna say, man, I hope you're not mentioning our craziest moments on here, and you're like, and and on Tuesday, Escape and Life started yelling at each other, and they started name calling.
No, like when I was at work, like when I first started writing this book, I was just talking to some coworkers about, I'm writing this book, and I told them what it was going to be about, and they just, I mean, they didn't tell everybody, but they went and repeated it to the wrong people and made it sound like I was crazy. Like, I was okay. Never mind. I'm never sharing anything again.
No, I wouldn't. I'll tell you this, Life, and Brother Marcus, when it comes to people outside of you guys, like outside of this community, the stuff we talk about, I wouldn't. Funny enough, at one of the gigs I have that I do I just do it on Fridays. There's this new young guy that they brought, and surprisingly, I don't know what happened. Something happened, and he kind of like understands the stuff. So I don't remember how he got brought up, but somehow metaphysics got brought up. And this is a younger guy. He's like 22 or something, and he knew about it. And he's like, yeah, my dad taught me. And then he mentions how he even watched the movie They Live. He was even trying to somehow go down the rabbit hole on how he, in a way, understands like the flat Earth model. So I was just thinking, I was like, wow, that's kind of cool. Like, because you don't run into a lot of people like that. You really don't. It's like once in a blue moon. But I guess I did. But other than that, I don't tell people about my beliefs or anything, because I really talk to them at a surface level. Like they, whatever kind of like they joke at or whatever, wherever they're at mentally, I'll just meet them there. And I don't try and like outdo it or share with them more, because yeah, it could get pretty ugly, man. You never know. It can get pretty ugly. It could start to make you become the crazy guy at the place, right?
That's my reputation now. I'm okay with it because they leave me alone, so it's all good.
Oh, so you're the crazy guy at work, right? We're like, oh, there's Marcus again talking about quantum physics and getting into this and getting into that, right?
Oh, speaking of which, what are your what are your guys' views on meta ethics? I don't even know.
Meta ethics?
Like, are you like a moral realist, a moral anti-realist? I'm just curious, like what the panel is on.
You know what? I'd really have to think about that. Are you just getting into that type of philosophy when you're getting into meta ethics? Just specifically that
fella. I don't know if you were on when he was on. His name's Objective Ethics, I think, and he was just bringing up that debate about moral realism and anti-realism, and it's been a while since I've delved into that, and I actually don't know what people's views are on the when people show up here. Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Well, what was Plato's brother's name again? Glaucon, or how do you say his name? Glycon or something like that. Plato, right? I remember his brother. I like the way how he broke down like good, just being just and moral, and and I like how he said that people in general are just good to appear good. That what did he have? I think he had the ring of Gyrus or something like that. I think it was, where if nobody saw you doing bad, like you do it. And I really like that. I like that claim that he brings up, that really most people in general are not good. They just want to appear good. I think when it gets down to just being good, though, just as far as if somebody's trying to be as moral as they can, you do got to get to that self mastery level to where like you're letting that higher self of you just always say no, no, no to everything. That's like where self mastery comes in. But yeah, meta ethics. I didn't get too much into it, man. I didn't.
I consider myself to be a consequentialist.
Did not know that.
Like that. Well, that's my when you ask me like why I am objecting to veganism, it's because of consequentialism. It's not like I feel like veganism is deontological. It's not like the consequences are. It matters than just getting the ethics correct.
What do you think AN is?
I think AN is consequentialism.
Oh, okay.
Maybe I do need to clarify that. Maybe I need
to
to talk about that because people think I'm just making an excuse. No, it's consequentialism, and so people don't know that. They don't know why I'm saying the things that I'm saying.
Maybe. Actually, I don't know if people go that deep. And by the way, that's normative ethics. It's not meta ethics. Meta ethics is like, do you think facts and values are mind independent or dependent, or are they truth apt? And are they like, are you like a type of expressionist where moral facts are expressions of attitudes, or are they like objective facts in the world that we find? As more of the meta ethics part.
No, well, I'm an objectivist. I agree with Ayn Rand's position, or like Aristotle. Like you use like it's not really objective, but it's based on what is rational. Like I think that everybody has to decide for themselves what is rational. Like you have to use your life to effectuate your personal ethics. It's not like you buying into somebody else's ethics. Like if it doesn't make sense to you, then you don't do it. It's not universal.
So this is interesting. You're a consequentialist who appeals to not using people as a means to an end, which is more of a deontological point of view. But what if using someone as a means to an end has a greater positive consequence?
I don't think that it does, though. I think that no. Let me just explain. I don't give a shit about what society says. Like maybe if you procreate, it's going to benefit society, right? But for the individual, it doesn't. So I don't. So it's unless you can actually justify it to say that you're actually giving that person like something in exchange that justifies the imposition, which you can't, then it's not justified. What is the person who is brought into existence getting out of it? They're not getting anything out of it. And in fact, they would actually be motivated. It would actually be in their rational self-interest to cause more harm to address the harms that have been imposed on them. This is the reason why y'all don't understand, like when I actually listen to Amendum, and I get it, because it's just like his whole like rage. He's not articulating it correctly, but it actually makes sense. It sounds completely incoherent, but it's just like I listened to his one video where he said, actually it was on Ethylism's channel. He said that he was going to commit some crime, a capital crime, in order to be executed. Now, it sounds like he's just raged and it doesn't make sense, but I actually addressed that same argument. That in my book, I explained that they actually create a perverse incentive to harm people in order to get the right to opt out. Because if you are peaceful and you respect other people's rights, then it is going to continue enslaving you. So what is it? It's almost like you're going to be punished for harming someone, right? You're going to get punished, but the punishment is the punishment that you actually want. Or if you're peaceful and you respect other people's rights, then you're just going to remain enslaved. So from a consequentialist perspective, you would actually choose the former. Like, I'm not saying that you should do it, but they're creating a perverse incentive to harm people in order to get the right to opt out.
Well, thanks for entertaining that subject, guys.
No problem.
I think this is why I didn't really go deep into that topic, because it doesn't. There's not much exploration there.
I was just reading a text.
I actually would like. I mean, I'm not going to solicit it, but I actually would like to get Amendo's opinion on my book. Like, what is he? I know he's not going to like what I say about veganism, but the rest of it, like, I think he probably would agree with most of it, especially with the legal system.
You want Child Predator to look at your book and give it a nice positive review for you?
I mean, I'm kind of curious, but I don't know if it's even, I don't want to prejudge what he'll say. Maybe it'll circle around to him, and maybe he'll actually read it.
Oh, that didn't go anywhere. All right. Sure. Go chit chat with Amendum. Why not?
No, I'm not going to go troll. I mean, I tagged some people in my video, but I didn't tag him just because I already see it could go good or it could go terribly bad. Like, at the end of the day, I'm kind of curious, but at the same time, I don't necessarily need his validation. Like, I think by the time it circles around, once people read it, people will respond to it. I think it's eventually going to circle back to him anyway. But how many people in the anti-nazi community are actually reading books, though? Like, I think there'll probably be a few people who read it. Maybe they will actually understand the arguments and then do content about it. But the people who are actually going to read it, it's probably going to be a very small minority.
Well, some people aren't into books.
Well, I think it's helpful to understand like a framework, because even like anti-natalism, a lot of them don't even understand the basic like framework for it, and then they're trying to argue and then they're like, which I call philosophical opportunism. Like, they're taking like the whole harm reduction principle and then using it to justify procreation. It's just like, no, you just twisted that whole argument around. Like, anti-natalism is not about procreating to save wildlife. Like, if you don't understand that, I don't know if they're doing that intentionally, but I think that it is helpful to actually read the book and actually understand what it's about. Like,
everybody say hi to Carly.
Hello, Carly.
Why
do I have to read about a topic when I could just learn about it online?
That's fine, but you can't if you got what you got out of it, but you're not speaking from a position of authority. So if you can't argue with someone.
Isn't that elitist? Like, didn't you start your book that way? That academic philosophy, like it's not practical and blah blah blah.
No, let me explain what I'm saying. If you don't want to be academic, you don't have to, but you're still not arguing from a position of authority. You can't argue about a philosophy against someone who actually has read the book and understands it, and then say that
do it all the time, buddy.
Look at this little old man.
Life. How many people argue with you when you've read the material?
Little old man.
That's my point. That I actually read Better Never to Have Been, and I was arguing with people who never even read the damn book. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Exactly. I mean, that's the reality we're in. People don't care that we read it.
So they can have opinions. I think their opinions are valid to some extent, but it's not valid when you're actually trying to negate the underlying principles of antinatalism. It's like it's about procreation specifically. And they just like take that little harm reduction piece and then they just run with it.
Stop making me play devil's advocate, guys. We have non-readers on this panel. Go defend yourselves.
Wait, life abolitionism. Are you trying to like? You think that's like? You say that as if it's like some kind of insult or gotcha or something.
No. I don't want to take on a position that I don't actually like. You guys are the ones that he's critiquing, so it's better if it comes from you guys.
I don't
Yeah,
care.
I don't know telling people how to what actually was in the book or what wasn't. I don't go around doing that.
What?
No, life abolitionism said that he's debated people who claim to know what's been in books that he's actually read and they haven't read. And I said I'm not like that. I don't go around telling people what they should or shouldn't know from what they've read when I haven't read it.
But you advocate for antinatalism and you haven't read about antinatalism, correct?
No, I have read about it.
Okay, what did you read?
No, he advocates for like genociding Jews, and he hasn't read about that.
Oh my god!
Stop. Anyway, the main reason I came on actually was to tell life abolitionism that he shouldn't get he shouldn't talk to Amendum and get any sort of approval from Amendum because that's not good PR. Okay.
No. This is what I'm saying. I think that if he actually read it, it would actually calm him down a little bit. I think that my arguments may actually temper his arguments. Because
That's a grandiose thought right there.
No, but again, that's besides the point too, because it's not good PR regardless, because he's a child predator.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Probably shouldn't talk to you either, since you're an anti-Semite.
Wow, would you please? I'm not. Would you stop it?
Well, your comments beg to differ.
Would you stop? Why do you like to troll people so much, Noodles? Why?
I'm not trolling. I'm not the one that said the Jewish elite used Hitler to kill off the lower classes.
I think.
Okay, can we move on from that? I don't want to talk about that anymore. Let's move on.
Oh, you said it, man. You said it.
See, this is what I was telling you about, Brother Marcus, that if you say something, you can't take it back. So he's already...
He never took it back. He never even tried to take it back.
I just don't want to talk about it. No, and
he doesn't want to talk about his anti-Semitism.
I'm not an anti-Semite. I'm not.
Why do you lean in the direction that it was most likely elite Jews that were at the forefront of that then? Why don't you lean in the other direction that it was elite white Germans?
Okay, it's both of them, all right? It's both of them working together.
They worked together. Yeah, the ones that the elite white Germans were in cahoots with the elite Jews. They were buddies, huh?
Yeah, look at what your dog said, Noodles. If Jason Nazi then subjecting you to your own sentence makes you a PDF file.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Gotcha.
I think that's projection because your dogs has actually been accused of being a PDF file.
Well, but he's not, though.
No, that's not what someone else said.
Come on now, you can't just go around accusing people and not having evidence.
Well, I have evidence for what I said about you, but I'm not. He's just making baseless claims.
Okay. I want to ask you a question, Vegan Equilibrium, because you're saying he's an anti-Semite, but Vegan Gains openly said that Palestinians are savages and they're children of the dark. Why is there a complete different standard when it comes to hatred of Jews in comparison to hatred of other people?
I don't know. I don't know what the context of that was.
There is no context. If you were to make the same statement about Jews, you would be considered evil. But you can openly say
Like,
that
I'm not. For example, I would say that probably a lot of different societies, like including some Jewish societies, are savages. Like that's a good chunk of the human race right there. It's just I would say that the main issue has more to do with Islam than Palestinian, but the thing is most Palestinians are Muslim and are probably align more with Islamic extremism.
right. But my point is that there's a hierarchy where anti-Semitism is considered worse than any other form of racism. That it is acceptable to be racist against Arabs, but if you were to make the same statement about Jews and just insert the exact same argument that Palestinians are savages, and you were to say that about Jews, you would get all kinds of condemnation, and you would be completely canceled.
I mean, if you're looking at the vast majority, if we're making generalizations, generally, you see more progressive Jewish people, generally speaking, and you see a lot less progressive Palestinian people. If you compare their moral principles and their politics and their lifestyles. I understand where he's coming from, but yeah, I do think it's kind of a rash generalization, but at the same time, who are the people? Like, who are the Palestinians really?
That's not true. I know some gay
people that call themselves Palestinian. I mean, they generally align with a certain group of people, you know?
I know gay Palestinians. They're not all this so regressive. Like what you're saying is not true.
I'm not saying there aren't gay Palestinians, but when they're in Palestine, they're in danger of getting killed. Wherever Palestine is, I guess Gaza or the West Bank.
So to make this blanket statement that Palestinians are savages, they're homophobic, it's just not true.
Well, no, generally they are. There are gay Palestinians, and they're in danger when they're in Gaza or the West Bank.
Oh my gosh! I just if you were to make
that, how can you deny that? Are you going to deny that? I mean, you didn't say anything, but
the reason why I can't respond to it is because Palestinians don't have a state, so there is no official.
In Gaza. Well, technically, if we're gonna when we're talking about Palestinians, I mean, we're talking mostly about people in Gaza and the West Bank. I mean, you could say there are Palestinians in Israel, but they're not gonna get away with throwing gays off of buildings there. So we're talking about Gaza mostly, and it's dangerous to be an openly gay person in Gaza. It is. It just is. You know that.
Okay, but Israel doesn't even have same-sex marriage, so they're not so progressive either.
I mean, I'm not. Yeah, you can be a same-sex couple in Israel. You can't be a same-sex couple. Like, they recognize same-sex marriage. They may not have it yet, and they'll probably have it soon. They have they have gay rights and they have pride and everything there. So
in Tel Aviv, that's the only place that you can't be openly gay.
I'm not saying you're backwards, backwoods fucking tribal ass people in Israel. There are, but
it is. But even if it is just in Tel Aviv, that's the only place in the Middle East where that's acceptable and allowed. It's in
I
Israel.
have literally seen videos where Jewish women were praying in public and grown men were throwing stones at them because they weren't being modest.
Israel.
So they're sexist. They're not so progressive. They're misogynist as hell.
Yeah, there are people like that there. I'm not denying that.
So how are they any better than a damn Muslim? Like they're like the only difference between them and a Muslim.
Okay, if you look at America, right? There's fucking tons of retarded Americans doing stupid shit here. But generally, Americans are more progressive than Palestinians and Middle Eastern, Muslim Arabs. They are, generally speaking.
Let me ask you a question.
You're looking at just a small, I don't know, like a few incidences that happen there, and what, and I don't even know the full context of all of that. I'd have to see that. If we're speaking generally, Israelis are more progressive. The rest of the world is generally more progressive, and the Islamic extremist people and nations are very, very antiquated.
Do you think that primitive people have a right to exist?
I don't. It depends what you mean. And like, what do you mean?
Like, if you want to remain in a perpetual state of like a primitive society, and you don't want to be like westernized, do you think that you actually have a right to remain primitive, or does the Western world get to just like colonize your land and force you to be like a part of Western society?
In this case, and let's say in the case of like these countries where they've legalized child marriage, and not when it's one of these things where like, oh, this is left over on the books from 700 years ago, but it never happens anymore. None of these things where like, no, it's on the books and it actively happens frequently. I think those countries should be invaded and colonized and brought up to speed, because
no, what are you talking about?
You think they should get away with fucking child marriage, dude? How can you fucking defend that, man? Like, seriously.
This is the reason why they're calling the Palestinians children of the dark, is because Palestinians are standing in the way of progress. And so because they don't want to become a part of modern society, they just need to be wiped out.
You think we should stop pedophilia? Are you serious, dude?
I think if they want to remain primitive, they have a right to be primitive. They don't
want
have
to remain being pedophiles. We should just let them. That's great. Oh, that is fucking great, dude.
I'm not talking about pedophiles. Why do you keep making these extreme analogies?
Look, I'm saying, you're asking me, oh, should we let them be primitive, or what? Shouldn't we just let them do their thing? Their thing is pedophilia and beating women and fucking like,
gosh,
like killing animals in awful ways. I'm not saying Jews don't do that either, but I mean, there is more of a progressive movement towards veganism in Israel than there is in any other part of the Middle East. So what I'm saying is, generally speaking, yes, they harm children and they harm women. Like, they should be stopped. They should be set straight. Yes, absolutely.
If I were to make these same arguments about Israel and Jewish people, you would call me anti-Semitic, because a lot of people are talking about let me finish, because I let you finish. A lot of people have been talking about how Israel has been at the center of these pedophile rings, and a lot of these people go to Israel to get legal protection where they can actually hide out. A lot of the pedophiles leave America and go to Israel so they won't be prosecuted.
You should share some of that, the links to that information in the chat, so people can.
No, you show the link for the Muslims that are pedophiles. How about that?
Okay, really? Like, you can't. Like, there's not a million fucking articles about
But
Muslims
there's not
marrying
many
children.
articles about Israelis doing the exact same thing. Like you see the burden of proof.
Child marriage is not legal in Israel. We all know child marriage is legal in Gaza and other parts of the Middle East. That's pretty much common knowledge. You know, and if there is pedophilia in Israel, it should be stopped. I agree. It should be stopped. If the whole nation had this problem where they were all like engaging in child marriage and beating women and doing this awful shit, and there's a more ethical nation that could invade and set them straight, then yes, that should happen.
Have you read the
It so happens that Israel is a lot better in that regard than the rest of the Middle East, and yeah, it would be better if a progressive Israeli government, or just a progressive government in general, did fucking take shit over and set shit straight there.
Have you read the Talmud?
No, I haven't read the Talmud, and it's
Right.
irrelevant.
I assumed as much. If you read the Talmud,
Most of the people in the Israeli government are not Talmudic Jews. They're not like Hasidic Orthodox Jews. A lot of them are fairly reformed and secular. And there's Muslims in the Israeli government too.
Do you know what the Talmud says about pedophilia?
I've heard a quote, and since I don't, and I've never, no one's ever told me in context, so I can't really speak on it. If the quote on its own, which we don't need to talk about. It's bad. Vacuum, yeah, that's bad and that's wrong. And actually there's not really any context where it's like acceptable. All religions are bad, like generally, especially the Abrahamic religions. Christianity has stupid shit in their book. Jews have extremely stupid shit in their book. The difference is that those religions have been around a lot longer and have reformed. And there's a lot more reform. There's a much bigger reform movement in those religions. Look, all the major terrorist attacks that happen in the world are primarily Islamic, are come from Islamic extremism.
The major difference is that you can call the Muslims out, but you can't call out Judaism because you'll be accused of anti-Semitism.
Yeah, the Jews in New York that fucking that circumcise babies and sift the blood off of their penises, those people should be shot. I think.
And all the babies that are getting herpes from these rabbis, what do you?
Yeah. All those people should go to jail. Those people. Fuck those people. They suck. They're terrible, disgusting people. And any Christians that engage in such acts. I mean, I think circumcision in general is an awful thing, right? It's just a terrible thing. And by the way, I'm not advocating anyone actually hurt anyone. I'm just saying hypothetically in Minecraft, like that. I think it could be justified under certain circumstances. But yeah, those people are disgusting, awful people. Those people represent an extremely small minority of such a small minority of the Jewish population. It's like one sect of Jews. I don't know the exact numbers, but I would be surprised if it was even to 1,000 people that actually do that, and that's in New York City.
Wait. Let's back up for a second. Have you not seen all these documentaries about Jewish women who had to escape their communities because they had these arranged marriages and they were not. They were.
Yeah, my grandparents escaped Hasidic communities. I'm not saying the Hasidic communities are stupid. I agree. Those people are savages too.
So why is there a double standard? Why are you calling the Muslims
Muslims are the ones that create terror, that do these terror attacks.
No,
most of these communities Most of these communities, they don't have, the principles aren't built around abusing women and abusing children. Mostly it's around abusing animals, which is also fucked up.
The only
I gotta go. I have to go. But
we can talk about
do
this
you
later.
do you guys want to keep do you guys want to keep going on, or should I end the stream, or I can check in later to see if I should end the stream or not?
You can end it. I think we're pretty much done.
Yeah. Yeah. Good stream. Well, anyway. Good night, everyone.
All right. Good night.